Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. So today is 20th March, and 20th March is declared International Day of Happiness by United Nations. So I welcome you all on another summit of Pakistan Association of Lifestyle Medicine. We are fortunate to have our fourth summit on happiness. So on behalf of Pakistan Association of Lifestyle Medicine, Rifa Institute of Lifestyle Medicine, I welcome you all. We are going to start our regular summit by recitation from Quran, and then we will continue with the rest of the program.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين.
I think few of you would have attended the previous summits as well, and you might be familiar with the objectives of this summit. I got this idea of this happiness summit from the Texas University Happiness Summit, which was organized in 2018. And I will introduce Dr. Lana, whom I call the happiness guru, and she was part of that happiness summit, and I'll invite her later on to say something about the happiness summit as well. The objectives of the summit is that we wanted to introduce you about the role of happiness in our day-to-day lives. We humans, we think that we are the only one who are having depression or anxiety issues or going through stress. But when you will listen to the stories, when you will listen to the presentations, when you will listen to the interviews, you will learn that the journey towards happiness is always very unhappy. So the objective is to give you a message that happiness is around us. Probably we are not registering those moments of happiness. So you will be learning about minor things or the micro moments of happiness which are around us, but you are ignoring them. Secondly, as you know, that Pakistan is always going through a political crisis, and the image of the Pakistan is projected as if we all are dead people or we all are suffering from massive depression. So the objective is to project the softer image of Pakistan. And I normally request to the important or the celebrities of Pakistan who we know and who have gone through their journey or who have achieved happiness through a very hectic life. So we share the stories of those role models for you also. Thirdly, as happiness is part of the positive psychology, which is part of lifestyle medicine, so we do present about 45% of the summit is composed of the articles, the research articles, and we have our esteemed speakers who will be talking scientifically about the importance of the positive psychology or happiness. So before proceeding, I would like to request Dr. Lana, who is the past president of American College of Lifestyle Medicine. She was the first one who spoke in Texas Happiness Summit, and she is the founder of Global GPHI, Global Positive Health Institute, and I am part of her institute as well. So I request Lana to say something on this happiness summit. By the way, I forgot to say you happy International Day of Happiness to all of you. Yes, Liana, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Feroz, for having me. And congratulations for this 4th year of having a summit on happiness and all the hard work that it takes to put together a summit like this. It is, and I'm very delighted to be in the opening to welcome everyone. I am so passionate about this connection of positive psychology, happiness, and how it connects with healthy lifestyles, lifestyle medicine to achieve positive health. And back in 2018, when we had our very first summit on happiness in health and in healthcare, in those days we were really thinking mainly about positive psychology as being a little bit separate from lifestyle medicine even, and we were talking about how to get those fields together. And now over these last 5-6 years, things have really progressed, and there are a number of colleagues around the world who see that it's all about what we now call positive health, which embraces lifestyle medicine, healthy lifestyles, and positive psychology, happiness activities to help our well-being, to boost our mental well-being and prevent mental illness, prevent physical illness, and really support us, especially during difficult times. During challenging times, this is what gives us strength and keeps us moving forward and thriving and flourishing. So thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I hope you learn a lot about the science and the practice of happiness for your health, and that you apply it. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much, Liana. And this was it became another tool of happiness for me, because you gave me a surprise by coming so late. I know it's late for you. Thank you very much. So normally we start the normal proceeding with our national anthem. So national anthem of Pakistan, please.
That's all very nice, man.
Quote from Prophet, please.
And he, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, said, the most beloved deed to Allah. When you hear that statement, I'm sure your mind is thinking salah, siyam, reading Quran. Listen to this narration. The most beloved deed to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is to make another Muslim happy. Allahu Akbar. You are so important to Allah that He told His Prophet ﷺ to teach us all. To make you happy is the best deed that someone can do. When we hear a hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, we have to remind ourselves that Allah said about him, he does not speak from himself. Everything that the Prophet ﷺ said was revelation from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone.
Let me introduce
Sure.
you. Yeah. Give me the honor to introducing you. So Dr. Umar Zafar and Dr. Zia are host for the whole day summit. And I request Dr. Zia to introduce himself first.
Sure, ma'am. My name is Mohammad Zia Abbas. I am an MD, doctor in medicine. I started my lifestyle journey doing LMPC from Rifa University. And then I was blessed and honored doing an internship in lifestyle medicine with Dr. Shagufta Feroz in Swipe. I went on and did IBLM. I became an IBLM diplomat. Currently, I'm a board member of Asian Lifestyle Medicine Council, and I'm also the member of Task Force for World Lifestyle Medicine Organization, WOLMO.
Wow, very impressive, Dr. Zia. Dr. Umar, please, can you introduce yourself? Then rest of the day you will be talking. Both of you will be talking.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Happy International Day of Happiness, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whichever time zone you are in. Once again, me and Dr. Zia are back as your hosts for this time, the 4th International Happiness Summit. For those of you who don't know me, I'll quickly introduce myself. But before that, I must say we are delighted, and I must say delighted to have two trailblazers in the field of lifestyle medicine with us today, Dr. Lana and Dr. Shagufta Feroz. As Dr. Feroz mentioned, Dr. Lana is the happiness guru, and Dr. Shagufta Feroz is the founder of lifestyle medicine in Pakistan, where she started at Rifa University, a certification program in lifestyle medicine, and that is still up and running, and people are becoming lifestyle practitioners in Pakistan. For me, my journey is a bit complicated. I am a medical doctor trained in cardiology by profession. That's my profession. My passion became lifestyle medicine, and I became a lifestyle medicine practitioner. I met Dr. Feroz, who guided me, and with her guidance, recently I joined a job at National University of Medical Sciences in Islamabad, and here we have introduced a new department called Department of Avant Health Initiatives, where we are starting a new certification program. And that is the first certification program National University of Medical Sciences will be launching, and that is lifestyle medicine. I must say, ma'am, lifestyle medicine is up and running, and it's all because of you in Pakistan. So thank you very much, everyone. We'll be here all together all day and enjoying this happiness summit. Once again, happy International Day of Happiness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Umar and Dr. Zia. Now the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. What could be a better start, Dr. Umar, than this, having the lovely leadership, lovely trailblazers, as you said, just to start our day and kick off our happiness summit. Welcome to 4th Happiness Summit, everyone. Let's start with a brief videos on Global Positive Health Initiative. Once we understand that, then we will go to the next speaker.
What is happening worldwide, and particularly here in the US, people are feeling lonely, isolated. We're finding that there are more people who have issues with anxiety, with stress, and there is a greater need for strategies and approaches to promote emotional well-being.
The mission of the Global Positive Health Institute is to bring emotional well-being and positive psychology to the forefront for professionals throughout the healthcare industry, and therefore to bring that on to their patients.
Positive psychology is beginning to ask these provocative questions about what impact does well-being and positive psychology have in really defining the future. Our job is really to harness the brilliant minds that are talking about flourishing, that are talking about gratitude, talking about building relationships, reducing stress, and so much more. Harnessing that so that we can dramatically rewire healthcare at a systemic level.
This is such an important way to activate people into positive lifestyle change and into behavior change, and really ask first and foremost for you to work with the patient so they're in the activated positive portion of their brain, because it's in that area of their brain that they have creative thought, where they can problem solve for themselves, and where they can, in my mind, create sort of a Velcro between that positive emotion and a behavior change.
I think that is going to be a real boost for this pillar of lifestyle medicine and being able to supply those resources, because I know that with our clinical training and even with continuing education, there just isn't that much of a connection when it comes to positive psychology.
The Global Positive Health Institute is going to be able to offer very user-friendly tools for busy practitioners on how they can prescribe and motivate and engage their patients in these kinds of positive psychology activities. Ultimately, the vision is that this kind of practice would become standard of care.
If you're a physician, if you're an organization that believes in the mission, then the opportunity exists to support and align. And we are here to welcome and invite.
Thank you. I mean, this was a very brief to understand how important positive health and emotions are. Would you like to say
Absolutely.
something? Yeah.
No, actually, yes. Positive psychology, I must say, social connectedness, positive psychology, all these are absolutely important. And that's what we will be talking about all day today to keep happy. I must say, there is no such thing as sadness. Even in Quran, there's no word for sadness. So happiness all the time, positive, be positive with a positive attitude. That's how we should be. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Let's look at another video, please. Great.
Excellent.
So,
Yes.
yeah. So this gives me the opportunity to introduce our next speaker. She is Dr. Lana. She's a global leader in lifestyle medicine and positive health. As the driving force behind the development of groundbreaking lifestyle medicine core competencies, Dr. Liana have played a pivotal role in shaping the future of healthcare. She received a 2022 Trailblazer Award from the American College of Lifestyle Medicine. She is the president and founder of the Global Positive Health Institute. She also serves as an assistant professor at the Center of Positive Health Science at Royal College of Surgeons, Ireland, University of Medicine and Health Sciences. Dr. Liana have held additional leadership positions, including ACLM president and founding vice chair of the American Board of Lifestyle Medicine, as well as other key roles with organizations such as American Medical Association. Let's listen to what Dr. Liana Lanov have for us.
I think we are just uploading Dr. Lianov's video. In the meanwhile, that gets uploaded, I would just go through a story with you. A story which is about a man who was even contented after being ruined. Now the story goes like this. A man from the tribe in Arabia left his town in search of a number of camels that had gone astray. He was away from his home for 3 days. He was a rich man whom Allah has blessed with great wealth and a large family. His wealth and children were situated on a vast piece of property. Comfort and opulence surrounded him and his family, while it never occurred to them that disaster might befall them. The whole family fell asleep. One night during their father's absence, Allah sent upon them a torrential flood that propelled rocks as one would expect a strong wind to propel dust. House was uprooted, and the absent father's entire family and wealth were destroyed. After the weather had calmed, no trace of either family or wealth was left. It was as if they had never been. After 3 days, the man returned to his home. He returned only to find a hollow and empty land that showed no trace of life. With the shock that he felt, it took some time to take in the fact that he had lost everything. And then, to make matters worse, one of his camels tried to run away. He attempted to grab it by the tail, but with its hind legs, it kicked him in both his eyes, making him blind. Alone in the desert, a man called out for someone to take him to safety. After a long time had passed, he finally heard a desert Arab answering his call. The desert Arab took him before Al-Walid ibn Abdul Malik, the Khalifa in Damascus. The man told his story, and the Khalifa asked, "How are you?" The man answered firmly, "I am pleased with Allah." These powerful words spoken by this Muslim who carried true monotheism in his heart became a lesson and moral for those who come after him. What was this moral? To always be pleased with Allah. And I must say, this next video, whilst Dr. Liana's video is being uploaded, I'll show you this next video.
Yes.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Dr. Liana Lianoff. I'm the president and founder of the Global Positive Health Institute, and we offer education, training, and tools in positive health, how to combine a healthy lifestyle and positive psychology-based activities and other factors in what we call the biopsychosocial model to improve our health and well-being. And even though we often are focused on what we can do in healthcare, in this presentation, I'm going to focus on how we can embrace positive health in our self-care and in our workplaces. Our learning objectives are, we're going to define positive psychology and positive health and review how positive emotions are foundational to a healthy lifestyle and help with our well-being. We're going to also examine some positive activities and how those can be incorporated in self-care to support our physical health, mental health, emotional health, and how this is relevant across age groups, and especially relevant for vulnerable groups such as youth and elders. And lastly, we're going to describe some positive psychology approaches that are foundational as a culture of well-being is being promoted in the workplace. And some of these small steps we can take to improve our workplace can be applied in almost any setting. What is positive psychology? Well, it's the scientific study of human flourishing and an applied approach to optimal functioning, and the study of the strengths and virtues that enable us as individuals, as communities, and organizations to thrive. And what positive psychology does is it emphasizes the positive influences in a person's life. It doesn't mean being positive all the time, but it does mean shifting our attention to what's going well. Positive psychology is key for our emotional well-being, managing our stress, improving our mental health. It helps us with achieving and sustaining healthy behaviors. There are some direct physiologic benefits so that it helps our physical health directly. It is very important in our social health and our relationships, and ultimately, positive psychology is a key component of positive health that includes healthy lifestyles and these positive psychology activities that we'll talk about. So what is positive health? It's a state of health achieved by addressing traditional risk factors and adding independent health protective factors that are based in positive psychology science and the social and psychological environment that influences what I was referring to, the biopsychosocial model. In this slide, we show how healthy lifestyles and positive emotions are interconnected and reinforce each other. So you see, these are the 6 major pillars of a healthy lifestyle, or in lifestyle medicine, including nutrition, physical activity, sleep health, social connectedness, and these positive psychology activities, stress reduction, and avoiding risky substance use. And then what they all have in common is that blue box that ties them together. And in the blue box, we have positive emotions. So each of these activities does help to boost our positive emotions, and in turn, positive emotions help us to achieve in a very natural way these healthy habits. In other words, there's a non-conscious motivation to go back to do these kinds of activities if we associate them with feeling good. We all want to feel good, so we may naturally go back and do those activities over and over again. So in positive psychology science, we refer to this connection between positive emotions and healthy lifestyles as the upward spiral theory of lifestyle change. And so as we are engaged in an activity and we experience positive affect, positive emotions during those activities and healthy behaviors, there is this non-conscious motivation for doing those health behaviors, and then that engages us further into those behaviors where we further experience that positive affect, and around we go. And then at the same time, you see there's an outer cycle which refers to building what are called vantage resources. So as we do this, we're also building resources that can help us stay on track with our healthy behaviors. And a great example of that is that when we're experiencing positive emotions, we're upbeat, we're more high energy, then we're more fun to be around, so we tend to have more positive social interactions and friends, and those interactions can in turn reinforce and keep us accountable towards our healthy behaviors. Physical activity is an example of how this seems to work. And we know through an abundance of scientific literature that physical activity boosts mood.
And this is actually comparable to cognitive therapy or cognitive behavioral therapy for depression. That we can have the same results, and in fact, maybe even slightly better results through positive emotions that are triggered through the physical activities. And this is even better than standard treatments, such as medication treatments, without the side effects. And physical activity does also, separately from decreasing depression and anxiety and stress, separately also increases happiness, subjective and psychological well-being. And that this goes both ways. So as physical activity is boosting our emotions, if we are feeling upbeat, feeling more psychological well-being, we are more likely to engage in physical activity. And there was a long-term study, a cohort of 11 years, that showed exactly that. Those with increased psychological well-being over time tended to have higher physical activity. So the role of positive emotions in health is crucial. It's beneficial in terms of having these direct physiologic effects that I mentioned, including boosting the parasympathetic nervous system. That's the opposite of the sympathetic nervous system. So the sympathetic nervous system is what's associated with stress, the fight or flight. And then the parasympathetic nervous system is what gets kicked in when we're more relaxed, and it's called the tend and befriend. It's also kicked in when we're having positive social connections. And these positive emotions serve as protective factors that are independent of the health gains from addressing traditional risk factors. So as we're active, and so we're not doing a sedentary lifestyle, and we're eating healthier, a predominantly plant-based diet, those are very important as our foundation for health. But over on top of that, these activities that boost our positive emotions add a greater level of well-being and long-term health and longevity. And in fact, happier individuals have been found to live longer. So what are those mediating mechanisms? How is it that happier individuals are able to live longer? There are a number of these mechanisms, and this is being further studied, but here is a list to consider, and definitely we can see that cardiovascular health is one of those effects of positive emotions. Remember, we talked about that parasympathetic nervous system, and that's associated with heart health. Also, lower levels of inflammation in the body, stronger immune systems, longer telomeres, which are associated with longevity, that's in our DNA, better endocrine hormonal regulation, and healthier behaviors. So what are some of these positive activities, or called positive psychology interventions? Well, here's a list of some of them. There is quite a wide variety that are being studied, but there are probably around a dozen that are studied fairly often, and where we have more data on, and the others we are studying over time. And top of the list probably is gratitude and gratitude practice. Also using our character strengths, our personal strengths that help us towards our well-being and being successful in anything in our lives that we set out to do. Positive goal setting, optimistic thinking, positive reminiscence, remembering positive types of experiences we've had, savoring in the moment the good feelings of a good experience, mindfulness, kindness, forgiveness, and very important, doing things that are meaningful to us, and more. And these are certainly very key to apply in our self-care, also key in doing some of these kinds of activities in the workplace in order to help us have a healthy workplace, and in the community more broadly. And these studies are showing that even though we have such a wide variety of these activities, and some of the studies may
vary in their quality, that if you look at them all together in what are called the meta-analyses, that the impact of these kinds of activities, engaging in these activities on our psychological well-being and our subjective well-being is definitely significant. It might be small, but statistically significant. So that's saying a lot, especially if we put everything in the analysis and it still is coming out positive. Even if it's just a small nudge in the right direction, then we are on the right track. That being said, we certainly need much more research to tease out which kinds of activities work best for which kinds of populations, and much more about how these activities work to promote our health and well-being. And studies show that these kinds of activities are important across the lifespan in all age groups. They can support mental well-being, especially in vulnerable groups like the youth and teenagers, as well as elder populations. Gratitude practice, positive relationships, meaningful activities, mindfulness, and activities that produce that sense of flow, which is part of, for example, doing a hobby or gardening, playing music, making art. All of that, along with healthy lifestyles, can bolster our mental health and mental well-being. Using character strengths is also a key tool for well-being. And there's actually a special report, special survey that's available for youth, but the main survey is freely available at viacharacter.org, where you can identify your character strengths. And the well-being literature says the more you use your top character strengths, that contributes to your overall well-being. Now, one way to remember some of the main elements of positive psychology, the main types of activities, is this PERMA framework, the PERMA positive psychology framework that was posited by Dr. Martin Seligman, who is considered the founder or the father of modern positive psychology. And so PERMA is this acronym that stands for, P is for positive emotions, E for engagement, which is that being one with the activity, that sense of flow. When we are so engaged in that activity, we lose track of time. R for relationships, positive interactions and relationships. M for meaning and doing meaningful activities. And A for accomplishment or achievement, that we feel as we're setting goals and making progress towards our goals and see that success. We celebrate that success, and that boosts our positive emotions and well-being. And before I go on, I want to mention that the impact, the benefits of doing these kinds of positive activities, positive psychology interventions, varies based on an individual's culture. And although we need more research on this, there seems to be some agreement among experts that these different cultural predispositions can make a difference. For example, overall, there are somewhat slightly greater gains in well-being from positive psychology interventions among European and Western cultures, and more so than in Asian American cultures. And I definitely recommend that you take into account your cultural background as you think about engaging in these activities. That being said, overall, the literature does show that everyone can benefit to a certain degree from fully integrating healthy lifestyles with positive psychology activities into their well-being plans. Of the 5 PERMA elements, the R, relationships, is the most powerful. And no matter what culture you're from, you can benefit from positive relationships, from positive social interactions and social connection. There are a number of very good scientific studies that show that this really is the most important. One of them that's very well known is the Harvard Adult Development Study, and they have followed individuals in the study for more than 80 years. And they are including in the study Harvard College boys as well as inner city Boston boys who come from lower socioeconomic families. And they followed them over these many years. Initially, it was only boys. Now they include the wives and the daughters as they followed these families over these decades. And because they're able to collect so much information, they're able to tease out what we call confounders, tease out what exactly is leading to ill-being, illness, and what is leading to well-being, what's associated with well-being, happiness, physical health, and longevity. And through this statistical analysis, they found the single most important factor associated with happiness, physical health, and longevity is social connection. And that happens because with positive relationships, as we saw, we boost the parasympathetic nervous system, that tend and befriend response. We boost the beneficial hormone oxytocin. We increase our heart rate variability, which is good. That's healthy for us through the vagal tone, the vagal nerve, and much, much more. So good, happy, positive relationships and interactions are so vital to our well-being. Those positive connections are called positivity resonance. It involves this shared positive affect, positive emotions, mutual care and concern, and leads to synchrony. Both behaviorally, we synchronize, as well as biologically, we synchronize, and that's very good for us. Some positive interpersonal processes that allow for that positivity resonance include being kind, expressing gratitude, sharing laughter, and celebrating the other's successes. So if they come with some really good news, to be extra happy and celebrate with them, and they know that we will be there for them even during difficult times. We can make a point of doing these positive interactions throughout our day with anyone that we encounter throughout the day, especially, of course, with our own family, our friends, and our coworkers, and everyone at work and that we are spending time with, or even when we're just seeing each other in the hallway or on the street. Just a brief, authentic hello, how are you, can cause that positivity resonance that's so good for us emotionally and physically. So we can start a conversation with what's going well in your life recently, and we can end with what has gone well during this meeting, for example. These high quality connections have many benefits. They help individuals to endure and cope and thrive even during challenging times. They buffer against depression and illness symptoms, bolster mental health and flourishing. They increase cognitive performance, faster recovery from loss and illness, and especially in the workplace, the groups that have this high quality connections, they have a higher sense of psychological safety. There's more collaboration, attachment, and more effective work. Now, when we talk about social connection, I need to make it clear that we're not talking about social connections through social media use. In this one umbrella review, a major study looking at many other studies on social media use and its impact on happiness and depression, what they found is that social media use can increase depression, as well as increase happiness. And why is that? Well, actually, depression and negative emotions are on one continuum, and happiness and positive emotions are another continuum. And so many of these studies need to tease those out and help to research exactly what is being impacted through social media use. Also, it's important to know how we're using our social media. If we're hopping onto our social media just to make a quick connection and then make arrangements to meet in person, that's one thing. But if we're spending a lot of time on social media where we're comparing ourselves to others and seeing how they have life so much better than us, that's of course naturally going to induce some depression, sadness, and stress in us. So to suffice it to say that we have to be very cautious with our social media use, and when we're talking about social connection, Please don't add social media use to your list. So some key points for my talk are that a healthy lifestyle includes physical activity, a mostly plant-based eating pattern, restorative sleep, stress management, avoiding risky substances, and PERMA. P, positive emotions, E, engagement, R, relationships, M, meaning, and A, accomplishment or achievement. And the positive emotions and healthy habits have this reinforcing relationship. Positive health is this journey that includes the healthy lifestyles and the positive activities in this biopsychosocial model, that there are cultural differences in the impact and the amount of benefit from various activities. Everyone can benefit, but we need more research on exactly which activities benefit which groups, and that positive activities are important throughout the lifespan. So they are important for all of us, all of our cultures, all age groups, all socioeconomic groups, and particularly in vulnerable populations, they can be very helpful. Vulnerable populations that need to look to their inner strengths, for example, their character strengths, or simple gratitude practice can be very powerful, or acts of kindness. And so teenagers need to learn this, as well as older adults as they have some difficulties in their lives. This all can help them. And overall, in the workplace, we can incorporate these kinds of activities to promote a culture of well-being, embracing positive interactions with others, expressing gratitude, being kind, and perhaps even doing that in a formal way. And out of all of these social connection, positive social interactions are the most powerful. We have the most science behind them. And so that when we have high quality connections, we can be more cooperative, more productive with each other, and also these social connections are the key factor in our overall physical health, longevity, and happiness. Thank you for listening. Here are a few references for you. I highly recommend the book that was just published last year on positive health, 100 plus research-based positive psychology and lifestyle medicine tools to enhance your well-being. Also, The Strengths in the Mirror by yours truly has some great tips, as well as if you're interested in the social connection piece, The Good Life that was published by the main investigator in the Harvard Adult Development Study is highly recommended. Thank you, and please check out the Global Positive Health Institute. Please email me if you have any comments or questions, and the GPHI is there to assist you in achieving health, well-being, and overall positive health. Take care, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Liana. That was really great. I mean, every time I listen to her, it's like getting something new, you know. I mean, today she was talking about this cohort study of 11 years on physical activity and its effect on mood. These are like scientific evidence that we need to take forward and learn from them. And the way she talks about Burma, I mean, this is fascinating.
Absolutely. You're right, Dr. Zia. And on a lighter note, I must say, uh, positive psychology intervention. Now, I'm addressing the people with indigestion and the people, the gastroenterologists. PPI. PPI here means positive psychology intervention. It doesn't mean your Nexium or your esomeprazole, which you've been taking in Ramadan after your iftar, having been filled yourself. So that is, be sure that if you are listening to this talk, it means positive psychology intervention, not your PPI, which you use.
Amazing.
Anyways, thank you
Okay.
very much. And with this, thank you, Dr. Liano,
Thank
and
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
we'll move to our next video. And I was just telling you the story about the man who was contented even when he was ruined. So our next video is something like that as well. People who are contented even in their worst scenarios and situation, even after death, the smile on their faces, even in worst scenarios when everything is destroyed, they are there just thanking Allah for their lives and everything if they are alive. I must say, 30,000 deaths, 13,000 children, 8,000 women, and it still goes on. And for these people, I must say, Immanuel Kant, the German philosopher, said, the drama of this life is not complete. There must be a second scene to it. For we see the tyrant and his victims without seeing justice being executed. We see the conqueror and the subjugated without the latter finding any revenge. Therefore, there must be another world where justice will be carried out. Our next video is on people of Gaza and their happiness even in worst scenarios. Right. That was a video from Gaza where you could see they were happy even in the worst scenarios, enjoying the coming of Ramadan. They were giving gifts, they were happy, and that is positive psychology. That
This is what
is
we talk about
happiness.
meanings, Dr. Omar. I mean, when you have a purpose, you always have the energy and courage to rise up again. And that is so fascinating. From all the things going around you, you still get up as human and come up and celebrate. That is real humanity.
Absolutely right. And you mentioned purpose. Purpose is very strong. If you have a purpose, which is in Japanese called the ikigai, the reason to be, right? That absolutely, I must say, in scientific terms, they say purpose pulls and willpower pushes. And when you go to physics, then it says if something pushes you, you'll receive the friction. And that is how willpower is finite and it goes off. Whilst in purpose, as it pulls, there's not much friction and that keeps you going. And that's what it was, purpose. Anyway, so over to you.
Yeah. So next we will take you through Pakistan, mesmerizing Pakistan, and show you a short video on Pakistan. Wow, that was amazing. That was amazing. I must confess, there are so many things that I haven't seen in Pakistan being a Pakistani, and we are blessed. We are really, really blessed with so much beauty, natures, and resources. Next up is a short video, uh, which is on pleasure and happiness by Dr. Robert Lustig.
Pleasure and happiness. A lot of people equate the two. Pleasure is short-lived, happiness is long-lived. Pleasure is visceral, happiness is ethereal. Pleasure is taking, happiness is giving. Pleasure can be achieved with substances, happiness cannot be achieved with substances. Pleasure is experienced alone, happiness is experienced in social groups. The extremes of pleasure all lead to addiction. Yet there's no such thing as being addicted to too much happiness. Pleasure is dopamine and happiness is serotonin. There's one thing that downregulates serotonin, dopamine. So the more pleasure you seek, the more unhappy you get. Las Vegas, Madison Avenue, Wall Street, Silicon Valley, and Washington, D.C. have very specifically and in a coordinated fashion confused and conflated happiness with the term pleasure so that you can buy happiness. And in the process, we have become most decidedly unhappy.
Right, that was great. Absolutely. First, the mesmerizing beauty of Pakistan, and then Dr. Robert Lustig about happiness. I must say, things are becoming happy. Right. So next is next is somebody I would like to introduce. But before that, I must say it's Ramadan. It's the fasting month. Everybody is fasting. Some have started their fast, especially the person who will be presenting the next video has just started the fast, sitting in Ireland, and we are into our fast for a few hours. And so the pictures we will see might be mouth-watering, but the mouth-watering pictures probably for you people would be the ones that are the sad ones. The happy ones are those which we think are not tasty, but actually those are the ones that give happiness. So the next video is on happy and sad foods. And for that, I would introduce Dr. Saima Umair, Joint Secretary, Pakistan Association of Lifestyle Medicine, a seasoned medical professional with an extensive background and a passion for holistic healthcare. She has an MBBS doctor with a master's in public health from United Kingdom and LMPC and International Board of Lifestyle Medicine certification. She embodies a wealth of expertise in lifestyle medicine. She has a decade devoted to family medicine. She has diligently cared for diverse patients' population. She has made significant contributions to various lifestyle medicine projects, and she is currently Assistant Director of the SWIPE project, along with Dr. Shagufta Feroz, who heads the project. With an unwavering dedication to patient-centered care and a comprehensive understanding of lifestyle medicine, she continues to revolutionize healthcare, offering a compassionate and informed approach to improving lives. Dr. Saima Umair with happy and sad foods. Thank you.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम अल्लाह ताला के बाबरकत नाम से स्टार्ट करते हैं and I welcome you all in the Happiness Summit in 2024. So today I am going to talk about happiness and food. I am Dr. Saima Omer, and today we are going to explore the connection between our foods and our moods. So let us see how our foods make us either happy or sad. So first of all, we need to explore the connection between the foods and our moods, and what are the processes that are involved in causing that relationship. So the foods, either they are involved in the production, in the change in the production of neurotransmitters that ultimately lead to happy or sad moods. And we all know that serotonin and dopamine, these are the hormones these are the neurotransmitters that are responsible for happiness. Then they affect our gut microbiome. So we know that there is a strong relationship between our gut microbiome and our brain, that is called gut-brain axis. So when our foods, they try to bring about some changes in this gut microbiome, then they affect our mood as well. The foods, either they reduce inflammation, or certain foods, they increase inflammation in our bodies. So inflammation ultimately leads to changes in our moods as well. Blood sugar fluctuations, we all know it really clearly that whenever the blood sugar levels, they fluctuate, it is strongly associated with our mood changes. Then nutritional deficiencies, especially omega-3 fatty acids, vitamin D, vitamin B, and magnesium. These are some nutrients that are strongly attached with our moods. So some foods, they have natural properties for boosting our moods, and they are called as happy foods. So there is a long list of happy foods, and as you can see, there is a long list. But first of all, we just explore through few important foods that cause happiness in our bodies. Okay. Here come monkeys and bananas. Why are monkeys always happy? Because they eat bananas. So there must be a relationship between monkeys and bananas, or there must be something in bananas that make monkeys happy. So what you people think? This is scientifically true because bananas contain tryptophan, an essential amino acid, and that is needed for the production of serotonin, the happy hormone. Secondly, bananas are rich in magnesium, vitamin B6, and potassium. So if a person is sad because of the deficiency of these nutrients, then bananas can be a good source for him to make him happy. Then comes grapes. Grapes are very rich in resveratrol. This is a natural substance that is importantly involved in reduction of inflammation, improvement of cognitive functions, and they also contain antioxidant properties and stabilizes the mood as well. Okay, Super Mario. So Mario and mushrooms. If you want to have superpowers like Mario, you should eat mushrooms. But how? The mushrooms are responsible for having superpowers because they convert tryptophan to serotonin. And serotonin is a happy hormone. Whenever you are happy, you have superpowers. So mushrooms are also rich in vitamin D, and the green leafy vegetables, they are rich in vitamin B6. And both of these play a major role in mood elevation. Does anybody ever see a squirrel sad or crying? I think no, because they like to eat nuts. So raw nuts are packed with serotonin, antioxidants, and healthy fats. I should say that I always take nuts as like they are capsule or medicines or tablets provided to us by nature. And these capsules are packed with serotonin, antioxidants, and healthy fats that are really important for a number of benefits for physical as well as mental health. And seeds, especially the pumpkin seeds, they are really rich in magnesium. Thus, they are responsible for serotonin balance in our bodies. Here comes the good news for chocolate lovers. You know that chocolate makes you happy because it contains endorphins, serotonin, and oxytocin. And research shows that consuming 1.4 ounces of dark chocolate daily for 2 weeks is associated with increased happiness levels in the body. And I wonder if there is anybody who doesn't like these colorful berries, a rainbow color. So berries contain flavonoids that is similar to valproic acid. Valproic acid is a medicine that is used in a wide range of psychiatric illnesses, especially depression. Thus, these berries, they naturally contain this element, and they play a major role in stress reduction. And the antioxidant that is present in berries, it is also involved in the reduction of inflammation in the bodies. Okay, now comes the fatty fish. No, I should say sorry to Nemo. I should not call her fatty fish. She is really slim, smart, a very positive and happy soul who always looks at the bright side of the story. So why the fishes are happy and why they cause us happy? Because not the Nemo, but the other fishes like the trout, the sardines, the tuna, they contain omega-3 fatty acids, and that are involved in reduction of inflammation in our bodies, neurotransmitter balance and regulation, and neuronal function improvement. So if we want to be happy, we should eat, not of course Nemo, but other fishes. Now comes the foods that we should call as sad foods. So why these foods are called sad foods? Just first of all, we should look at the foods that are included in sad foods. So what do people think? These colorful jellies and sweets and these fried samosas and buns and stuff, are these sad? Because, once I am looking at this picture, it makes me happy. It makes me feel good. But this is truth. There is a difference between happiness and pleasure. So these foods, they give us a temporary feeling of pleasure, but they never give us happiness. So what is the difference then? Let us see now. The highly processed foods, their relationship with the mood and energy levels, and why are they called so detrimental? Because the first thing is they contain a really harmful fat that is called trans fats. And the foods that are fried foods, the fast foods, and some packaged snacks, they are really rich in these trans fats. And the trans fats, they negatively impact the mood and brain functions, because these trans fats, along with physical illnesses, especially the diabetes and hypertension and heart disease and so much more, they also cause dysbiosis. That is, they cause gut microbiome to the disruption of gut microbiome, you should say, or disturbance in the gut microbiome. That is called dysbiosis. And because the gut and brain are strongly connected, so gut brain axis disturbed, again it got disturbed, and that is how it negatively impacts the mood and brain function. Then comes these sugary drinks, the energy drinks, and different sodas and soft drinks. And these energy drinks, they are very famous because now they are like advertising that they contain multivitamins as well. And they are called energy drinks because they give you temporary boost of energy as well as temporary mood boost because of the high content of sugar in them. But this is followed by a crash that leaves you feeling tired and irritable. The same procedure is involved in refined carbs and processed foods because especially the white breads, pastries, and sugary cereals, they are digested really quickly and leading to a blood sugar fluctuation, just like the sugary drinks do. And in turn, they cause long-term consequences, both physical as well as mental. And there's a long list of physical diseases, especially insulin resistance and diabetes, heart disease, obesity, metabolic diseases, and tooth decay. Now let us see what are the procedures that are involved by utilizing these sad foods that make us sad. So number one is, as we already talked, that they cause inflammation. The highly processed foods are often loaded with unhealthy fats, sodium, and sugars, They contribute to chronic inflammation in the body, and chronic inflammation is associated with depression, as the research suggested. Another process is gut dysbiosis, because gut-brain axis is connected. So whenever there is gut dysbiosis, that ultimately leads to depression. Then the use of these processed foods is really important, because like it is notorious, it should not be said as important, because they cause nutritional deficiencies. Because refined foods are often processed to the point where they lose many essential vitamins and minerals, especially vitamin B6, magnesium, and omega-3 fatty acids. And these are all the things that are involved in neurotransmitter production. So deficiencies of these nutrients are linked to the symptoms of depression, anxiety, and fatigue. They also cause blood sugar roller coaster. Like the refined carbohydrates, when they are refined, they are stripped of fiber and other nutrients that slow down the digestion. So when we consume these processed foods, their rapid digestion causes blood sugar levels to spike quickly. And it gives a temporary burst of energy, but it is followed by a sharp drop in blood sugar. And it ultimately leads low mood. So pick your food the way you want your mood to be, because this is up to you. If you want to be happy or healthy, you should pick your food according to that. And the choice is yours if you want to stay happy or sad. So you should pick your food either from the list of the happy foods or from the list of the sad foods. So I hope you enjoy the rest of the today's presentations and other elements of Happiness Summit. So that is end from my side. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Saima. That was indeed a great presentation. And you've given me the choice. My choice, I would give the dark chocolate to the person I don't like, because dark chocolates are really bitter. You can see the expressions on the face of the person who eats 70 to 80% cocoa in the dark chocolate. So no, I'm not eating that dark chocolate. I can give it to Dr. Zia. Let's see
My
how his
special thanks to Dr. Saima for allowing the dark chocolate in the good list when we talk about. Now, Dr. Wood, if I look at her presentation, I mean, it gives us a clear sign. Nothing created by Allah Almighty is without a reason. And she was talking about the colors of the food, you know. I mean, flavonoids or resveratrol or all these like antioxidant and anti-inflammatory. There is a purpose to these colors, you know. And she talked about
absolutely,
mushroom. Yeah,
absolutely,
yeah.
absolutely. You're right. But tell me one thing, Dr. Zia. We eat greens and we lose weight. Cows eat greens and they gain weight. Now, what is behind all this? Can you answer this question for me?
Uh, Probably I would need your help.
I have to look into that as well. But with that, I must say water content in our foods is very important. At least 70% of our diet should consist of water-rich foods. This allows
She
our
also gave,
body to, yeah,
yeah, sorry. She also
so
gave a wide variety of choices in her presentation of natural
absolutely.
sources of food.
Yeah, nobody likes those choices, I must say. But you know, when McDonald's burger and Burger King comes in front of you, and there's that iceberg lettuce in it, even people take that out. That one leaf of the iceberg lettuce, they take that out and they just eat the meat in the burger and the bread. And I must say, as I was telling, every time you reach out for your food, ask yourself, will this cleanse me or clog me? These two C's, cleanse me or clog me. So the burgers are going to clog you. As a cardiologist, I must say coronaries get clogged. And
Nice.
if you go for the healthy options, it will cleanse everything. Just a quick one. The salads, the fruits, their water content is above 80%, with iceberg lettuce having water content of 96%. Oils, water content, 0%. White sugar, only trace, and dry cereals, 4%. Look at this contrast, and we keep on going for those which don't have any water in it, and we are 70% water as human beings as well. So we should be looking at that. Now, with this, keeping for the time, we move on to the next presentation. Whilst Dan Buettner spent 2 decades of his life traveling through the world and found what we call the blue zones now, starting from Okinawa, Japan, Icaria, Greece, Sardinia in Italy, Nicoya in Costa Rica, and Loma Linda in California. These are the zones where people live more than the rest of the population of the world, and a lot of them, especially it used to be in Okinawa, they used to cross 100 pretty frequently. But since the junk food came to Okinawa, their life expectancy has started to fall as well. So that shows us that even in the blue zones, if we don't eat the right stuff, we won't live up to the time, or the longevity will be decreased. So Dan Buettner has been exploring all these places, and these are, let's say, 5 places in the world, but I must say, Pakistan also has a blue zone called the Hunza Valley. And let us take you through Hunza Valley and explore the longevity secrets of Hunza, where people live 100 or above. And this has been documented in CNBC News, on National Geographic. So let's start with Hunza Valley. Thank you.
In the far north of Pakistan, beyond a multitude of mountain ranges, you'll find the Hunza Valley.
Right now, we're in one of the many Hunza villages on the mountainside. Mountain life here is so completely different from any other place in Pakistan, and I love it because mountain cultures tend to maintain their culture better over time.
A place so isolated, its customs around food, clothing, and day-to-day life still remain largely unaffected by the outside world. Right now, I'm on my way to a local home to check out their kitchen and see what's for breakfast.
So we are continuing along right now, going through this narrow path and up to a local home. You have to come up these steps here. The steps are made out of stone, built into the house, and you have to be careful because there is no railing here. There are 2 ways to enter, on the bottom floor and here on the top floor. Right through this miniature short door meant for Joe Pesci. You walk in, you see the main gathering room, and then after that, the kitchen. Let's go.
We're in the house of Sadia. Generations of her family have lived here, going 400 years back. Right now, Sadia and her mother are making breakfast.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Yeah. How are you?
I'm also.
Ghiolin is a type of local pancake made from wheat flour, eggs, water, and apricot oil.
Right now, she's taken a piece of dough and she's used the dough to spread butter on the pan here. She's got a big scoop. Oh yes, this pan is roaring hot. Even my knee is about to catch on fire at this point.
Hunza people like hot because in Hunza very cold.
At altitudes of at least 8,000 feet, the air is thin and the climate can be harsh.
About time to give it a flip. Oh, nice. I love the texture, the pattern on here. It looks like the top-down view of this village when you look at this. I have a lot of different food here. Some dishes, I haven't seen anything like this trip so far. We have the pancakes. I saw you make that. And then what is this one?
Dry apricot soup.
Rehydrate the dried apricots in hot water. Add crumbs of dough and wheat flour and cook until the mixture becomes thick.
It looks so much more complex, maybe because there's just so many different colors of apricots. There's like dark ones and light ones, and it's created this beautiful like orangey brown hue to the broth, which is also quite thick. Let's try it out. It's very sweet. Obviously apricot flavor. It feels more like a dessert than anything else. This is addictive.
90% of the food that you will have here, one common ingredient is going to be apricot. So again, this soup has dried apricots. This soup has apricot seeds.
This is a type of noodle soup dish. Smash the apricot kernels or seeds, then add them to a pot of hot water to create a broth. Season with a little bit of salt.
I saw these earlier. I thought they were almonds.
So they look like almonds, but they're basically apricot seeds.
These are so good. They're like a much better almond. They're not like all dry and chalky. They're half the size. I love these.
The noodles are made fresh from scratch. Wheat flour, salt, eggs, and water mixed together to make the dough. Knead it. Then cut into small short strands and cook.
It is such gentle flavors. Tastes homemade. You can taste like the wheat from the wheat noodle.
Interesting thing about the food here is they didn't add any spices, no sugar. Because how they like their food, that every ingredient has its own flavor.
Right here, this is the pancake. Here she has apricot oil. Oof. She just doused these with oil.
With this oil, you can dump it as much as you want and you shouldn't feel guilty because it's a very healthy oil.
Let's try it out.
If you like sweet, you add honey.
Okay, it's not sweet now. It tastes almost more like a crepe than a pancake, which might have eggs in it. The apricot oil, I can't say it has a lot of flavor. It's food loop. It kind of makes it easier to slide down your throat. Nothing too intense. I love it. Very nice.
The Hunza people, or the Hunza Kuts, are ethnically known as the Barusho people, with a population of 60,000. They have their own distinct language, musical instruments, clothing, and customs. Residing in the highlands of the Himalayas, they're known for their longevity, with an unofficial life expectancy of 100 years.
Are your grandparents around?
Yeah.
How old are your grandparents?
100?
And they're alive?
Yeah.
That's pretty good. This is kind of what today is about. One, seeing a different lifestyle, a different way of eating and living here in Pakistan, but also trying to understand what is so different here that allows people to live these long, healthy lives. I'm very impressed by that. I must learn more. Ma'am, good day. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm so excited to be here.
Meet Ms. Lashma Zadi in her cozy mountainside kitchen. For 17 years, she's been whipping up regional favorites for locals and visitors alike.
What are you doing right now?
I'm making hoilu garma, yeah.
This is the most vegetables I've seen so far on my trip. So you already made this for us. This is a taptilo. It looks kind of like a chapati.
Local pizza.
It's a local pizza.
Yeah.
Wheat dough is kneaded into a round shape. Add the filling, made of chicken and local spices.
What is inside?
Chicken, coriander, mint, onion, green chili, local saffron, garlic, ginger, little salt, cooking walnut, and apricot oil.
You just gave away your whole recipe. Are you worried about that?
Thank you. Yeah.
Cover it with another layer of dough, then cook it in a hot pan with apricot oil. When both sides turn golden brown, cut and serve with goat cheese.
Anything that you want. Oh, it's so good. It tastes like a whole wheat wrapper on the outside, and then inside, it's just so flavorful. It's spicy. You can taste the cumin. There's a ton of caramelized onion coming through.
So what I like about this is that after having a breakfast, which probably didn't have much taste to it, this is like a nice contrast.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to give it a little bit of a dip here. A beautiful pairing. Clean, cool, refreshing, and sweet to go with something a little bit more heavy and a lot more spicy. This is delicious.
Thank you.
How did you learn to cook?
It's my own grandmother.
Okay. How old is your grandmother?
99 years. She's, yeah.
Oh, she passed away?
Yeah.
But when she was 99? That's remarkable.
My grandfather is 104 years.
Right now?
No.
He passed away.
Yeah.
But 104.
And the one secret that is the organic food.
But plenty of people in the USA eat organic food. It's not working out for them. Oh, this looks stunning. This is food for the soul. And also stomach. We have a couple other ones here. I think we'll build up to this mulida. First, we have this, I don't know what you'd call it, a soup, a stew.
This one is called girgir aloo,
meaning brown lentil and potato, a type of stew.
A natural gravy that's come from all that. Let's try it out. That's super yummy. It's lentils, it's potatoes, but it has a nice texture and great flavor. Man, this feels like real home-cooked food. None of these like super intense street food flavors.
And what I really love about it is it's so spicy in the right way.
Yeah, it's like warming me up from the inside. It's no joke. It's one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen in my life. I can't believe it. Every time I look out there, I'm like, that's CG. That's not real. Why do you think this part of the world is so unknown to so many.
Definitely in Pakistan, we had our realities a couple of years ago because of all the law and order situation going on. So the kind of media word that the world was getting was not very positive. But alhamdulillah, things have become absolutely normal and now tourism is getting back to Pakistan. But other than that, to be honest, this part of Pakistan, they are super peaceful. In fact, for your audience, I mean, they're lucky to see all of this, but they're unlucky in a way that the camera cannot capture the reality, what the eyes can see. So for that, they have to come and see it for themselves. I believe that nature has its own filter when you come to this part of Pakistan. It's so beautiful,
Well, Ali, this has been very romantic. My wife, she would really enjoy this, but at least I'm here with you. That's nice.
Stuck with me.
Wow, that was great, Dr. Zia. Pack our
Yeah.
bags.
Yeah, we should.
Going to
We
Hunza
should
Valley.
pack our bags and head up north.
Summers in Hunza.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Why not?
Nice food in apricot oil and all that. I must say, here the carbs that I eat, I can't
Yeah.
digest them. So I hope in Hunza Valley the carbs I eat, I would enjoy them. So let's just get a tourism package to
Sure,
Hunza
sure.
Valley for this summer,
Sure.
right?
One thing that they were talking about is the almond. And so often Dr. Shagufta talks about the difference that these almonds have compared to the normal almonds, and the effect that they have on the biochemistry of the gut. It is
I,
amazing. And
I think
another
we
thing
have,
that
yes, I think we have Dr. Shagufta who would probably like to say a couple of words
sure.
regarding that.
Thank you, but I'm not here to talk about the apricot almond. I just wanted to raise my hand to include me in the Hunza trip, please.
Absolutely, ma'am. Sure, why
Why
not?
not, ma'am? Why not?
We are three
Why
now,
not?
so that's it. Right.
Fascinating, fascinating. Shall we
Okay.
move on?
Sure.
Yeah. So next, we have an interview of Tanzila Khan. She's a Pakistani entrepreneur, public speaker, disability right activist. She's a filmmaker, writer, and founder of girlythings.pk. She is keen on raising awareness on reproductive health and education, especially for those with disability. She has given many talks around the world, written 2 novels, and produced 1 short film called Food Chart, an award-winning film on disability. She runs 2 organizations to stigmatize disability. She won Amal Clooney Award-winning venture. Tanzila holds a Bachelor of Law degree in International Development from University of London and Masters in Entrepreneurship degree from Uppsala University, Sweden. Let's join Samar Hashmi, who is with Tanzila Khan.
Assalamu alaikum, Tanzila. It's a pleasure having you today with us at the Happiness Summit. So I'll give a brief introduction to our audience. Tanzila Khan is a serial entrepreneur, an activist, and a public speaker, and delivers topics on various topics such as unleashing creativity, overcoming barriers, and inclusion within businesses. Tanzila graduated with a master's degree in entrepreneurship from Uppsala University, Sweden. She founded her organization by the name of I Wish to develop solutions for inclusion. So far, she has trained more than 8,000 people across 19 countries through her NGO, Creative Valley. Her other initiatives are Amal Clooney Award-winning venture, girlythings.pk, Whoopee Town, and a board game which just came out a few months ago, a wonderful initiative, and Fruit Chart. So Fruit Chart is an award-winning short film which she made on disability. Wow, this is mashallah such an exhaustive list, Tanzila. You have achieved so much in life, nationally as well as internationally. Tell us, Tanzila, what was the driving force or that spark in your life which instilled the motivation to do so much for the society?
Thank you, Samar, for having me, and Assalamu alaikum to everyone who is watching us. I think ये सवाल बहुत interesting है, बहुत reflective है, because if I ask myself, one, I do think कि मैं थोड़ी out of place अपने आप को feel करती थी in society, so you tend to start compensating for what you don't have. So initially things start from there. लेकिन जब आप थोड़ा सा आगे जाते हैं ना, आप realize करते हैं, wait a minute, you have power, and this power can be used for something good. तो फिर मैंने कुछ रूल्स अपनी लाइफ में सेट किए. एक तो ये कि आई डिसाइडेड कि जिस एरिया में कुछ नहीं हो रहा होगा, आई विल ट्राई टू पुट माई माइंड देयर. मैं वो एक जो कहते हैं ना कि एक वॉक थ्रू पाथवे है लाइफ का, आई विल नॉट फॉलो दैट बिकॉज ऑलरेडी समवन इज डूइंग दैट, दे हैव फॉलोड थ्रू, सो आई विल डू ऑल दीज प्रोजेक्ट्स. तो जितना भी अभी आप लिस्ट डाउन कर रही थी, आई वाज लाइक ये कितना it's in every direction. There's also content, there's also a board game, then there's cause-based ventures like girly things. वो सिर्फ इसलिए है क्योंकि I don't see my visibility there. I don't see people with disabilities or women, Muslim women, hijab wearing women, all these identities that I carry, मुझे उसमें visibility नहीं दिखती. And there's a lot of peace when it comes to purpose. जब आपकी लाइफ में purpose मिला आपको, सुकून भी उसी के साथ मिलता है. तो आई हैव लर्नड दैट कि व्हेन आई फिक्स दिस पर्पस कि ओके मेरी टांगें नहीं है कि मैं हर जगह टांग फंसाऊंगी अपनी जहाँ पे कुछ नहीं हो रहा, आई फाउंड माय पर्पस एंड आई थिंक दैट वाज माय ड्राइविंग फोर्स.
क्योंकि आज हम दुनिया का आलमी खुशी का दिन सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं, जो फूल और जो खुशी आपको इन कोशिशों से हासिल हुई वो हमसे शेयर कीजिए.
आई थिंक एक लाजवाब लम्हा आपकी ज़िंदगी में वो होता है जब आप किसी से रैंडमली किसी मॉल में या किसी कैफ़े में मिलें और वो आपसे एक सब इतना बोलते कि फ़लाने दिन आपने कोई एक बात बोली थी, वो मेरे दिल को लग गई, उसको मैंने फॉलो किया और आज मुझे ये मकाम हासिल है. तो आपके अपनी क्या मंजिल है, आपके अपने क्या मकाम है, अचीवमेंट्स है, आपको याद नहीं रहता. और बस आप उस इंसान की बात सुन के इतना खो जाते हैं, लाइक रियली मेरे इस जुमले ने ये अंजाम दिया है, दिस इज पॉसिबल. आई मीन मेरा पैदा होने का एक किस्म का हक अदा हो गया कि आई एम हियर, आई एम नॉट समवन हु इज डिसेबल्ड जिसको बस बिठा के आपने खिलाना है. आई एम हियर टू क्रिएट वैल्यू. मेरा ना मेरा ये वाला हाथ है, ना मेरा ये वाला हाथ है, मेरा ये वाला हाथ है. ठीक है. एंड व्हेन दैट हैंड हैपेंस, द फ्रेंडशिप्स, द कोलैबोरेशंस दैट हैपन, व्हिच इज रिमार्केबल. यू फॉरगेट what your issues are, क्योंकि आप कम्युनिटी के साथ इतना जुड़ जाते हैं, आपका एक नेटवर्क ऑफ पॉजिटिविटी क्रिएट हो जाता है. कई दफ़ा ऐसे होता है कि आई एम ऑन फ्लाइट या मैं किसी एयरपोर्ट पे हूँ, हम सेम बोली नहीं बोलते पूरी दुनिया में. कोई खातून आएंगी, कहेंगी मुझे तुम्हें गले से लगाना है, ऑफ कोर्स I'm available, hug me, and then they hug me and then they cry. This recently happened at Doha airport. एक औरत थी, सिक्योरिटी में थी और वो मुझे गले लगा के रोना शुरू हो गई. मैंने कहा बस मैं ऑल द वे दोहा से इस काम के लिए आई हूँ. दिस वाज इट. एंड शी क्राइड एंड आई क्राइड एंड वी हैव नो आइडिया व्हाई वी आर क्राइंग.
And you don't know each other.
We don't. And it was just like hug, cry, and laugh. We never even saw each other. But the relief one feels with that, I think that is the essence of life. मेरे लिए वो happiness है. There are other pleasures in this life. And it's more than what we're taught. We're taught कि नौकरी में आपको खुशी मिलेगी, we're taught कि शादी में आपको खुशी मिलेगी, we're taught कि आप बहुत बड़ा कोई इनाम जीत जाए, ओहदे पे आ जाए, उससे आपको खुशी मिलेगी. I completely disagree with that. मुझे ये बिल्कुल भी ना प्रैक्टिकल कभी लगा, ना कभी फील हुआ. Yes, आपको वक्ती तौर पे खुशी होती है, but what stays with you are those moments that you crave, you create, and then you celebrate.
Wonderful. Wow, fantastic. What a deep insight you have of life itself. And कितना exposure आपको मिला होगा, लोगों से interaction, दुनिया देखी आपने. आगे क्या आपके goals और objectives हैं? What you see in the future for yourself and for the work you do?
सर मुझे लगता है at this point in my life, I think कि अल्लाह ताला ने ना मेरी तमाम ख्वाहिशात को पूरा कर दिया. मुझे लगता है कि अब I need to set bigger goals in life. I need to challenge myself on a different level. लेकिन अगर मैं कहूँ कि अल्लाह ताला ने मेरी ख्वाहिशात को पूरा कर दिया तो एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी भी दे दी है. My cup is full. I can say that. मेरा दिल भी भरा हुआ है, मेरा पेट भी भरा हुआ है, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह मेरी जेब भी भरी हुई है. What do you do with that? You give back. आप अपनी टेबल लंबी करते हैं। तो मेरा अगले 10 दिन के मेरा जो अगला 10 साल का जो एक गोल है, दैट इज टू गिव बैक टू पाकिस्तान, टू गिव बैक, टू वर्क ऑन द ग्रास रूट लेवल। जब मैं ट्रैवल करी थी तो मैं एक हायर लेवल पे थी, बोर्ड्स में थी, पॉलिसी की डिस्कशंस थी, लेकिन अब मैं पाकिस्तान में ग्रास रूट लेवल पे काम करना चाहती हूँ। आई वांट टू क्रिएट मोर एनर्जी अराउंड मी कि और लोग मेरे जैसा काम करके मुझसे भी आगे बढ़े। तो मेरा एम है कि अगर आज तंजीला एक है तो अगले 3-4 सालों में 100 से 1000 तक और तंजीलाएं होनी चाहिए, जो ना सिर्फ ये सोच रखें कि आप कॉन्फिडेंट हैं, आप कुछ करें, बल्कि ट्रैवल करें, पाकिस्तान को रिप्रेजेंट करें, दुनिया की खूबसूरती देखें, खाने खाएं, पिक्चर्स में
इंजॉय
करें लाइफ को। और हम अनफॉर्चुनेटली नहीं करते। रैट रेस बेसिकली होनी ही नहीं चाहिए। अगर कोई जंग या रेस है तो आपकी खुद से है, आपने खुद से बेहतर होना है एवरी डे। एंड आई एंजॉय दैट, यू नो, चैलेंजिंग माई सेल्फ। यू लुक एट योरसेल्फ इन द मिरर एंड आई एम लाइक, तुम जिसको देख रही हो, वुड यू लाइक टू बी फ्रेंड्स विद हर? And I'm like, नहीं, मुझे लगता है you're too artificial, fix that. Then I ask myself this question again, would you even date this person? Would you want to work with this person? तुम इसको hire करोगी? ये जो है, देखो नहीं यार, तुम्हें सुस्त है, ये बड़ी सुस्त है, she is a procrastinator, I will not hire her, so I need to fix myself. It's a beautiful journey in your own way, Samar. When you discover this universe, और जब आप इसमें तो वीज़े की जरूरत नहीं है ना, you don't need any visa, you don't need any airline, you don't need any permission. That's it. I mean, जो गैलेक्सी ये आपको मिल गया है ना, क्या बात है इसकी, इसको ही एक्सप्लोर करें। और फिर दुनिया तो एक बोनस है ना, आप दुनिया में भी आ गए। So that is the aim for the next 10 years, to give back whatever I've achieved.
आपने सब कुछ सारा जो आखिरी जो सवाल पूछने लगी थी कि टेक होम मैसेज क्या है हमारे नौजवान के लिए, नई पौध के लिए, तो सारा कुछ तो आपने कह दिया, लेकिन डिस्पाइट ऑफ दैट देयर इज समथिंग. Actually, I want the audience to know how our younger generation, the focus is on the younger generation, because I think they need that motivation, that power, that strength, that vigor which you carry in yourself. What advice would you give to them?
जब हम young बोलते हैं तो assume we're talking about youngsters in their teenage या 20s. I mean, we never lose the young part, है ना? लेकिन आई थिंक ये एज को थोड़ी वल्नरेबल होती है, ये एज वो होती है जब आप थोड़े कंफ्यूज होते हैं. आई मीन माई 30s नाउ, आई कैन टेल यू माई 20s, माई टीन्स, आई एम श्योर यू विल एग्री, बट द कंफ्यूज्ड पार्ट, यू डोंट नो व्हाट्स गोना हैपन. इन 30s you're a bit more relaxed. यंग जनरेशन को मैं एक मैसेज दूंगी, दैट द बेस्ट इज येट टू कम. So never ever for a second think कि आज मेरे पास डिग्री नहीं है, पैसा नहीं है, पावर नहीं है, रिलेशनशिप्स का नहीं पता, अम्मी अब्बू से नहीं बन रही, सोशल मीडिया पे पीयर प्रेशर बहुत ज़्यादा है, छोटे बच्चों को फोर्स किया जा रहा है कि दे चेंज देयर अपीयरेंस, दे ड्रेस अप इन अ सर्टेन वे. आई प्रॉमिस यू कि when you start exercising your own power, और जब आप अपनी बाउंड्रीज ड्रॉ करें, और जब आप डिसाइड करें कि मेरी चॉइस है कि आई एम गोइंग टू ईट क्लीन, it's my choice that I am going to stay fit, I will have bigger goals in life. Okay, number one, there is a power up there who has given me this life. तो क्या वो आपको कामयाबी नहीं दे सकते? आपको जिंदगी मिल गई है, you were born. तो you think you can't get your dreams? Have this faith and get hard on yourself. Be aggressive. छोटी छोटी बात में कीड़े मकोड़ों से नहीं डरना. कीड़े मकोड़े तो खुद मासूम भेजा. ये प्रॉब्लम्स जो आपकी लाइफ में है, ये कीड़े मकोड़ों की तरह है. Look at it that way.
And they're very petty, and this saps so much energy from you. मैं बैठे बैठे मुझ में इतनी स्ट्रेंथ आई है, तो हमारी जो ऑडियंस जो हमें देख रहे हैं अभी, उनमें कितनी आई होगी. I have no words to thank you for being such a big contribution today for us at the Happiness Summit. And inshallah, we hope to stay in touch with you and get more knowledge and more exposure, you know.
Absolutely. Feelings are mutual. आपसे भी मिलके मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई है, and I think you have so much to offer. You are a model mother, someone who works and takes care of the children. I think we need more examples in visibility today.
Thank you so much, Tanzila. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Inspirational Tanzila. She is
Absolutely.
amazing.
Absolutely.
I was listening to her for the first time, and so often what we have, like we face a small challenge in our life or any obstacle in life, and we get so down or demotivated. And what I learned from her interview is that if you have a purpose that brings happiness to you, and once you have this happiness around you and you get positive feedback, it gives you all the, I mean, you get contentment and gratitude, and your personality totally evolves and changes into something. And I mean, she was talking about giving back. She's ready to give back to the community, to the country. I mean, she says best is yet to come. You see, you get packed with so many things once you overcome any challenge or obstacle in your life. Amazing, amazing.
Absolutely, you are right. That was truly inspirational and amazing. I must say, the way she meets people and they tell her how what role her life has played in what role her life has played or she has played in their lives. That sometimes we just don't realize uh, why we are here, what is our purpose, and for that, I love one of the movies of old time. It's called "It's a Wonderful Life." It's a Wonderful Life by the star is James Stewart as George Bailey, and in that, it's a blockbuster. It still is a blockbuster, though it was made in somewhere 1930s. It's a black and white movie, but it tells you the purpose you are here, the purpose you are here in this world. So I would recommend it to you. Do watch it in your free time. I'm sure you would love it. So over
My
to you
to-do
again.
list is getting bigger and bigger now. Okay, let's take the audience to an area called Shizuguang in China.
Prepare to have your senses shaken and your expectations shattered by the astonishing ferry bridge in the heart of China's Shizuguan scenic area. It's a bridge that defies reason and engineering, captivating everyone who sets eyes on it. This bridge, born from a dream, spans a breathtaking 500 meters, and yet it's just 4.5 meters wide. It was crafted with water in mind, giving it an appearance of fragility, but don't be fooled. This bridge can bear the weight of hundreds of tons of vehicles without breaking a sweat. Picture a 100-meter spiritual serpent gracefully weaving through the mountains and rivers. Witnessing this floating wonder is an experience that will leave even the most jaded travelers in absolute shock. Now hold on to your seats, because here's the mind-boggling part. This bridge has no piers underneath it. It's crafted entirely from strip-shaped wooden boards, seemingly suspended on the water's surface. Yet, it can support a staggering 10,000 people walking on it simultaneously. And if that's not enough to leave you speechless, each time a car crosses this jaw-dropping pontoon, the bridge deck ripples like waves, offering a water surfing driving adventure that's simply unforgettable. Now you must be wondering, how on earth can this bridge carry such a colossal weight without any visible support? The answer to this spine-tingling mystery will be unveiled in our next issue. Make sure to like and follow us to stay tuned for the mind-bending revelation that defies all logic.
Right? So once again, add it to your list. China
Yeah,
next.
another
After
place.
Hunza, we would. I think it would be easy to climb or walk or trek from
Are you
Hunza to
kidding
China,
me?
isn't it? No, no,
Walk?
no, no. Yeah, it would be a trekking experience. Let's go along and enjoy nature in it, and lose a bit or shed a bit pounds as well, because that is what I need to do at the moment. Uh, Anyways, it was really great. It was such a nice video. The bridge, I must say, uh, I have no words for it. Let's move on. Uh, the next one, I would like to introduce the speaker who would be live. When I was in medical school and then I graduated and I started my house jobs, the only thing when we joined the surgical ward was to make sure we get some hands-on experience. And the one operation that we would be taken as assistants by the surgeons, and they will help us to stitch as well, was appendectomies. I still remember those days when we would be as friends, we would be fighting on an appendectomy case that would come, and we would say, "No, I need to go this time. It's my turn." And after that, we would enjoy that we've stitched the patient, and then we would give treats to people as well, that we are learning. So that was those good old days, and those good old days still continue for our next speaker, who's Dr. Khalid Farooq Danish. Dr. Danish is a surgeon. He graduated from Rawalpindi Medical College in 1982 as the second best graduate. Thereafter, his whole career has been as a surgeon, and at the moment, he is working as a professor of surgery and director of undergraduate clinical studies at Islamic International Medical College, Rawalpindi. He says that since his boyhood, he had an interest in nature, natural phenomena, wildlife, and outdoors. Due to that interest, he was always attracted to natural life that seemed very intriguing to him. He also got interested in natural way of healing, herbal medicine, and hikmat before he chose surgery as his career. Through his personal interests, studied about herbal medicine and herbs and found it very interesting. And I must say, currently nowadays, he is enjoying lifestyle medicine as well, because he says lifestyle medicine provides convincing answers to many unanswered questions that are poorly addressed by traditional medicine. Lifestyle medicine, therefore, was more of an interest rather than a career choice for him. So, without wasting any further time, I would like to take Dr. Danish live. Thank you.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. I'm thankful to the organization of Happiness Summit to give me this unique opportunity to share my views on happiness. And when I got this invitation, I was excited that this will give me the opportunity to convey to the rest of the world, to the rest of the people, the secret of my happiness as a surgeon. As you have just been told, I graduated in 1982 and I started my surgical career in 1982. And I remember the first operation that I did independently was an appendectomy. In fact, we usually think that the appendix has been a vestigial organ with no function, but I'm sure it performs a very important function of giving the opportunity of junior surgeons to operate on it. The first appendectomy was a source of great elation and excitement for me. I was so excited that I broke the news to everyone I met. And after this appendectomy patient was being discharged, all of us celebrated. I threw a party to my colleagues, and it gave me a very happy feeling that I had superseded all my fellow house officers, all my fellow colleagues in gaining the first surgery, because I was the first one who was given this opportunity of performing an independent appendix operation. The second exciting and thrilling experience was after 4 months of my house job, when I got the opportunity of performing a very major surgery on the prostate gland. That also is considered to be a very major surgery, and I was again the first one to get the opportunity by my seniors. And that was again a unique opportunity because I had again proven myself as a superior individual, as a better surgeon to the rest of the fellow colleagues of mine. All of them looked at me with envious eyes, and I felt very good about it. Since that time, I have always been enjoying surgery and surgical operations. The more invasive, the more horrendous they have been, they have given me an increased sense of happiness. I still remember when I was a registrar in 1986, we received a boy who was about, say, 12 years of age. He was a very meek child with some congenital intellectual deficit, and he had an acute abdomen. We did a big laparotomy for that boy. Almost all of his small intestine was gangrenous, so we had to remove it and maintain continuity by anastomosing the small intestine directly with the large intestine. It was a very big surgery. And since all the intestine of that boy had been removed, so I thought that probably he stands a very poor chance of survival. The next day when I came to the ward, he was alive with vital signs within normal range. And in the ensuing days, after fifth post-operative day, we were able to remove his nasogastric tube, allow him oral intake of fluids. And what a miracle it was when we saw him walking out of the ward going home. And that also gave me a great sense of happiness because I was the primary surgeon performing that surgery for that individual. I still remember another lady from Azad Kashmir. It was in 1994 or 95 that we received this lady. She had an advanced malignant tumor in her abdomen, which had almost completely infiltrated her small intestine, and it was inoperable. We couldn't remove it. She was in such a moribund condition that my anesthetist simply refused to give her any form of anesthesia because he thought that she will not be able to sustain any form of anesthesia. She was deeply jaundiced because the malignancy also had infiltrated the biliary channels in that. She was unable to take anything by mouth. In fact, she had not taken anything by mouth for the past few days while she was being transported from Azad Kashmir to Rawalpindi. I had to perform a big laparotomy on that lady under local anesthesia, under very distressing circumstances. And again, the next day I was expecting that she may not be in the ward. But when I visited the ward, I looked at my patients, she was very much there. And then after 5-6 days, she was able to walk around. Her jaundice resolved. She was able to take things by mouth. That also was a source of happiness for me. And this and similar cases and similar surgeries and similar opportunities and similar feats of courage and expertise and experience have been contributing to my happiness since the time I graduated in 1982 up till now. Well, not just up till now. It was not until these happiness people came in the picture. I had been happy all the way long, but when they came into my life in order to build their temple of happiness, they destroyed my palace of ecstasy. They made me realize that all my life I had been following pleasures, and that's not happiness. All my life I had been promoting envious and jealousies around in the people around myself. That is not happiness. They thought that all my life I have been enjoying through my scalpel the suffering of people, the suffering of patients. I had been celebrating my success in using my knife, not their recoveries or their health. That was a weird feeling. That is what I say, that they destroyed my palace of ecstasy in order to build their temple of happiness. They made me realize that happiness does not lie in just being delighted. It lies in something else. It lies in promoting the positive emotions, all right. But it also is determined by people around me. Am I promoting getting admiration from the patients, from their attendants, from their family members? or am I gaining their gratitude? Am I enjoying through the use of knife, or am I enjoying through something else that is my contribution to the health and happiness of the people around me? They made me realize that the actual happiness is something other than something different from the pleasures. And that was a transformative feeling for me that I am happy to convey to you and share with you, that it has been since that time that I realized what real happiness is. How my professional activities, my professional disposition, my expertise, my interaction with my patients can bring happiness to them and then contribute to my happiness as well. It was through this that I realized that all my life I had been seeking pleasures at the cost of happiness. And this is my message to all of you who are listening to me right now, that when we
Right. I think we have a bit of a technical issue there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me intervene here. I think
Sure.
Dr. Saab got some network problem or internet issue. I am the one, I'm very happy to confess that I am the one who has broken or demolished the temple of ecstasy of Dr. Danish, of pleasure, actually. He was a part of the first batch of university. He is the HOD of surgery, so he was, one of the participants whom I was supposed to teach lifestyle medicine. And I remember when I was taking their comments on the end of this certification, so Dr. Danish said that if I would not have been a surgeon and this lifestyle medicine would have introduced to me at that age, I would have been a lifestyle medicine expert. And we are blessed to have Dr. Danish as our faculty, and he teaches now positive psychology. So beautifully, he has related his surgical experience with his transformation towards positive psychology. Thank you.
Yeah, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
So you are the one who took his moment of happiness away from him. But if you look at the transformation of personality that Dr. Danish went through, I mean, his expectation and his talk on pleasure versus happiness, he was living in his moments, and then all of a sudden there were some changes, and he transformed from one mindset to another mindset.
I think Dr.
And
Danish is
amazing.
back.
Yeah,
Yes,
let's
I
listen.
think let's just take his final
Sure,
message, please.
Let me share a few more words to my talk. Because of a technical glitch, there was an interruption. My message to the rest of my colleagues and my respected audience is, please, I'm doing the same thing that I have been doing all my life. I'm still doing surgeries. I'm still interacting with my patients, their family members, and everything. I'm still enjoying my surgeries. I'm still enjoying the movements of my knife over the skin and tissues of my patients, but just with a different approach. And I want to impart this different approach to my audience by saying that please do seek pleasures, do enjoy them, but don't focus on them. Focus on happiness instead of pleasures. Your happiness is determined much to a lot of extent on the people around you, what you are contributing to them rather than what you are contributing to yourself. Therefore, the social connectivity is always the main key to your happiness. Please make it a habit to be socially well connected. Make a new friend every month, and you will enjoy and you will be happy, and you will be an ambassador of happiness to the rest of the world. Keep on doing the same that you have been doing for the rest of your life, for the past life, but develop a different approach, develop a higher purpose. Thank you very much for your patience listening, and thank you very much for your participation in this.
Thank you, Dr. Danish.
Thank you very much, Dr. Danish. Beautiful mind and a pure heart. That's who spoke just now. So I must say, every one of us should follow what Dr. Danish's last final messages were. And I think a bit in the interest of time, we will move on for our listeners and our viewers after appendectomy. And since this morning, we've been enjoying the beautiful Dr. Zia in front of us. I must say that since I've met Dr. Zia and to current day to day, his beauty has not changed. It has gone even more beautiful. But for you people now, let's go for some natural beauty and then come back and enjoy Dr. Zia. Thank you. Wow, that was great. But let me tell you something. Definitely not. Not going to those height places. I have severe height phobia, and those are crossed off my list. Yes,
Okay, so
where else?
at least
That's
we'll
fine.
take off some. But there was a lot of water, and the
Oh yeah,
moment you
water
see
is fine.
water,
Water is
very
fine. I love
tempting.
water. Yeah. So that is fine. That I'm with you on the water journey, but not on the height journey.
Great, great. So our next guest is Beena Jawad. She is a renowned Kathak performer, Sufi singer, founder of Institute of Harsuk in Lahore. She graduated in graphic design from Punjab University and studied classical dance from Maharaj Ghulam Hussain Kathak. She has choreographed for various theatre groups and stage shows. Veena Jawad is a deep and spiritual soul and a woman with unparalleled conviction. What she practices is what she preaches. Let's go to Samar Hashmi and listen to what she says.
अस्सलामुअलैकुम बिना पा क्या हाल चाल है आप अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आप ठीक हैं as always it's always been a pleasure to meet you and right here I feel that I'm the luckiest person in the world to be with you because मुझे लगता है कि अभी जो भी हमें आप बताएंगी और जो हम मुझे सीखने को मिलेगा it'll be a treasure for me and the audience who's watching us inshallah because I sincerely feel that I have some kind of connection with you and believe me it's the most refreshing, it's the most rejuvenating feeling in the world to feel that. So welcome Vinapa, welcome to our happiness summit और आज हम दुनिया का आलमी खुशी का दिन मना रहे हैं और मैं बहुत खुशकिस्मत समझती हूँ और ऑनर फील करते हैं हम to have you part of the happiness summit today. So tell us बीना आपा अभी इतनी खूबसूरत एनवायरनमेंट में मैं बैठी हूँ समिया बैठी हुई है माशाल्लाह and for us this is a treat. What brought you to this heaven?
देखो to cut it short एक तो मैं I was studying in Department of Fine Arts तो we studied Muslim architecture and वगैरह वगैरह and I was in love with our own architecture, our own way of जो पुराना था and I was in love with our old way of living. बच्चियां मेरी कहती हैं आप तो पीछे ही you know but the thing is कि वो हमारा ज़माना था ना and it was very simple and it was very और उसके साथ हम जाते थे ये फोर्ट देखा ये देखा वो देखा ऐसे बिल्डिंग जो कि ठंडी रहती थी गर्मियों में ठंडी रहती थी तो ये जगह हमारे पास थी इधर फार्मिंग होती थी और इधर मेरी गाय भैंसें भी थी
मतलब ये पहले से लैंड पहले से मौजूद था
लैंड बड़ा पुराना था हमारे पास इसके अंदर मैं सिर्फ फार्मिंग करती थी चावल कभी उगा लिए कभी ऐसे इधर भैंस रखती बच्चे मेरे ग्रैंड चिल्ड्रन होने लग गए ना तो इधर से दूध आता था उनके लिए क्योंकि दूध मुझे खालिस दूध का बड़ा था कि खालिस होना चाहिए।
अच्छा।
तो वो फिर जब घर माशाल्लाह मेरे हम 4 बच्चे हैं ना, 3 बेटियां और 1 बेटा, तो बेटियों की शादियां हो गई, तो उसी पुराने घर में जो हमें शुरू से मियाँ बीवी को मिला था, उसी में बच्चे पैदा हुए, उसी में वो बड़े हुए, उसी में घर में शादी हुई, अंदर एक कमरे में बैठ के निकाह पढ़ा गया 15 लोगों में, और उसी तरह सादगी से जगह पे मैंने सोचा अब अगर हमें घर बनाना है तो इधर बनाए जहाँ की फार्मिंग है, जहाँ के दूध भी पास ही होगा, सब्जियां भी पास होंगी, हर चीज पास होगी। तो इधर फिर मैंने और वही सोचा कि ये पुराना आर्किटेक्चर जो ठंडा रहता है, हमारे क्लाइमेट के लिए मौजू है। ये जो नए नए डब्बे हैं कंक्रीट के, ये हमारे क्लाइमेट के लिए नहीं है। ये पता नहीं वाई हम इनकी तरफ जाते हैं, हमारा क्यों वेस्टर्न की तरफ देते हैं, उनका तो क्लाइमेट ही और है। हमारा पाकिस्तान का क्लाइमेट ये है, इसके लिए हमें किस तरह रहना चाहिए, कंफर्टेबल कैसे होना चाहिए, हमें पता होना चाहिए, बाहर के लोग हमें नहीं बता सकते। तो हम इधर आ गए, यहाँ बन गई जगह, यहाँ फार्मिंग हो रही थी, तो पास हम आ गए, सब्जियों के पास आ गए, और इधर हमारा अल्लाह का शुक्र है कि कम्युनिटी बन गई, कि इकट्ठे रह रहे हैं, बच्चे इकट्ठे रह रहे हैं, फार्म भी इधर ही है, और वी आर अल्लाह का लाख लाख शुक्र।
तो शायद फिर इतना बड़ा ट्रांजिशन नहीं था, जैसे आपने कहा ना कि आपके द सोर्सेज ऑफ फूड वाज गोइंग ऑलरेडी गोइंग टू द सिटी वेयर यू लिव्ड ऑलमोस्ट मोर देन हाफ ऑफ योर लाइफ प्रोबेबली। तो जो चीज मिसिंग थी व्हिच वाज द नेचर, वो वहाँ नहीं अवेलेबल है। बट इट इज इंडीड अ प्रिविलेज। मैं अभी अगर चाहूँ कि मैं इधर शिफ्ट हो जाऊँ, मेरे पास इतने वो रिसोर्सेज ना हो शायद कि मैं इधर फौरन आके बस जाऊँ।
देखो मेरी बात सुनो, हम जो इतने पैसे खर्चते हैं, इतने महंगे महंगे प्लॉट लेते हैं अंदर शहर में, इतनी महंगी लाइफस्टाइल है कि आप वहां से सब्जी लो, वहां से चीजें महंगा, अब तो सब कुछ ही महंगा हो गया ना। अगर आपके पास 1 किला भी जमीन हो जाती है, किला भी ज्यादा 8 कनाल है, 4 कनाल भी जमीन हो जाती है, उसके अंदर तो आप फार्मिंग भी कर सकते हो, भैंस भी रख सकते हो, सब कुछ हो सकता है। आपको इतने बड़े जरूरत नहीं है। नेचर का क्या मतलब है, आपके पास दरख्त हो, आपके पास अपनी सब्जी हो, आपके पास आपने ये सेल्फ सस्टेनिंग एक आपकी एक लाइफस्टाइल बन जाए ना, तो देन यू नो कि मैंने जो चीज ले रही हूँ वो खालिस है, ऑर्गेनिक है, मेरी सेहत के लिए अच्छी। तो आप यू फॉलो द नेचुरल वे। आपको कोई किसी से कंपटीशन नहीं है, आपको किसी ने नहीं देखना कि कौन सा 20 लाख का जोड़ा पहना है शादी पे कि नहीं। आप वही पैसे अगर अपनी लाइफस्टाइल को चेंज करने में लगा दो तो ये आपके लिए बड़ा फायदा है। यू नो कि आप अपनी सेहत, अपनी जिंदगी को बेहतर करें, आपने लोगों के साथ कंपटीशन नहीं करनी। तो जो खुशी है ना, हैप्पीनेस, वो आपके अंदर है। इट इज वेटिंग टू बी फाउंड, आपके अंदर है। आपके अंदर सब कुछ रखा हुआ अल्लाह की तरफ से, खुशी है, प्यार मोहब्बत है, खूब है। आपके अंदर हमदर्दी है, आपके अंदर हर चीज पॉजिटिव है। पर हमारे ईगो माइंड्स ने हर चीज को नेगेटिव तरीके से ले रही है दुनिया में आके, क्योंकि दुनिया में कंपटीशन शुरू हो गई। उसके पास ये है तो मेरे पास क्यों है, उसके पास ये तो मेरे पास क्यों है। कंपटीशन उसमें, अरे तुम्हारे दिल का हाल तो कोई नहीं जानता, तुम्हारी खुशी तो कोई नहीं पहचानता। कंपटीशन इसमें करो ना कि मेरे दिल का हाल क्या है, मैं सुकून में हूँ, मैं खुश हूँ। ये कौन किधर से आपको मिलेगा, या आपने खुद ढूंढना है। कंपटीशन ही नहीं देना, वो तो ईगो माइंड करेगा। अच्छा तेरे पास भी अब ये जोड़ा आ गया, अच्छा तू भी इस बुटीक पे चले गई, तूने भी ये कपड़े पहन लिए, राइट।
तो बीना आपा, वी वर टॉकिंग अबाउट सेल्फ डिस्कवरी, और आप बात कर रही थी कि किस तरह हम नाकाम हो गए अपने आप को दरियाफ्त करने में। आई नो दैट एज अ पर्सन यू ऑलवेज फॉलोड योर हार्ट, ठीक है। कुड यू गिव अस अ ब्रीफ इंसाइट ऑफ द जर्नी ऑफ योर लाइफ in which you have achieved your goals and your dreams, and there are times when you've lost and there have been challenges in your life. थोड़ा सा इंसाइट दीजिएगा ताकि हम उससे सीख पाएं.
देखो ना, सबसे पहले आई रिमेम्बर एज ए चाइल्ड, जब मैं छोटी सी थी तो मुझे नरम दिल लोग बड़े पसंद थे, प्यार करने वाले, हर बच्चे का होता है. उसके बाद मुझे छोटी सी उम्र में गाना गाने का और डांस, हालांकि डांस नहीं होता था उस जमाने में, पर रेडियो वो लगाते थे नॉब्स वाला, म्यूजिक आनी तो मैं यूं यूं हाथ कर लेना, बड़ा सोचता था डांस करते. डांस का बड़ा शौक था. और ड्राइंग और पेंटिंग जो सी मेरी वालदा थी करती थी ना, तो उनसे देख देख के उन्होंने करवाना कि चलो ये पड़ा वैसे बनाओ. तो वो पेंटिंग, ड्राइंग और वो बचपन से ही तीनों चीजें थी. बचपन से गाना, डांस का शौक और ड्राइंग वगैरह
का हुनर था.
आहिस्ता आहिस्ता बड़े गए तो स्कूलों में जाने लग गए. स्कूलों में पढ़ाइयाँ शुरू हो गई, डांटे पिटनी लग गई, तकलीफ शुरू, यानी कि ये पता चला कि जब डांट पिटती थी तो जो दिमाग खुला होता था ना वो बंद हो जाता था. तो ये समझ आई कि डांट नहीं, मुझे नहीं अच्छी लगती, मुझे गुस्सीले लोग नहीं अच्छे लगते, मुझे ये चीजें जो है ना इनमें मेरा दिल लगता है, दिल लगता है. तो जब मौका मिला तो डांस भी करना, गाना भी गाना. गाना तो हर किस्म का हम गुनगुना, क्या गा लेते थे. कोई रिकॉर्डिंग सुनते थे तो साथ ही गाना गा लेते थे उस जमाने में जितने थे. ड्राइंग पेंटिंग का शुरू से शौक था, पेंट करते रहे. तो वो दिल लगता था उन चीजों में. तो दिल जो है ना उसको आपने खुश रखना है, दिल को फॉलो करना है. नहीं तो आप जमघटों में पड़ जाओगे, किधर किधर जाओगे, आपका क्या हाल होगा. आपकी खुशी कहाँ गई? खुशी तो दिल के साथ है ना. तो वो फिर अल्लाह का शुक्र है कि मुझे इन तीनों चीजों के अंदर ना, सुभान अल्लाह, इन तीनों चीजों में उसने मुझे चांस दिया. अच्छा, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फाइनेंस ए लेवल्स के बाद
मैं अभी रोकूंगी. इस दौरान बिफोर गोइंग टू कॉलेज क्या कोई ऐसा कोई मेंटोर आया या उस्ताद आया या कोई ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म मिला जहां इन आप सारी स्किल्स को प्रैक्टिस कर सकें या पॉलिश कर सकें?
नहीं ना,
या खुद से ही घर में किया सारा कुछ?
मैं तुम्हें बताती हूँ. देखो पाकिस्तान में इधर पहले, सबसे पहले तो हम वारसत में होते थे, अब्बा का वहाँ काम था. तो उधर ड्राइंग पेंटिंग तो शुरू हो गई. अम्मी जो सी वो करती थी, अब्बा जो से गाना गाते थे, अम्मी भी गाना गाती थी. उन दोनों को सुन सुन के हमें तो हिफ्स हो गए उनके गाने जो से याद हो गए. हमें कोई आता था, हम 2 बहनें हैं, तो कोई आता था, कहते थे चलो हमें वो गाना सुनाओ, तो हम शुरू हो जाते थे, हम गाना सुना देते.
So the school was your home?
हाँ, it was my home. पहला स्कूल आपका घर होता है, माँ बाप होते हैं पहले, उस्ताद आपके माँ बाप होते हैं. तो वो जनाब गाना घर से और पेंटिंग ड्राइंग घर से. तो बट आई रियली एंजॉय माई सेल्फ. इट वॉज समथिंग आई वॉज कमिंग होम टू. और उसमें जो तरह तरह के सब्जेक्ट्स हमें मिलते थे पढ़ने के लिए, दे वर फैसिनेटिंग. और फ्रेंड्स हमारे उस जमाने के अभी तक मैं अपने फ्रेंड्स के साथ, क्लास फेलोज के साथ, यू मेक अ कंपनी. आपकी कंपनी हमारी माशाल्लाह माशाल्लाह जो क्लास फेलोज थे, दे वर सो लविंग एंड काइंड, आई टेल यू. ऊपर से 8 दिल की आप काम कर रहे हो तो और क्या चाहिए. सो मैं छोड़ के ना आ गई. तो सारों ने कहा तुम्हें तो डिग्री नहीं ली. मैं कहा डिग्री नहीं, नौकरी लेनी होती तो डिग्री चाहिए होती है. मैंने कहा विल दिस पीस ऑफ पेपर शो एनीवन कि मेरे अंदर क्या है? विल दिस पीस ऑफ पेपर सर्टिफाई करेगा कि मुझे क्या आता है? आई डोंट बिलीव दिस. मैंने कहा छोड़ दो.
बड़ा बोल्ड कदम था उस जमाने में.
तो था ना, आई वाज लाइक दैट ना, आई वाज वेरी रिबेलियस. जो दिल वाला बंदा होता है ना, वो रिबेलियस ही हो सकता है और कोई नहीं हो सकता. और वो जनाब मैं छोड़ के आ गई कि हाय क्या होगा. मैंने कहा वाला ओ मुझे सुभान अल्लाह, जो मैं घर में बैठी हूँ, मेरे मियाँ ने कहा कि नहीं तुम किसी दफ्तर ना जाओ, बिकॉज ही न्यू के दफ्तर में माहौल कैसा होता है. ही वाज वेरी यू नो इनसिक्योर अबाउट कि मुझे कौन कैसे ट्रीट करेगा. तो उसने कहा घर पे रहो. तो घर पे जो मुझे मौका मिल गया ऑफ लर्निंग ऑल दिस अदर थिंग्स, आई डिड. میرا گھر میرا اسکول تھا. مجھے اللہ کی طرف سے ایسے ایسے ٹیچرز ملے ہیں کہ میں آپ کو بتا نہیں سکتی. اب چند دن گزرے تو وہ پتا چلا کہ مہاراج غلام حسین کتھک الحمرا میں انہوں نے کلاس شروع کی ہے. پہنچ گئے, انہوں نے آڈیشن لیا, پاس ہوئی.
کیونکہ وہ جرمس تو تھے بچپن کے. اچھا, that's when after the marriage you started dance.
نہیں, میرج سے کوئی 2 مہینے پہلے.
2 مہینے پہلے.
ہاں, ابھی میرا یونیورسٹی میں تھی تو مجھے پتا چلا کہ مہاراج آ گئے الحمرا میں, تو میں چلے گئی اور ادھر جا کے میں نے ان سے, انہوں نے مجھ سے اسٹیپ ایک دیکھا تو انہوں نے کہا ہاں, بس دماغ تو کام کر رہا تھا, وہ جو نا کوآرڈینیشن تھی. تو انہوں نے 1 مہینہ 1.5 مہینہ انہوں نے سکھایا. میں نے بہت سیکھا اس 1.5 مہینے میں. میں نے کہا مہاراج میں امریکہ جا رہی ہوں. شادی کے بعد شادی ہوئی, پھر مثلا جون میں نے جوائن کیا, جون جولائی میں, تو اگست میں میری شادی ہو گئی. شادی کے بعد ہم امریکہ چلے گئے. تو مہاراج نے مجھے کیسٹ پوری ٹیپ کر کے, دیکھو استاد کیسے تھے, ٹیپ کر کے دی کہ آپ جا کے تو یہ پریکٹس کرتے رہنا. 1 مہینے کے اندر اتنا سیکھا کہ چڑھا دیا مجھے اسٹیج کے پر, الحمرا کے اسٹیج کے پر, دکھانے کے لیے کہ آپ نے جو سیکھا وہ بتائیں. خیر, وہاں سے آئے, واپس آئے تو ادھر میں نے کنٹینیو کیا مہاراج کے ساتھ. ان کے ساتھ ہی میں پھر رہی اور سیکھتی رہی ڈانس کلاسیکل. اور بہت اٹ واز سو ایکسائٹنگ, آئی ٹیل یو اٹ واز سو ایکسائٹنگ. اگر میں 3 گھنٹے مہاراج کے قدموں میں بیٹھی ہوں, مجھے نہیں لگتا تھا کہ 3 گھنٹے, لگتا تھا کہ ابھی بہت تھوڑا وقت گزرے. اینڈ دین مہاراج جیسے ہیں, ہی واز سو لونگ, جس طرح کہ آلموسٹ لائک میں کہتی ہوں میری گرینڈ مدر کی طرح نا. We would sit together and he would tell us, باتیں کرتے تھے. پھر یہ جتنے ہمارے لوگ ہیں نا, نصرت فتح علی خان, نہیں اپنا جو سے نہیں, وہ جو سے ہیں صابری قوال,
صابری بردرز,
ہاں ان کو چاچا کہتے تھے. چاچا, بیکاز they were like brothers to مہاراج. وہ آئے, وہ بیٹھتے تھے. پھر سلامت علی خان صاحب وہ آ کے بیٹھتے تھے. یہ بڑے بڑے جیسے استاد لوگ ہیں, یہ بیٹھتے تھے ہماری کلاس میں. گانا 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 منع کر دیا. میں پھر گھر گئی تو میں نے چوری چھپے گانا سیکھا.
اچھا,
ہاں, چوری چھپے میں نے بلا لیا, پہلے ایک استاد, دوسرا استاد وغیرہ وغیرہ, میں گانا سیکھ رہی ہوں. مگر سب سے بڑی کریٹک جو ہوتی تھی نا, وہ میں خود تھی. سب سے بڑا سیلف کریٹیکل اگر کوئی تھا نا بندہ تو میں تھی. مجھے کوئی چیز پسند نہیں آتی تھی. میں کہتی تھی نہیں, میں نے اپنی کسی نے مجھے ریکارڈنگ سنا, بڑی سر میں آ گئی ہے ریکارڈنگ کی, تو میں نے ریکارڈنگ سنی نا, میں نے کہا
not good enough,
not good. نہیں, میں اپنے اللہ سے بڑا کہتی تھی. میں نے کہا یا اللہ مجھے آواز دے جو کہ میں سنوں اور مجھے اچھی لگے. مجھے لوگوں کی پرواہ نہیں ہے, مجھے خود کو اچھا لگے. سو دا تھنگ از کہ مرزا صاحب مجھے جو استاد ملے ہیں نا, میں کہتی ہوں آئی ایم دا لکیسٹ پرسن ان دا ورلڈ. کہ میرا شوق جو گانے کا تھا, رواز کا تھا, وہ میرے اللہ نے اتنا پورا کیا. جو میرا شوق فائن آرٹس کا تھا, وہ میرے اللہ نے پورا کیا. جو میرے ڈانس کا تھا, وہ میرے اللہ نے پورا کیا. تو میرے اللہ نے جو میرے دل میں آتی تھی بات ہے, وہ میرا اللہ سن رہا تھا نا. وہ اندر بیٹھا تھا بھائی, ہر کسی کی سنتا ہے, صرف میری نہیں سنتا, وہ ہر کسی کی سنتا ہے. پر آپ کا جنون ہے, آپ کا واقعی دل چاہتا ہے, وہ تو آپ کو چیک کر رہا ہے. اگر واقعی آپ کا دل چاہتا ہے کچھ چیز کرنے میں, تو پھر کرو. کس چیز کا انتظار ہے؟
اچھا بنا بھائی, کوشچن ہے وہ یہ کہ جس زمانے میں آپ نے یہ ساری پریکٹس کی, اس زمانے میں خواتین کو اتنی اجازت نہیں ہوتی تھی کہ وہ جو ان سے وہ کر سکیں, کبھی فیملی کی طرف سے, کبھی میاں کی طرف سے. تو آپ کو تو نہیں کوئی ایسا پرابلم فیس کرنا پڑا؟
بیٹا میں تمہیں بتاؤں کہ پرابلمس تو آئے, میں ڈھیٹ تھی. ایک بات ہے صرف, میں نے کرنا تھا. پہلی دفعہ میرے میاں نے ایک دفعہ صرف کہا کہ میں گھر آتا ہوں تو تم کلاس میں گئی ہوتی ہو, تو میں رو پڑی. میں نے کہا ایک ہی تو میری چیز ہے, میں سیکھنا چاہتی ہوں یہ کتھک, تو مجھے تم اس سے منع کیوں کرتے ہو؟ پھر وہ بیچارہ بڑا نرم دل ہے, اس نے کہا ٹھیک ہے. میرے ماں باپ تو پہلے آرٹسٹ تھے سارے دونوں, انہوں نے تو کبھی منع نہیں کیا. تو میں I was lucky that I was born in a house جس میں کہ اگر میں چاہتی تو پروفیشنل بھی ہو سکتی تھی. पर मैं अल्लाह का करम है कि मैं प्रोफेशनल डांसर नहीं बनी, बिकॉज वो वक्त मुझे सीखने में मिल गया. मैं अपनी जो मेरे उस्ताद मिर्जा साहब कहते थे, खूब से खूब तर की तलाश. देखो आप ये ड्राइंग पेंटिंग करते हो, 80 साल की उम्र में भी आप सीख रहे हो. आप गाना सीख रहे हो ना, तो आप सीखते रहते हो, सारी उम्र कभी खत्म नहीं होता. आप डांस सीख रहे हो ना, तो सारी उम्र सीखते हो. ये क्लासिकल आर्ट्स हैं, ये एमी शैमी वाले आर्ट्स नहीं हैं. आप पूरी जिंदगी इसमें लगा दोगे तो आप कहोगे कि हाय ये भी हो जाता, ये भी कर लें, ये भी कर लें. समझाती हूँ. जो 5 साल का बच्चा है, उसने अपना कल्चर नहीं देखा, उसने ना अपना डांस देखा, ना उसने अपना गाना सुना, उसने कुछ भी नहीं देखा. सो वो बच्चा जो सा है, उसके अंदर खुद अल्लाह की तरफ से मुसव्वर है, आर्टिस्ट है, और उसके अंदर अल्लाह की तरफ से दिल है. और ये जो चीजें हैं आर्ट, ये अल्लाह की तरफ से हमें दिया गया ह्यूमन बॉडी को, जिसके अंदर सुर भी है, एक्शन भी है, डांस भी है, जिसके अंदर पेंटिंग, मुसव्वर, क्या कहते हैं ना आर्टिस्ट, ये सब कुछ अल्लाह की तरफ से एक ह्यूमन बॉडी में है. चाहे वो छोटा सा बच्चा है 3 साल का, चाहे वो 5 का, 10 का, 12 का. अब जब आप रोक देते हो उसका आर्ट, तो उसने किधर से तो लेना है. तो क्या हुआ, ज़िया-उल हक के जमाने में वेस्टर्न सारा और बॉलीवुड आ गया. बॉलीवुड आ गया और वेस्टर्न जितना हमारा म्यूजिक और डांस वगैरह था वो आ गया. अपना तो खत्म हो गया,
अपना लिबास, अपना कल्चर,
सब कुछ खत्म हो गया. अब बच्चे जो से हैं वो सूडो वेस्टर्न बन गए, क्योंकि बच्चे को आप आइसोलेशन में नहीं रख सकते. उसने तो वही बात है ना कि उसने एक दूसरे के साथ एक जोड़ बनाना है, तो जोड़ घर में से नहीं मिल रहा, तो उसने बाहर से फ्रेंड्स बनाने. फिर हम कैसे आइसोलेशन में रह सकते हैं? बच्चा आइसोलेशन में कैसे रह सकता है? बगैर सुर के कैसे रह सकता है? बगैर आर्टिस्ट के कैसे रह सकता है? बगैर डांस के कैसे रह सकता है? उसको ये चीजें चाहिए, और जब उसे ये चाहिए ना तो खुश होता है. हैप्पीनेस का एक जो फाउंडेशन है वो ये आर्ट्स है, आर्ट्स एंड हार्ट, दिल. क्योंकि दिल के साथ ये जितने शोबे हैं ये दिल के साथ हैं, और दिल के साथ आपकी हैप्पीनेस है, आपका जॉय है, आपका लव है, मोहब्बत है, वो दिल के साथ है, नॉट विद द माइंड. ईगो माइंड के साथ नहीं है. वो लहदा बात है कि फिर अगर आर्टिस्ट बेचारा इनसिक्योर होता है तो वो फिर अपनी पेंटिंग्स वगैरह उसे बेचनी पड़ती हैं, जाहिर है करना पड़ता है, उसके लिए भी फिर एक बनाया है.
तो बीना आपा ये बताएं कि ये जो शौक सारे हैं, डांस हो गया, गाना हो गया, इसमें एक तरफ ये आपके शौक और दूसरा तरफ एक रोजी रोटी कमानी.
हाँ.
तो उसको हमने किस तरह फिर बैलेंस आउट करना है? इसी वजह से शायद हम जो शहर वाले हैं, ये हम सभी हैं, इस रैट रेस में फंसे हुए कि we can't make our ends meet. So what would you suggest? What are the tools for finding that inner peace inside us with our inherent जो हम अल्लाह ताला ने हमारे अंदर वो डाली हुई चीजें, उसको भी नर्चर करना और दुनिया के साथ भी चलना है. हमें क्या सजेस्ट करेंगे आप?
इस प्रेजेंट मोमेंट में अगर इफ यू ब्रिंग योरसेल्फ इनटू द प्रेजेंट मोमेंट, तो अपना हाल तुम्हें नजर आ जाएगा, दिमागी हाल भी नजर आ जाएगा, दिमागी नजर आ जाएगा, तो देन यू कैन ओनली डू समथिंग अबाउट इट. अगर इस मोमेंट में मैं परेशान हूं ना, तो इसका मतलब है अगले मोमेंट में भी मैं परेशान रहूंगी. इस मोमेंट में अगर मुझे कोई चीज चुभ रही है ना, मैं उसे देख लूं मुझे क्या चीज चुभ रही है. उसको देख के जब मैं देखने लग जाऊंगी ना उसे, तो आहिस्ता आहिस्ता मेरी अंदर की नजर खुलने लग जाएगी, मेरी अंदर की नजर शार्प हो जाएगी. और जब मुझे समझ आ जाएगी, अंडरस्टैंडिंग के थ्रू मुझे समझ आ जाएगी, ये मैंने देखा है अपने अंदर, ये मुझे अच्छा नहीं लगा, इसकी वजह से मुझे तकलीफ है. जब आप उस चीज को देख रहे हो और आपके अंदर नीयत आ गई, नीयत कि मैंने इस चीज को खत्म करना है, जो मेरे अंदर काला धब्बा है ना, जिसकी वजह से मुझे परेशानी है, उसको मैं देख के खत्म कर सकती हूँ. उसको छुपा के मैं नहीं खत्म कर सकती, उसको देखना है. कई दफा मेरे बच्चे कहते हैं, पुराने जमाने की बात है, मैंने कहा अपने अंदर देखो, तुम्हारा रास्ता सारा अंदर है. नहीं, आई सी डार्कनेस इनसाइड, How can I look inside? मुझे तो darkness नजर आती है. मैंने कहा इतनी जुर्रत हो जाए कि उस darkness में से गुजरना है. जुर्रत कर लो, बस जुर्रत कर लो. Strength ले आओ अपने अंदर कि ये जो darkness मुझे नजर आ रही है इसमें से मैंने गुजरना है. Only through the dark, at the end of the dark tunnel, आपको रोशनी नजर आएगी. तो वो तो करना है. वो अवॉइड करने से नहीं तय होएगा सफर टनल का. डार्क टनल का सफर तय नहीं होएगा, खुद करना है उसे. और फिर ये मैं कहती हूँ सबसे बड़ा मैं चीज कहती हूँ, बेटा आपने आपको कंडेम ना करो. आपने आपको कंडेम का मतलब है कि हेच ना समझो, यानी कि डोंट से कि मैं बहुत बुरी हूं. नो, तुम कैसे बुरी हो गई? जिस अल्लाह ने तुम्हें बनाया 70 माओं से ज्यादा प्यार करने वाला वो तो तुम्हें प्यार कर रहा है. तुम ही अपने आप को नफरत कर रही हो ना, वो तो नहीं कर रहा. प्यार तो वो कर रहा है. सो वी हैव टू स्टार्ट लविंग आवरसेल्व्स. सबसे पहले रास्ता अपने अंदर का है. दूसरे को हम हेल्प नहीं कर सकते, हम किसी का कुछ नहीं कर सकते, चाहे अपना बच्चा क्यों ना हो. हाँ सब नहीं, दुनिया में तो कुछ, मुझे तो जो मैं देखती हूँ हालात, मैं कहती हूँ या अल्लाह ये तेरा करना है, तूने आजमाइश भेजी है. पर इस आजमाइश की वजह से हमारे लोग जो से वो वेकअप करेंगे, जागेंगे, खड़े होंगे, अपने अंदर देखने लगेंगे. अगर वो बाहर देखने से 180 डिग्री अंदर देखने लग जाए तो ये दुनिया ठीक होने लग जाएगी. द जर्नी विद इन.
अच्छा, मैं ये जानना चाह रही हूँ, मतलब बहुत एक्साइटिंग आपकी बातें और बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है सुनने को. लेकिन मैंने ये देखा है कि अब हमारे वो बच्चे जो बड़े हो गए हैं और जो अब अपनी ज़िंदगी में मुख्तलिफ़ तरह की टेंशन्स में आ गए, परेशानियों में आ गए, वो अपने हार्ट को प्योर कैसे करें? वो कैसे नेचर के साथ कनेक्ट हों और अपनी रियल हैप्पीनेस को रियलाइज़ कर सकें या उस तक पहुँच सकें? तो ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है आजकल के बच्चों को बताना. इस बारे में आप क्या कहेंगे?
देखो ना, बात ये है कि जो बचपन का एक दौर होता है ना, अगर वो प्यार मोहब्बत में गुजरे ना तो उसकी निशानी रह जाती है. आप टीनेज ईयर्स में भी जाओगे, आपको वो दौर याद रहेगा. चाहे आपके इर्द गिर्द कॉम्पिटिटिव लोग आ जाएं, आपको तने मैंने देने वाले आ जाएं, आपको नुकसान देने वाले आ जाएं, मगर आपके अंदर वो टाइम याद होएगा कि मुझे वो वक्त बड़ा अच्छा मिला था. तो हर रूह के अंदर एक कोशिश होती है टू एक्सपैंड कॉन्शियसनेस को, एक्सपैंड करने की. रूह अल्लाह से आई है और अल्लाह में वापस जानी है. अल्लाह क्या है? हम सब हैं. कॉन्शियसनेस हम, कुरान में हम, ये हम क्या है? ये सारी कॉन्शियसनेस है जो बंदे बंदे में मौजूद है. 7-8 बिलियन मौजूद है ना मखलूक, तो उसके अंदर कॉन्शियसनेस है. ये जो कुत्ते हैं ना, पता नहीं कितने कुत्ते, इनमें कॉन्शियसनेस है. ये जो चिड़िया है ना, इनमें कॉन्शियसनेस है. ये जो घास और पौधे ना, इनमें कॉन्शियसनेस. ये जो हवा है ना, इसमें कॉन्शियसनेस है. ये कॉन्शियसनेस जो सी है, इसके अंदर से जो निचोड़ हमने निकालना है, हमने चूज करना है ना कि हमने कॉन्शियसनेस में क्या लेना है. मुझे तो मोहब्बत चाहिए बस, ठीक है ना, हमने चुन लिया. मुझे ये जो 70 माह वाला प्यार है ना, जो अल्लाह कहता है, मुझे तो वही चाहिए.
मेरे ख्याल में आज की गपशप माशाल्लाह इतना कुछ, मेरी तो ज़िंदगी अब तब्दील होने लगी है और मेरा रवैया अपने बच्चों के साथ डेफिनेटली अब चेंज होगा. और आई एम श्योर जो हमें ऑडियंस अभी देख रही है उसको आज बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला है. वाकई में जो मैंने सोचा था ना कि मैं आज सोना लेके जाऊंगी, तो वाकई में मैं सोना लेके जा रही हूँ. आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. और आपका दिल करता है कि मैं पूरे दिन इधर ही बैठी रहूँ और सुनती रहूँ आपकी बातों. लेकिन इंशाल्लाह फिर हम लोग आपको मौका देंगे आने का. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. कोई और अगर आपने एंड में बात ऐड करनी हो तो ज़रूर कीजिएगा.
बेटा बात ये है कि हम वी आर रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर आवरसेल्व्स. कोई ना माँ बाप ने हमें खुशी देनी है, ना खावन ने, बीवी ने देनी है, ना बच्चों ने देनी है. खुशी हमने खुद तलाश करनी. समझ आइए, इसको बस पल्ले से बांध दो. मैं हूं रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर माई सेल्फ, फॉर माई हैप्पीनेस, और कोई नहीं है. तो भूल जाओ कि मेरा माँ बाप है तो वो हमारा हर ख्याल रखेगा. नहीं, यू आर द वन. तुम हो तो अपना ढूंढना शुरू कर दो, आज से ढूंढो।
Thank you, Samia, Khalid, and Samar, for bringing this wonderful, wonderful. I mean, she took us on a spiritual journey, starting from telling us how to be connected with nature, stick to your roots. She talks about pure and organic food, environment, and very important thing she said is learning starts from your childhood, and your environment plays a pivotal role in your grooming, and how as an individual you're developed, and the 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 challenges that she faced. She had a supportive family, a supportive spouse that helped her go through the challenges, and she had a dream. And what she's saying is that follow your dream. She also talked about self-care, and it was really the spiritual content that she talked about is connection, and looking into yourself rather than looking at the others or outside. What do you say, Dr. Omar?
Absolutely. Yes, she definitely took us through that journey, and everything as she mentioned it. You know, all of these speakers, uh, Pina Jawad and Dr. Danish, and all our other presenters, one thing is common. They say happiness lies within, and we keep looking for happiness out in the outside world. I think we need to change our perspective. We need to have a paradigm shift. We need to just start looking inside us and see that once we change from inside and uh, follow a different course, the world will be a beautiful place to live in.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. Now, moving on, let let us take you to let's listen to the two of my favorite artists. Let's have a look at the next video.
Coke Studio, Season 14.
ਪੀੜਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਸੀਨੇ ਲਾਵਾਂ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਹੱਸਦੀ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਓ ਪੀੜਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਸੀਨੇ ਲਾਵਾਂ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਹੱਸਦੀ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਧੁੱਪਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲੜ ਲੜ ਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਲੱਭੀਆਂ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਛਾਵਾਂ ਦੁੱਖ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਸੁੱਖ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੇ ਬਸ ਜਾਣਾ ਸਭ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝ ਕੇ ਕੀ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈ ਦਿਲ ਨੂੰ ਐ ਸਮਝਾਵਾਂ ਤੂੰ ਝੂਮ 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 ਤੂੰ ਝੂਮ 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 ਮੈਂ ਦੀਵਾਨੀ ਕੁਝ ਨਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਮਸਤ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਗਾਵਾਂ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਰਾਜ਼ੀ ਕਰਕੇ ਕਮਲੇ ਫਿਰ ਵੀ ਚੈਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਣਾ सारी खुशियां मिल जावन ते पिछे की रह जाना सारी खुशियां मिल जावन ते पिछे की रह जाना तेरे बस में कुछ भी नहीं है दिल नू समझावा तू झूम 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 ओ तू झूम झूम तू झूम झूम तू झूम झूम ਜਾਣਾ ਅਸਮਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਹੱਸਦੇ ਹੱਸਦੇ ਹੈ ਜੀਣਾ ਮੈਂ ਨਿਕਲ ਗਈ ਘੁਮਾਣਾ ਤੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਵਰਗੀਆਂ ਕੀ ਖੁਦ ਕੋ ਸ਼ਰਮਾਨਾ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਰਾਜ਼ੀ ਕਰ ਵੀ ਲਈਏ ਫਿਰ ਵੀ ਚੈਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਣਾ ਜੋ ਹੈ ਤੇਰਾ ਲੱਭ ਜਾਏਗਾ करके कोई बहाना तेरे बस में कुछ भी नहीं है दिल नू मैं समझावा तू झूम 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 तू झूम 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 तू झूम 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 ओ तू झूम झूम झूम
You know what? If I watch this video a million times, I still feel watching it again and again. Dr. Umar, this is so amazing. I mean, the way they are talking about looking at your inner self rather than looking at things at the bigger level. The first thing you need to do is look at your inner self and find your inner peace. And they talk about contentment. What do you say?
Absolutely. First of all, the singers, the great legends of Pakistan, Nasibullah and Abida Parveen. Abida
No doubt.
Parveen, she was, I must say, God bless my grandfather. She was his favorite as well, and reminded me of him as well. But yeah, the message is very deep. The message, in a lot of places, it says that why should I worry about the world? Why should I worry about everything else? Uh, I should be happy in my own self and just live life within my own self and enjoy it. Uh, why should I care about other people as such? Yes, caring is good, but yes, sometimes we have to look inside us as well. And the happiness that is coming from inside us, that is something that once we start enjoying that, we reach the higher levels. Those higher levels are what they were talking about, uh, and that was the message that I understand. I don't care of this world. I understand everything. What will you do these high levels? What will you do after touching skies? I want to live in happiness and beyond guesses. Why should I feel shy to myself? If I make world satisfactory, you'll find everything, you'll find whatever belongs to you in any way. You can't do anything by yourself. You swing, you swing, swing, swing. Joom. Swing is Joom. Insane me doesn't know anything. Insane me. Insane me doesn't know anything. Psychotic me doesn't know anything. Doesn't know anything. I'm happy with myself. You swing. Joom, joom. To whom my love's eye opens the secret. Why shouldn't he feel proud of his good luck? And choom, choom, choom. So it was a very deep message and sung by two great legends of Pakistan. And with that, say we have to move on. Thoroughly enjoyed the music. I'm sure everybody is still engaged in the happiness summit with us. Once again, during the summit, those who have joined, happy International Day of Happiness. And we move on to our next speaker. There are some people, they at times come in their life where they make choices and decisions. Our next speaker is one of them as well. She is a medical doctor with triple board certification in internal medicine, endocrinology, and lifestyle medicine. Served as a clinical assistant professor of medicine at University of Pittsburgh Medical Center in the Division of Diabetes, Endocrinology, and Metabolism, and contributed to this field before bringing her expertise to Islamabad, Pakistan, leaving her life in US, coming back to Pakistan, and then here she founded a lifestyle-informed endocrinology clinic called Nurturing Our Health that focuses on personalized and comprehensive medical delivery of metabolic health conditions. She's a faculty adjunct at RIFA, Institute of Lifestyle Medicine, teaching and introducing postgraduate and undergraduate students to the field of lifestyle medicine. She is currently our Vice President of Pakistan Association of Lifestyle Medicine, promoting the mission and vision of this organization. A selfless and soul that is on a mission, and I'm sure she will tell us further about her experience of physical activity and happiness, none other than Dr. Munira Abbasi, who will be presenting physical activity and happiness. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everybody. कैसे हैं आप सब लोग? Happy International Day of Happiness. Thank you so much for joining us and celebrating this day with us. I warmly welcome you to this segment of physical activity and its close link to happiness. अच्छा, जनरली जब हम फिज़िकल एक्टिविटी या एक्सरसाइज की बात करते हैं ना, तो हमारे जहन में क्या ख्याल आता है? कोई बहुत ही बर्डनसम सी चीज़ आती है, कोई स्ट्रेनुअस एक्टिविटी आती है, कोई بہت اپنے کمفرٹ زون سے نکلنے والی چیز آتی ہے کہ ہمیں کوئی خاص ٹریک سوٹ پہن کے اور اپنا خاص چنک آف ٹائم نکال کے کوئی ایکٹیویٹی کرنی ہے. اور سب سے بڑی بات یہ ہے کہ جب بھی ہم فزیکل ایکٹیویٹی یا ایکسرسائز کی بات کرتے ہیں نا, اس سے ہمارا سیلف امیج بھی ہمارے سامنے آتا ہے کہ ہاؤ آر وی لکنگ. سرٹن ڈیزیزز کے لیے بھی ایکسرسائز پرسکرائب کی جاتی ہے. آج کے دن نا میں ایک ذرا سا ڈفرینٹ ٹیک دوں گی آپ کو اس کے اوپر. سو اٹ از اے پیراڈائم شفٹ فار آل آف اس. ٹوڈے آئی ایم گوئنگ ٹو ٹاک اباؤٹ جوائے آف موومنٹ. یعنی وہ کون سی سمپل چیزیں ہیں جن سے آپ اپنی باڈی کو اتنا موو کرتے ہیں جس سے آپ کو ایک جوائے فیل ہو. سو موومنٹ بیکمز اے سورس آف ہیپینس, جوائے, ایکسائٹمنٹ, ویل بینگ اینڈ کنیکشن. اگر ہم موومنٹ کی بات کریں تو دیر از اے لاٹ آف سائنس بیہائنڈ موومنٹ کہ ہاؤ موومنٹ از گڈ فار اس. جو میجر چیز جب ہم موو کرتے ہیں یا کوئی فزیکل ایکٹیویٹی کرتے ہیں تو ہمارے برین سے سیکریشن ہوتی ہے سرٹن ہارمونس کی یا سرٹن مالیکیولس کی جنہیں ہم ہیپی ہارمونس کہتے ہیں. ان میں انڈورفنز آ جاتے ہیں, ڈوپامین آ جاتی ہے. تو یہ نہ صرف آپ کو ایک فزیکل ویل بینگ دیتے ہیں بلکہ ایموشنل اور مینٹل ویل بینگ بھی دیتے ہیں. So it's a very deep seated emotion. Another interesting scientific research is that کہ جس وقت ہمارے مسلس موومنٹ کے ساتھ کانٹریکٹ ہوتے ہیں نا, کانٹریکٹ اور ریلیکس ہوتے ہیں, تو مسلس سے بھی کچھ مالیکیولس نکلتے ہیں جن کو ہوپ مالیکیولس کہتے ہیں یا مایوکائنس کہتے ہیں. یہ جا کے ہمارے برین میں انٹریکٹ کرتے ہیں اور اگین دس گیوز اے فیلنگ آف ویل بینگ. سو ہمارے مسلس بھی ان اٹ سیلف ڈائریکٹلی ہماری ہیپینس سے ریلیٹڈ ہوتے ہیں. دیٹس اے ویری کمپلیکس سائنس بٹ دیٹس اے بیوٹیفل انڈرسٹینڈنگ آف ہاؤ physical activity and movement in itself causes direct effect on our mood and act as an antidepressants. جو communal activities جو ہم ایک دوسرے کے ساتھ کرتے ہیں جیسے communal gardening ہو گئی, that's again a very good movement and a very good exercise. ایک اور چیز جو سائنسی ریسرچ سے ہمیں پتہ چلی ہے وہ یہ ہے کہ ہمارے جو برین ہے وہ وائرڈ ہے آؤٹ ڈور کے لیے. تو اٹ وانٹس ٹو بی آؤٹ سائڈ بیکاز دیٹس ہاؤ اٹ ریلیزز دوز ہیپی ہارمونس. تو آلدو انڈور ایکٹیویٹی بھی بہت امپورٹنٹ ہے, جیسے میں نے کہا اینی موومنٹ از بیٹر دین نن, بٹ آؤٹ ڈور ایکٹیویٹی کی خاص ویلیو ہوتی ہے بیکاز جب آپ آؤٹ ڈور جاتے ہیں اور نیچر سے ریکنیکٹ ہوتے ہیں تو ہیپی ہارمونس کے نکلنے سے پہلے ہی برین میں کچھ ایسے شفٹس آتے ہیں کہ یو اسٹارٹ ٹو فیل دس ایلیشن اینڈ دس فیلنگ آف ویل بینگ. دیٹس دا ڈیفالٹ سیٹنگ آف دا برین. ایک اور چیز جو موومنٹ کے ساتھ ہوتی ہے کہ جب آپ اس کو پیریوڈیکلی اور ریگولرلی اور پرسسٹنٹلی کنسسٹنٹلی کرتے ہیں تو بہت سے ایسے آبسٹیکلز ہیں جن کو آپ اوور کم کر لیتے ہیں. جیسے فرض کریں یور فیئر ول بی ٹرانسفارمڈ انٹو کریج. بعض اوقات جب آپ کوئی فزیکل ایکٹیویٹی شروع کرتے ہیں, اس میں کوئی فزیکل ایکٹیویٹی ہو سکتی ہے, بی اٹ واکنگ, جاگنگ, رننگ, سوئمنگ, سائکلنگ, اور اینی کائنڈ آف ریپیٹیٹیو ایکٹیویٹی دیٹ یو انجوائے سچ از ڈانسنگ. تو یہ تمام چیزیں جب آپ ریپیٹیٹیولی کرتے ہیں تو یو اوور کم سرٹن آبسٹیکلز جو آپ کو فزیکلی فیل ہو رہے ہوتے ہیں کہ آپ ان کو پراپرلی اپنی باڈی کو ایکلیمیٹائز نہیں کر پا رہے, مگر کچھ عرصے بعد جیسے 4 to 6 weeks کے بعد آپ کی باڈی اس کی یوز ٹو ہو جاتی ہے, اینڈ دین اٹ کریوز فار مور, اینڈ سو دیٹ از بیکاز آف دا ریلیز آف دوز اینڈورفنز اینڈ ڈوپامین دیٹ آئی ٹاکڈ اباؤٹ. بہت امپورٹنٹ چیز movement with other people. This is called as synchronization of movement. Like when you do any kind of physical activity, be it walking or running with other people, then you sort of align your own movement with other people's movement. اس کا بھی بڑا فیلنگ آف ویل بینگ ہوتی ہے, اس سے سوشل کنیکشنز ڈیولپ ہوتے ہیں. Very interestingly, science has shown that this also causes you to get this sense of belonging and this sense of identity. Because جب آپ لوگوں کے ساتھ واک کر رہے ہوتے ہیں یا لوگوں کے ساتھ انٹریکٹ کر رہے ہوتے ہیں تو آپ کی اپنی ایگو ڈاؤن ہو جاتی ہے, and you start to live with other people and you start to see things which are higher or bigger than you. آج میرے ساتھ میری نیس ہیں ہانیہ. ہانیہ از این ایوڈ واکر سنس شی واز 15 years old. اور her journey of walking is very interesting for me at least, and it's very inspiring in a sense کہ Hania gets a lot of joy in walking. Can you tell me a little bit more about your journey?
اچھا تو میرے ساتھ یہ تھا کہ شروع میں نا میں جب 13-14 ایئرس کی تھی نا تو مجھے لوگ کہتے تھے کہ I've gained a lot of weight. تو پھر مجھے ہوتا تھا کہ مطلب مجھے کیوں کہتے ہیں نا, تو پھر میں نے اس میں نا واک کرنی شروع کی. شروع میں تو میں نے ویٹ لاس کے لیے واک کی, ٹو بی ویری آنیسٹ. لیکن اس کے بعد جب میں نے واک کرنی شروع کر دی تو پھر مجھے پتا چلا کہ واک اس چیز کے لیے نہیں, واک آپ کی اپنی خوشی کے لیے ہوتی ہے. خوشی کو میں ایکسپریس تو ورڈس میں نہیں کر سکتی ہوں, بٹ
something that is very joyful for you. So how many days a week do you walk?
میرا کچھ وہ نہیں ہے کہ میں کتنے ڈیز ویک, وہ روز ہی ضروری ہوتی ہے کیونکہ وہ اندر سے پھر آپ کی باڈی کو جو وہ ہوتا ہے نا کہ
crave کرنے لگتی ہے کہ
مجھے کرنی ہے, تو میں روز ہی کرتی ہوں. کوئی وہ نہیں ہوتا کہ میں کسی دن مس کر دوں.
تو جیسے سردیاں آ جائیں, اس سے فرق نہیں پڑتا, you continue to walk. being a teenager آپ کے ساتھ کے لوگوں سے آپ نے بات کی ہوگی جب, تو تمہارے ساتھ لوگوں کو اتنا زیادہ واک کا جیسے نہیں ہوتا. تو ڈو یو تھنک کہ آپ کے جیسے ایگزامز ہو رہے ہیں یا کوئی بہت اسٹریسفل ٹائم ہے, واک ہیلپس ود اٹ؟
بہت زیادہ ہیلپ کرتی ہے واک. آپ کی جو باڈی کے اندر آپ کی اسٹریس ہوتا ہے نا, ایسے آپ جب واک کرتے ہیں تو لگتا ہے آپ کا اسٹریس, آپ اس کو چھوڑتے ہوئے آپ گزر گئے, اور وہ اسٹریس بہت ریلیو ہوتا ہے اس سے. تو اٹ ہیلپس الاٹ, اور مجھے تو کافی زیادہ ہیلپ کرتا ہے جب میرے ایگزامز وغیرہ ہو رہے ہوتے ہیں.
So you continue to walk even when you're very busy.
بالکل
interesting.
اسی کو فائدہ ہوتا ہے. پھر جب آپ بزی ہوتے ہیں اور آپ واک کرتے ہیں نا, تو اس میں آپ کو سب سے زیادہ فائدہ ہوتا ہے.
نارملی جب ہم اپنے آفیسز میں ہوتے ہیں یا کہیں پڑھائی میں بزی ہوتے ہیں تو ہم یوزلی ڈیسک پہ بیٹھے ہوتے ہیں, اور بہت لمبا عرصہ گزر جاتا ہے جب ہم اپنی ڈیسک سے نہیں اٹھتے. آپ کو پتہ ہے کہ سٹنگ از ناؤ اے نیو اسموکنگ. So it is very important to move your body around. Again, we're not talking about a very strenuous exercise, but moving your body every few minutes. ہر 10 منٹ کے بعد 15 منٹ کے بعد اگر آپ تھوڑا سا اپنی باڈی کو موو کریں گے تو باڈی ریجوینیٹ ہو جائے گی. اچھا, ہم نا میرے ساتھ ہیں, ہم دونوں آپ کو بتاتے ہیں کہ ایک ایزی سی ایکسرسائز جو آپ دن میں کئی دفعہ کر سکتے ہیں. چلیں شروع کریں ہم. چلیں, سب سے پہلے تو اپنے نیز کو تھوڑا ریلیکس کر لیں. ہم نارملی جب بہت دیر بیٹھے رہ جاتے ہیں نا تو ہمارے کافس کے اور یہ جو بیک پہ جو ہیمسٹرنگ مسلز ہوتے ہیں یہ بہت ٹائٹ ہو جاتے ہیں. تو ان کو اور اپنی جو بیک ہے اس کو تھوڑا سا ریلیکس کر لیں. اب 2 دفعہ ہم بیٹھیں گے اور کھڑے ہوں گے, 1 2, اور 2 دفعہ اپنے ہاتھ کو اوپر لے جائیں گے, 1 2. اسی طرح ہم اس کو 4 دفعہ کریں گے, پھر 6 دفعہ کریں گے اور پھر 8 دفعہ کریں گے. چلیے شروع کریں ہم نا. 1 2 3 4. چلیں جی, آپ بھی ہمارے ساتھ جوائن کر لیں. 1 2 3 4. Are you ready to do 6 times? Yeah. Okay, let's do it. 1 2 3 4 5 6. 1 2 3 4 5 6. اسی طرح سے ملٹیپل آف 2 میں نا 8 times 10 times 12 times جتنا زیادہ آپ یہ کریں گے اتنا زیادہ آپ کی باڈی میں ایکٹیویٹی آئے گی. Did you enjoy that? چلیے. ویری انٹرسٹنگ تھنگ از دیٹ کہ آپ نے دیکھا ہوگا کہ نارملی جو بچے ہوتے ہیں وہ موو کرنا چاہتے ہیں, And for them, it's not like a chore or an exercise. They move it because that's a play for them. They continue to play, they run around. आपको इस वीडियो में भी कुछ बच्चे पीछे भागते दौड़ते नजर आते रहे होंगे. So for them, that's a very natural thing. Even without telling them, they would want to move more. So that's a natural instinct of a human being. So we should be more like children. We should be more moving, more in terms of play rather than making it a chore or an activity which is burdensome for us. So happiness is found in numerous number of roles. You can find joy and happiness in prayer, in poetry, in eating healthy, in sleeping well. But physical activity and movement is that pillar जिसमें जो joy आपको मिलता है वो multifaceted होता है. By moving your body, you don't only get this benefit of physical health, but also mental, emotional, and spiritual health. The real fun thing about movement is that it's a persistent activity. The synchrony of movement actually brings more joy, more connection with other people. And it's simply something that is very important for us. It's a human need. This is what makes movement a very distinctive endeavor. It helps us in tapping in our own instincts. It helps us in connecting with other people. So it's a source of joy, hope, connection, happiness, and much more. I wish you again a very, very happy International Day of Happiness. I hope you are enjoying this program and you continue to enjoy it more. Thank you.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Dr. Zia, you have to do it as well.
Yeah,
I must say this was great. सब कुछ बहुत जबरदस्त. Dr. Munira really showed us happiness and physical activity. One thing, she said something about when you're walking with others, try to synchronize and walk like them. Be careful, Dr. Zia. It should be your family. If you start synchronizing and walking with other people you don't know, you know what is going to happen. Then that would be the stretcher. Dr. Munira didn't mention that. I am telling you that we'll be going somewhere else then rather than walking in that family bee park. So
Yeah.
excellent.
Hands off.
Excellent.
Hands off to her. I mean, the way she presented, it is very different, very unique. Dr. Munira, she runs the Walk with a Dog activity, which is a global activity, and she runs the Pakistan chapters on it. The way in her presentation, it was like whatever she's preaching, she's practicing also. So this was really amazing. And when you scientifically talk about hormones, endorphins, and you talk about muscle movement and myokines, this is all very relatable when you actually see it. So, yeah, I mean, outdoor with nature, this was excellent.
You're right. I mean, when I mentioned about Dan Buettner and he has who has traveled the blue zones, and when he went to Okinawa, Japan, one thing he noticed there, people don't go to gyms for exercise, and even in the other blue zones as well, they naturally do their movements. Walk in Japan, they have these really low stools where they sit to eat, and when they talk and they gather with families. So from there, when they stand up, that movement from more like sit-ups, they do it 30, 40, 50 times a day. And obviously that's contributing to their thigh muscles, their calf muscles. So it's all natural movement where we are running after gym memberships and gym fees, and we become members, but we never go there. So obviously, better to go around
Spend time
in
in the nature.
parks and do natural movement. Excellent.
Very true.
Over
Very
to
true.
you, Dr. Zia, with
Yes.
some upcoming research, and
Sure.
I'll join you after the research session is over.
Sure. So lifestyle medicine is basically an evidence-based medicine. And next, we have presentation from Dr. Simon's team, Dr. Hafsa, Dr. Fahim Khan, Dr. Hasina Maham. They are going to talk to you about level of happiness, and it determines in healthcare professional in Pakistan. This is a research by these people. Let's have a look at that.
We begin our presentation with the name of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and a very good afternoon to all the participants of Happiness Summit 2024. We'd like to share a research that we recently conducted with the title Caring for the Caregivers, an examination of determinants of happiness among healthcare professionals in Pakistan. We were 4 team members, and we were mentored by Dr. Saima Omer, the lifestyle medicine specialist, and one of the participants of this health summit. Happiness is the ultimate goal, and it is the goal of all other goals. And we know that happiness is the most core human emotion that we strive for. Now, before going into the details, let me begin with a brief background. We know that healthcare workers across the globe, they always teach their patients that they should follow the principles of healthy lifestyle. So in return, they are also expected to follow the same principles. But what is the reality? So the expectation is that they were following the principles, but the reality might be a bit different. United Nations Sustainable Development Network did a study, and they used the World Happiness Index and ranked Pakistan on 108th among 135 countries. And this is a very grave issue that Pakistan falls so low on the happiness index. There was a multinational study conducted on dental surgeons, including many Middle Eastern countries, and Pakistan showed a moderate level of subjective happiness, psychological well-being, and satisfaction with life. There was another cross-sectional study conducted over professionals in Ireland, and they reported that participants who were more psychologically flourished were using 3 to 6 lifestyle medicine pillars as compared to the participants who were using these lifestyle practices to a much lesser degree. See, the available literature till now is unable to specifically identify determinants of happiness and association of job satisfaction and practice of lifestyle medicine with happiness levels in the healthcare professionals residing and working in Pakistan. We have studies, but they are from outside of Pakistan, but we have a dearth of research from Pakistan. We made 2 objectives of this study. Number 1, to determine the level of happiness among healthcare professionals. And number 2, to assess the demographic, lifestyle, and organizational determinants of happiness among healthcare professionals. And from here, I'd like to invite my colleague, Dr. Hasina Maham, to describe methodology section.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. I'll be discussing the methodology of this study. It was a simple observational cross-sectional study, and convenience non-probability sampling technique was used. All the healthcare professionals working in different public and private sector healthcare hospitals were included from all over Pakistan. The variables of the study included the basic demographics and the lifestyle medicine factors and those related to work or job satisfaction. Oxford Happiness Questionnaire was used to ascertain the level of happiness among healthcare professionals. It is a validated compact scale for measurement of psychological well-being among humans. The study population included mainly the doctors and clinicians, then the lifestyle medicine practitioners, physiotherapists, nurses, dentists, and the researchers and academicians. The variables included the basic demographics, age, gender, marital status, and monthly income, and those related to job satisfaction were subjective feeling of satisfaction with job, satisfaction with income, the supportive work environment, professional development opportunities, recognition and appreciation for work, then the stress coping strategies, paid leave per year, and the optimal working hours per week. The lifestyle medicine factors were plant-based diet, then physical activity and exercise, restorative sleep, stress management, and social connections, and the avoidance of risky substances. The data was analyzed using the SPSS software version 20. Happiness was the dependent variable, which was calculated through Oxford Health Questionnaire, and the independent variables included demographics and those related to lifestyle medicine and job satisfaction. Independent samples Mann-Whitney U test was conducted to analyze the relationship of happiness with age categories, and binary logistic regression analysis was used to predict the individual's happiness status. So, as it is said in the Quran, Surah 94, verse 5 and 6, that with hardship there will be ease. 200 participants across Pakistan were included in this study. Mostly females responded to our questionnaire, and so 75% of females and 25% of males responded to this. Mostly the respondents were single. And as professionals, the clinicians responded here, and then there were academicians, and then those who were both the clinicians and researchers, and the others who were included were the nurses, physiotherapists, and the lifestyle medicine practitioners. In this study, about 53.5% of respondents worked optimal hours per week, that is 21 to 40 hours per week, and very few of them worked more than 60 hours. Related to job satisfaction, most of our respondents were satisfied with their job because they had control over their work schedule and flexibility in job responsibilities. So this was related to happiness. Now, Dr. Hafsa will continue from here.
Thank you, Dr. Hasina. I am Dr. Hafsa Rasool, and from the Institute of Public Health, Lahore. Now, I'm going to discuss the health domains and happiness. So our study, it included 4 domains of health, namely the physical, mental, spiritual, and social health domains. All of these 4 domains, they were assessed on a scale which was self-rated, ranging from worst to best. It was quite an interesting finding that on all the 4 domains of the health professionals who rated themselves as having better and best health, they were more happy, as you can see here from the orange bar, from those who rated themselves as worst and bad. So this was true for all the 4 health domains. Now comes the next pillar of lifestyle medicine, which is the plant-based food intake. It was quite a good sight that majority of the health professionals, they were aware of the importance of plant-based diet, and they were taking optimal plant-based diet. And also they were showing the more categories of happy, which are shown by the multiple colored bars as compared to the red one, which shows the unhappy category. Coming to the next pillar, relationship of brisk walk with happiness, we can see that majority of our study participants, they belong to having an average amount of walk, that is 1 to 149 minutes per week, and they were showing it was showing that majority belonged to the very happy category. However, we can see that not much of the professionals, they were exercising more than 150 minutes per week. And so we have to spread the message more among the health professionals. Coming to the next slide, it was quite a delightful sight that in this part of the world, that is Pakistan, majority of our population, they are socially connected with their family, friends, and colleagues, and so the level of happiness was also greater among them. After the social connections, then comes the relationship of purpose in life with happiness. And we can see that those health professionals who had found a purpose in life, they were more happy as compared to those, which is shown by the red bar, which is showing those that who had not found a purpose in life, they were more unhappy as compared to the ones who had found a purpose in life. Then we discuss the stress coping ability. As we know that the health professionals, they have quite a stressful work environment and they have to cope with many stresses. So it was very good to know that majority have stress coping abilities, and though they were also happy. I was showing the large amount of those in the happy categories as compared to those who were not able to cope with stress. The relationship of depression with happiness, it was quite alarming that quite a lot of the study participants, they reported having depression, and they were also unhappy, which is not surprising. This slide, it kind of summarizes the lifestyle factors and the job satisfaction factors which were related to being happy. We can see that having found a purpose in life, having a good quality sleep, having an optimal hours of sleep per day, being able to cope with stress, exercising, maintaining a work-life balance, having social connections, and not being depressed. All of these, they are related with happiness, which is visible by the orange bar, which is far more greater than the blue bars in all these categories. So the study, it showed that overall 54% of the health professionals in Pakistan, they are happy, and 46% they are unhappy. We conclude that the study shows the pertinence of healthy lifestyle factors as a major reason for happiness among the healthcare professionals. However, the findings also highlight the significance of job security and income. The limitations were that it was a small study and the participants were restricted mainly to physicians and nursing, and there was lesser participation from other healthcare professional areas. Also, the majority of the participants were from major cities, and the findings cannot be generalizable. And the Google form was quite lengthy because it comprised of 3 domains, so it was a little bit difficult for the participants. At the end of our study, I like to thank Dr. Asmara Malik, research mentor from BMY Health, and Ms. Saira Imtiaz, research associate from the Department of Research, Pakistan Kidney and Liver Institute and Research Center. We conclude by taking home the message that happiness depends upon ourselves, and let us take home the message that we will, no matter what stresses that our daily lives puts to us, we will try to remain happy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was great. I mean, we all can understand the immense energy and amount of work that needs to go behind any research and how challenging it is. And the correlation that was discussed over here was quite fruitful in terms of healthcare professional and the impact that it has on happiness, a level of happiness by variable factors. Well, moving on, what we have is now we would like to show you something about how Pakistani people love the love that they have for art and beautiful colors. Truck art.
On the outskirts of Pakistan's most populous city is the country's busiest truck yard. Here, among the noise and bustle of workshops, an art form unique to Pakistan is thriving. The world knows it as truck art, truckers call it Phul Patti. And Haider Ali has been practicing the craft for 30 years. So what are the different stages to make a truck worthy for the road?
The first step is smoothing out the surface. Then we apply an undercoat of paint. Then it's spray painted like this yellow truck. After that, the truck artist gets to work.
More than 200 trucks are decorated here every month, and Haider Ali is always the preferred artist. Now he hopes to set up a museum to take his art beyond the trucks. These artists banded together and set up their own studio, as they get no support from the government or educational institutions. Here, away from the sound of drills and hammers, they're preparing exhibits for a new airport being built in Pakistan's capital city, Islamabad. Haider is happy about that, but wants Phul Patti to be given greater official recognition.
International सतह पे ये हमारे बचपन में ही पहुंच चुका था. Truck art has been recognized internationally for years. We've featured exhibits in Germany, USA, Japan, Australia, and other countries.
What's your name?
My name's Kate Warner with Art 120.
And what's your name, sir? Lee. My name is Imad. And I'm just curious, it's really nice, it's really beautiful. Where'd you guys get that done from?
So
the
gentleman that did it is an artist from Pakistan.
Okay.
His name is Haider Ali.
Okay.
He has work in the Smithsonian. Yeah.
Okay, awesome, awesome. The reason why I asked, because you usually don't see that kind of stuff in the U.S.
Oh, I know.
And I'm from Pakistan, but I grew up in Pakistan, and I lived 15 years in Pakistan, but I lived more than half of my life here. So
do you know what is written on the side?
Yes.
In Urdu, yes?
Yes, so this one here, don't ask me for the meaning because it's been a while, but it says Chashme Badur.
Chashme Badur.
Chashme Badur.
Yeah.
And this right here, do you know what that is?
Yes.
Okay, but this looks awesome.
Says back off,
yes,
little brother.
yeah, that's
and
amazing. Yeah, you.
And the third word on.
Yeah, this is definitely turning a lot of heads. I guarantee you that, right?
Good.
Everybody's coming to you and asking you, hey.
Well, we bring it to schools to share the culture of Pakistan with kids. And my friend Sadaf is she's from Karachi, Pakistan, and she lives in Chattanooga. So she comes in and shares her art and culture.
Really?
The kids get to see what jingle
that
trucks
is awesome.
are.
That is awesome.
And then they get to make their own little jingle truck.
That is awesome. Yeah,
so
it looks really good. It looks
gotta
really
see
good.
the
Yeah.
paper.
Oh, I do? Okay,
Yes,
let's check it out.
Because this is a very common saying
okay.
in Karachi.
Fasla rakhe. That means keep your distance.
Right.
Varna pyar ho jayega. Otherwise, you're gonna fall in love.
That's right.
Yes. Awesome. I've actually seen some really funny things that are written on the back of the truck. Because the first 15 years that I lived in Pakistan, you know, I know how the traffic is over there, and traffic is bumper to bumper. So very often you do come across, like you're right behind a truck, and then you get to see what's written on there.
Yeah.
So it's
they
amazing.
do that on purpose.
Awesome. You guys probably paid a lot of money for that, didn't you?
Yeah. And
Yeah, I bet.
Heather came and did this, and then he did my other truck too. But
Awesome. My wife's actually sitting in the car, and I was like, you know what? Am I in US or what?
So this is Look But With Love.
Awesome. Very nice.
Mother's Prayers of the Breezes of Heaven.
That is awesome.
So this side's all about Chattanooga in the state of Tennessee, and the other side's all about Pakistan.
And
so we share the culture, and
that's amazing. That's really amazing. Yeah, I appreciate you guys getting to know the other culture, and getting to know what's in the other part of the world.
Well, the more we get to know each other, the more we can live and work
yeah.
together in harmony.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing.
Amazing drug art in Pakistan. Okay, so moving on, our next speaker, Ms. Samia Khalid, is a distinguished academic person specialized in clinical psychology and lifestyle medicine. She is in charge of the postgraduate program at RIFA Institute of Clinical and Professional Psychology and research associate at RIFA Institute of Lifestyle Medicine. She actively organizes webinars, workshops, and training sessions focusing on the role of healthy aging for mental and physical well-being. Beyond her clinical and academic pursuit, Samia Khalid serves as a motivational speaker, sharing insight on various social media channels. She is also dedicated to mentoring research students, showcasing her commitment to education, research, and the overall well-being of her clients. Let's look at her research on hydration and mental health.
Assalamualaikum everyone, this is Samia Khalid, lifestyle informed psychologist, senior lecturer, Rifa Institute of Clinical and Professional Psychology. I also belong to Pakistan Association of Lifestyle Medicine Research Department, where we conducted different kind of researches based on 6 pillars of lifestyle medicine and its impact on mental health. So today my research topic is related to the hydration and mental health and how are they related. So first one thing is that water is a fundamental component of human physiology, comprising approximately 60 to 70% of body weight in adult. Beyond it, its essential role in maintaining bodily functions like thermoregulation, nutrient transport, and waste removal. Emerging research has shed light on the intricate relationship between hydration status and mental health. While the physiological mechanism underlying this connection are complex, they underscore the profound impact of hydration on cognitive functions, emotional regulation, and overall mental well-being. So question is what is mental health? So based on biopsychosocial model, biological aspects, social and environmental factors and psychological factors all are interrelated to develop a positive mental health. According to the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, the umbrella term mental health encompasses emotional, psychological and social well-being. It factors into how a person think, feel, act, handle stress, and interact with other factors, or you can say with other persons. A variety of factors, including life experiences, lifestyle, can affect mental health. As a result, it can fluctuate over time. So, if we talk about the research evidences, research has linked hydration status with several mental conditions and functions such as depression, anxiety, mental sharpness, memory, and attention. For instance, a study of more than 3,000 Iranian adults observed the association between drinking water and depression. Researchers found that men or women who drank the least amount of water, mean less than 2 glasses per day, were at significantly high risk of depression than those who drank 5 glasses or more than 5 glasses per day. In addition, those with greatest water intake had lower incident of depression. So this research with 3,000 people shows that how much important water for our depression. So mental health is a basic element of overall health, For example, depression and chronic stress can lead to behavioral problems like sedentary activities, smoking, and overeating that may increase the risk of developing health conditions such as diabetes, muscular problem, heart disease. Likewise, chronic illness can heighten the likelihood of depression. So, another study involving US children aged 9 to 11 years look at the effect of drinking low, high, or ad libitum amount of water on mental flexibility or the ability to shift attention, because childhood is the time where students or children learn a lot of things and they need to focus on their shift attention. So in the research, those who drank high amount of water, mean 10.5 cups per day, had greater mental flexibility. In addition, researchers found that the group instructed to drink ad libitum had similar results to those who drank low amount of water. So around 2 cups per day suggested that children habitually dehydrate or underhydrate habits. So we need to care of them. So now we need to give full attention on the hydration level of our children. Another study I want to discuss with you is it is a small study in China based on college age males. Participants were instructed to abstain from drinking water for 36 hours followed by a rehydration period. The study found that dehydration had negative effects on energy, negative effects on self-esteem, short-term memory, and attention. After rehydration with water, the participants reported improvement in mood, improvement in short-term memory, improvement in attention and reaction time during the college timing, and even then working in daily life activities. So all these researches, we can conclude that inadequate water intake can negatively affect cognitive performance, including attention, memory, learning, and executive functions. So dehydration, even at minor level, can lead to decreased heart rate, variability, and increased anxiety and reduced mood. So studies have shown that individuals who do not meet hydration criteria have a higher anxiety level, poorer body composition, including higher body fat percentage and higher body mass index. So maintaining fluid homeostasis is very much important for overall health and well-being, as it is involved in various physiological processes, for example, including glucose regulation, kidney health, obesity, cardiovascular health, oxidative stress, cognition, and even then different type of cancers, for example bladder cancer. So I think we should focus on our daily life practices, especially related to hydration. So I have some tips to stay hydrated. These tips are for common people, for all of you. So please think about these things. And number one case is focus on your daily water intake. For female, 2.7 to 3.7 liter water is so much important, or you can say the body need this amount of water. And for male, 3.7 to 4.7 liter water is so much important or even necessary. The second thing you can focus on that is monitor urine color. Dark yellow urine may signal you have dehydration. So focus on yourself and be mindful in your every act, even that it is your washroom habits or your daily routine habits. So next one is maintain hydration routine. What you can say for this? You can drink water throughout the day, especially before meals, especially before and after the exercise, and in especially hot weathers. Carry a water bottle in everyday routine to sip water throughout the day. Further, you can add flavor water naturally, means infuse water with fruits like lemon, lime, or berries to add flavors without add sugar. It will be give very refreshing effects to you and make you more healthy. Further, consume hydrating foods. Mean incorporate water-rich foods like fruits, watermelon, oranges, and vegetables. You can eat cucumber, tomatoes, and the similar vegetables in your daily routine. Remember, 20% of your daily water intake should come from food. And last one is stay mindful of hydration needs. Because we have individual differences and every body have different need of hydration. So adjust water intake based on activity level. Adjust your activities based on your climate and individual hydration requirements. So this is so much important for you. So in end, takeaway message is listen to your body, listen to your body hydration needs, and show love to your body by prioritizing adequate water intake. Hydration play a critical role in supporting mental health, cognitive function, and overall well-being. That is much important need of a human life. So incorporate recommended daily water intake and hydration strategies can enhance resilience and promote holistic mental health in you. So thank you so much for listening me. Happy International Happiness Day, and Allah bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you, Dr.
Samia Khalid.
Samia Khalid, and that was great. How much water do you drink, Dr. Ziad, through the day?
Well, now it's Ramadan, so it's a little bit of a challenge, but in a normal day, routine day, about 8 to 12 glasses.
Right. And what happens in Ramadan? Like after iftar,
Oh,
how much?
this is challenging. This is challenging. It's only one glass, and mixing water with food is a little bit tricky.
Yeah.
So that's where we
So
need to be extra careful.
yeah, absolutely right. I think with that, it's getting a bit hot nowadays as well, and we are not noticing that transition of weather change. We feel that it's still cold, and we are getting a bit more dehydrated. I felt that last 2, 3 fasts, and what I did for myself is that. Then I started drinking a bit of oral rehydration salt, and that did me good because I was having backaches due to dehydration. So I think it's water as well as we can't drink that much water through after breaking the fast, but salts as well. And
Sure.
obviously, with the nowadays the water bottles, they don't have that minerals in it. uh with the Hunza Valley, they say that the water they drink is full of minerals, and that's one of their reasons for longevity as well. So but we drink Nestle water, so that
Yeah.
again doesn't contribute to all the minerals. However, uh, it was a great talk. A bit of when are you getting dehydrated? Uh, I think a rule of thumb is when you become thirsty, this means you're already 3% dehydrated.
Yes, your
And
body's talking to you.
yes, so that's 3%. And let me say one thing more. At 10% dehydration, person can die. So see, 3% is quite a bit of dehydration. So whenever you get that thirst sense, you should start drinking water or drink at least a glass of water, take sips of water and things like that. Anyway, over to you with our
Yeah,
research
yeah.
again.
Sure, sure. So next, I
Hanji.
mean, in the world of people evolving and changing, we are going to look at our next video, which is about a plant called Oculoflora samsara, and it's an astonishing example of how the plant adapt to different conditions.
In the uncharted region of Karanji, nestled in the tranquility of Lake Samsara, a team of botanists made a discovery that challenged the foundations of plant evolution. They discovered a plant that had developed a primitive eye-like structure, a unique adaptation unlike anything seen before in the plant kingdom. This plant, dubbed Oculoflora samsara, is a type of sundew, a carnivorous plant species known for their sticky, gland-tipped tentacles, which they use to trap insects. It boasts a unique organ that mimics the functionality of an eye, complete with a biological lens and a structure reminiscent of a pupil. The lens of this eye is made from a transparent layer of specialized cells that have a high water content, while the pupil is a concentrated area of photosensitive cells. The botanists theorize that this evolution was driven by the plant's need to survive in the dense, competitive environment of Lake Samsara. This remarkable discovery provides a compelling insight into how plants can adapt and evolve in response to their environment. It opens up a new field of scientific exploration and revolutionizing our understanding of plant perception and adaptation.
Fascinating.
Hang on, Dr. Zia. I thought this was a happiness conference. You just showed me a horror video.
It was all about change and adaptation. You know, you need to gel in, you need to adapt to the situation.
I know that,
You can
but
not be stagnant.
I don't like horror movies at all. Right? Yes, absolutely fascinating. That was great. Carry on.
Yeah. So our next worthy speaker is Dr. Fatma Ehsan. She's a professor and head of the department in our Department of Physiology at IIDC. She's passionate about lifestyle medicine. She did IBLM in 2021, and she's a certified health coach and an LM trainer. Currently, she is practicing at H&M Diagnostic Clinic in Islamabad. She has over 15 research articles to her credit up till now, which are published in national and international journals. Let's view her work on finding micro moments of happiness.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. I hope you can all hear me loud and clear. First of all, I would like to thank the PANT host for inviting me to this wonderful and much awaited 4th Happiness Summit. It always adds to my micro joys being a part of it in any way. So I'm Dr. Fatma Ehsan, working as professor in the Department of Physiology at Islamic International Dental College. And the topic that I have been given today is finding micro joys in the little things. You all must have heard this advice quite often, and many of us try to live by. But is there actually any real benefit to this practice? Yes, of course. Now, the research suggests that this little phrase has some big benefits behind it. A habit of appreciating small moments of pleasure that bubble up without any warning or planning, they often contribute more to lasting happiness than big days that only come around occasionally. Although it's absolutely normal to anticipate significant events, for example, koi shaadi ho sakti hai, there could be a retreat, or you're thinking about getting a new home or getting a degree, but अगर हम अपनी सारी energies इसी के ऊपर focus कर दें, तो sometimes it helps, it makes us skip past some very common but equally important parts of our daily life. हम अपनी ज़िंदगी में भी अगर ऑब्जर्व करें ना, तो मोस्ट पार्ट हमारी ज़िंदगी का और हमारी जो एनर्जी होती है, या तो हम फ्यूचर के बारे में सोच रहे होते हैं, या फिर हम सोच रहे होते हैं कि व्हाट हैज़ हैपेंड इन द पास्ट, और उसी के ऊपर हमारी सारी एक्सरसाइज चल रही होती है, rather than being present in the current moment and enjoying the present moment. This is very important, and this is the focus of my topic today. So, अब I want you all to imagine some moments, fleeting moments of joy in your life that are part of your daily routine. As examples, for example, relishing a cup of coffee or tea in your lawn, enjoying a funny video with your family, laughing together with your loved ones, momentary happiness, ठीक है, ये suddenly आएगी, you are not going to plan for it, but ये छोटे छोटे within seconds micro moments होते हैं जिनको हम बास दफा ऐसे ही गुजार देते हैं, but we need to acknowledge it, ठीक है, and embrace it. Since it's winter days, so basking under the sun, that's one of my favorite micro joy these days. Rendering an act of kindness, it could be as simple as hugging your mother-in-law. Chirping of birds, ठीक है? Early in the morning or in the evening, some people, they really enjoy listening to these sounds. Okay, So how exactly do they improve our well-being, these micro joys? Okay? There are many dimensions to this topic, but here I will try to focus on how these micro joys, they support our health and our well-being. So first of all, it improves our vagal tone. We all know that we have an autonomic nervous system inside our body that regulates the involuntary actions like the breathing, blood pressure, heart rate. So this has two subdivisions: the sympathetic nervous system, which is responsible for the fight or flight mechanism, and the parasympathetic nervous system, which is the rest and digest system. And the parasympathetic nervous system is mostly supplied by the vagus nerve. So improving the vagal tone means that the body is more in the parasympathetic tone. And on a physiological level, engaging in these micro joys, it improves the vagal tone. It, along with the working on our heart rate, our breathing, it also regulates the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis. It regulates our immune system and our gut-brain axis. And this vagus nerve is also linked to mood and anxiety disorders, and it regulates stress. So the more stimulated this vagus nerve is, the better off and better we will be more calm. And this vagal tone can be measured indirectly through heart rate variability, and it can be used as a target for assessing our well-being. In general, a low heart rate variability is considered a sign of current or future health problems like diabetes, hypertension, asthma, anxiety, depression. So this is a 2022 research article published in Frontiers, a high impact factor journal, integrated neuroscience. And this represents an evidence-based framework integrating well-being with healthy vagal function. Now, this acknowledging these micro joys, it also improves positivity resonance. एक तो micro joys हो सकते हैं in which we are all alone, for example, enjoying a cup of tea alone in the lawn. लेकिन positivity resonance में होता है when two persons they share positive emotions together. ठीक है, बहुत very simply it can be the positive emotions that we co-experience with others in our daily life. And these frequently experienced mild positive emotions, ठीक है, जरूरी नहीं है कि burst of joy or happiness हो, just these mild positive emotions are what actually drives our health and well-being. And हम सब ने नोट किया होगा किसी की पॉजिटिव वाइब्स इतनी स्ट्रांग होती हैं कि वो कमरे में आते ही हैं तो हम हंस के कहते हैं आई कैच योर हैप्पीनेस, और इसी तरह किसी की ऐसी वाइब्स होती हैं या उसकी रेजोनेंस इस तरह की होता है कि पूरी इन्वायरमेंट स्ट्रेसफुल हो जाती है. सो ये जो पॉजिटिविटी रेजोनेंस होती है, these shared positive effects, this feeling of oneness or this momentary connections that brings us into synchrony, it helps us to connect and grow. और ये जो एपिसोड्स हैं पॉजिटिव रेजोनेंसी के, they आप ऑब्जर्व करें कि they may also happen in a conflictive argument with your friend, with your colleague, with your loved one, or even when you are sitting together silently. ठीक है, so there's a connection you can feel, and it broadens our mindset and our creativity along with cultivating virtues like empathy, humility. Okay, so how to cultivate it? By very simple acts we will be discussing in the next section. And remember, it's the frequency of these mild positive emotions that matters, not the duration or the intensity. Just like we say that we need a daily dose of micronutrients, we also need a daily diet of these micro moments in our life. So again, this is a 2022 longitudinal study conducted on married couples over a period of 13 years. 154 married couples को लिया गया था और उनमें conflictive argument के दरमियान में इनका चेक किया गया था positive resonance level. And they found that greater latent positivity resonance predicted less steep declines in health and it increased longevity. Okay. Now, micro joys, जब हम इसको acknowledge करते हैं, it also boosts positive emotions. Now, these positive emotions, they just don't make us feel good, but they are good for our overall physical, social, and mental health. We need to infuse our ordinary events with positive value. अब कुछ रिसर्चर्स का ख्याल है इसमें कोई 3:1 और 5:1 एल्गोरिथम भी दिया जाता है कि a person can work optimum or feel best when they have this ratio of emotions. लेकिन just to make it more simple, आपकी डेली रूटीन में पॉजिटिव इमोशंस ज़्यादा होने चाहिए as compared to the negative events. Now, besides the various psychosocial benefits, physiologically positive effect जो होता है, it boosts our cardiovascular function, including the vagal tone, our blood pressure, heart rate. It also improves the neuromodulators, neuroendocrine functioning, immune system, as well as it lowers our cortisol level, which is the stress hormone. Now, self-regulation. Emotional, we all experience different kinds of emotions daily: anger, frustration, fear. It's all normal. But instead of reacting or being overpowered by it, we need to pause, think, and then respond by paying attention to our feelings. And this ability to control one's emotions helps us to adapt well to our environment. That is, make us more resilient in enhancing our physical well-being as well as emotional health. Now, in a 2019 review of 27 research studies, mindfulness was shown to improve attention, which in turn helped with regulating negative emotions and improving executive functions. अच्छा, better self-regulation और क्या करती है? It has a ripple effect on various aspects of our lives. It also may also help us prevent from getting addicted or self-defeating behaviors में engagement से, like procrastination or blame game. और अच्छी बात यह है कि ये जो emotional regulation है, it's not in our genetics. It can be learned like any other healthy habit. Simple acts like just making small personal tasks, कोई list making कर लो आप, just being mindful, or even working on our posture daily, that can also help strengthen our self-regulation or low self-esteem. Okay, so let's go through this short 2 minutes video.
Happiness is an emotional response to an outcome. If I win, I will be happy. If I don't, I won't. It's an if-then, cause and effect, quid pro quo standard that we cannot sustain because we immediately raise it every time we attain it. See, happiness demands a certain outcome. It is result reliant. And I say if happiness is what you're after, then you're going to be let down frequently and you're going to be unhappy much of your time. Joy, though, joy is a different thing. It's something else. Joy is not a choice. It's not a response to some result. It's a constant. Joy is the feeling that we have from doing what we are fashioned to do, no matter the outcome. Now, personally, as an actor, I started enjoying my work and literally being more happy when I stopped trying to make the daily labor a means to a certain end. For example, I need this film to be a box office success. You know, I need my performance to be acknowledged. I need the respect of my peers. And all those are reasonable aspirations, but the truth is, as soon as the work, the daily making of the movie, the doing of the deed became the reward in itself for me, I got more box office, more accolades and respect than I ever had before. See, joy is always in process. It's under construction. It is in constant approach, alive and well in the doing of what we're fashioned to do and enjoying it. Now, the easiest way to dissect success is through gratitude. Giving thanks for that which we do have, for what is working, appreciating the simple things we sometimes take for granted. We give thanks for these things, and that gratitude reciprocates, creating more to be thankful for. It's really simple, and it works. Now, I'm not saying be in denial of your failures. No, we can learn from them too, but only if we look at them constructively as a means to reveal what we are good at, what we can get better at, what we do succeed at.
Okay, so I enjoyed this clip and I wanted to share with you all. Okay, so now before we move on to some simple ways of embracing micro joys in our life, an important note. Now, research suggests that some people's genetics may make them more likely to benefit from micro joys than others. So some people who are highly sensitive to their environment may greatly benefit from engaging in these positive activities. And very important for all of us to understand our own personality type, whether we belong to the hypersensitive, moderate, or the low sensitivity group, and then observe which part of our routine refreshes or calms us. Since we are all individuals, we are all unique, so there may be different things that attracts us or which calms us. Some have highly, this is slightly deviating, but I just wanted to add, some have highly sensitive children, for example, sensory hypersensitive children, or some also called it as sensory processing disorder. And they get irritated by loud noise, by light, or by even smell of a perfume or tobacco smoke. So one needs to be very cautious. Those factors or behaviors which may be normal for another child may have lasting impacts for hypersensitive children that may leave imprints in adult life as well. If, however, you are aesthetically hypersensitive person who tends to be acutely aware of the subtleties around you, or you love to spend time in nature, or you find yourself deeply emotional when engaging with art or music, micro joys may be highly effective for your well-being. So now, what are these simple ways of practicing micro joys? Just change your routine. For example, if you are working in an office long hours, you can just move up and stretch out, move to your neighbors, colleagues, and just have a 5 minutes chat with them. Similarly, enjoy the moments of humor. You can have laughter therapy with your loved ones, or even if you don't have anybody around, you can just imagine your favorite comedian or a short clip of that person. It will bubble up all the excitement inside you. Be spontaneous. Even if you're a meticulous planner, just follow your natural impulse sometimes. It could be as simple as taking a 5 minutes break to call a friend you haven't spoken in for a while. Strengthening social bonds. There is so much evidence and so much research is going on which links our physical well-being with social connections. And these social connections not only include our family ties or our relatives, but also with our neighbors and even with the strangers. Pause and appreciate. Take regular breaks to savor the simple act of being alive and healthy, and that brings in gratitude. Okay, so every day try to practice, take some breaths, focus on your breathing patterns just to make you come into the present moment, and count the daily blessings you have. And these reminders repeatedly are very essential, and they inculcate this gratitude within us. So these are very simple ways, and it won't add it's something new to your every to-do list. I think we all need to paste it on our walls. I think I've already taken extra time. So just the chunk, or perhaps the most important lesson here, is to become more aware of how to manage positive experience more effectively in our lives, and to prioritize and set time aside for the practice of savoring. So thank you all. Jazakallah for listening to me patiently.
Thank you, Dr. Fatma. That was really important, and you're talking about positive resonance. And you mentioned diet as being like just like diet. You said we should feed on micro moments. I mean, I think this is a good takeaway. And talking about self-regulation, we shouldn't wait for the big moments or big events or something big to happen. Looking at the micro moments, the small happiness moments, that is what really can bring a change within. And gratitude you talked about, that is very, very important. Counting blessings, and it really helps you resonate the positive energy that you have.
Absolutely. You're so right, Dr. Zia. and Dr. Fatma Hassan. Great talk. I must say that if you just start counting things, you would not have time. The every breath we take whilst we are alive, we should be grateful for that. I mean, and see how many times do we breathe through the day. I think normal breathing perhaps is 12 to 16 breaths per minute. Uh, so imagine through 24 hours, you can calculate it, Dr. Zia. I'm not good at maths. So imagine that and then be grateful for that. You miss 2, 3 breaths and you'll feel it, and you miss 10 breaths. Probably that's it then. So yeah, we should be enjoying micro moments. We should be grateful, and life should be always. We should be grateful to Allah for what He has given us. With that, we move on. Uh, Obviously, we are coming close to the break, but before that, we have 2 to 3 more speakers, and the next speaker is psychologist, Mr. Rafiq Jaffer. He's the director of the Institute of Social Sciences since 1978 and the Entrepreneurship Development Advisory Services. He has conducted research trainings, evaluations, and workshops with over 12,000 staff of 8 UN agencies, more than 20 multilateral and bilateral donors, over 20 government ministries and departments, more than 300 national and 50 international NGOs in Pakistan, India, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Tajikistan, Vietnam, Thailand, and South Africa. And he would be talking to us about the quotes of happiness and what science says. So we'll start the next presentation. Thank you.
My name is Rafiq Jaffer. I'm from the Institute of My name is Rafiq Jaffer. I'm from the Institute of Social Sciences, Lahore, Pakistan, which was set up in 1978. And I'm going to talk about quotations regarding happiness that people often hear without knowing whether they are actually true or not. So in this presentation, we will look at the evidence for different popular quotes and then come to some conclusion as to what is the scientific evidence or conclusion about them. So, my name is Rafiq Jaffer. I'm going to start with what you could call it a kind of a quiz that I'm going to read out one by one 11 popular quotes about happiness. And I would like if you could listen to and read each one of them and then decide whether that particular quote is, in your view, completely true or partly true or not true at all. And if you could just write that, from numbering from 1 to 11, maybe on a piece of paper or on your phone or laptop, whatever. And then I'll present the scientific evidence for each quote and what is the verdict regarding its veracity, and then some final takeaways. So let me start by reading out the first quote. It says, "Happiness is a choice." So if you think this is completely true, you can write against number 1, completely true, or you can write partly true, or you can write not true. So let's go to the second one. Happiness is only real when shared. Number 3, happiness is a state of mind. Number 4, Happiness is reality minus expectations. Number 5, happiness never comes alone. In other words, it comes with other emotions. Happiness is not found in seeking more, but in developing the capacity to enjoy less. Number 7, there is no path to happiness. Happiness is the path. Number 8, a disciplined mind brings happiness. Number 9, success is not the key to happiness. Happiness is the key to success. Number 10, the secret to happiness is freedom, and the secret to freedom is courage. Number 11, happiness is just a positive perception from our brain. Our brain is a tool we use, it's not who we are. Okay, so now let's go through each of these 11 quotations about happiness and see what they mean, what is the evidence to support them or not support them, and then what is the verdict on them. So the first one, happiness is a choice. What does this mean? That happiness is not something that falls in our lap. Rather, we make a choice to be happy, and we continue to be happy for as long as we choose to be happy. Now, what is the scientific evidence for this? There are different studies, and I'm going to refer to a couple. For example, one study shows that those who listened to more positive music and made the effort to feel happier were in fact happier at the end of the study. However, people struggling with depression may be unable to make such a choice, as their brain is simply not capable of the same feats of happy thinking as that of people who are mentally healthy. And there is enough research to show that there is definitely a genetic component to happiness. So keeping the evidence in view, what is the verdict? The verdict is a mixed one. It is a yes and a no. So happiness can be a choice, and it is something you can practice. But if you're feeling unhappy, that's not failure. Okay, so let's go to the second quotation, which says, happiness is only real when shared. What does this mean? It means that happiness is only truly happy when you share it with others, and that the idea of being happy by oneself is a paradox. And what is the evidence? Studies show that sharing positive experiences is known to increase positive affect, happiness, and life satisfaction above and beyond what experiencing them alone can give. For example, pleasing stimuli like movies, food, vacations, when they are shared with others, the effect is enhanced for each participant. So happiness seems to spread like a virus. Those who interact with happy people are likely to become happier in the near future. So what is the verdict on this? The verdict is mostly true. So the research is clear, sharing happiness with others is going to enhance and spread it and encourage more happiness in the future. However, that doesn't mean that my happiness when alone is not real. Okay, let's go to statement number 3, happiness comes from within. What does this mean? That it doesn't come from external factors like money, material objects, status, prestige, or perhaps even from our relationships, but from our own internal factors like attitude, thought patterns, decision making, and behavior. So what is the evidence? Since happiness is heritable, it can be inherited, so it comes from within rather than from external factors alone. Changes in attitude and actions are more impactful on one's happiness than changes in one's circumstances. Happy people also tend to be more extroverted and have stronger romantic and other social relationships. So what is the verdict? The verdict is mostly true. While happiness does come from within, pushing the happiness comes from within narrative blames the unhappy person for being unhappy and dismisses legitimate concern about factors that contribute to unhappiness, such as economic trends or discrimination. Okay, so let's move on to the fourth quotation regarding happiness. Happiness is reality minus expectations. What does this mean? Our happiness is a direct result of our expectations and our reality. If our expectations are high and our reality does not measure up, we will be unhappy. But if our expectations are low and our reality exceeds them, we will be happy. Essentially, it means that happiness is relative, not absolute. So what is the evidence? Happiness seems to be about as high in low and high income countries, suggesting that its basis is more relative and subjective than objective. Happiness tends to increase in a country's economic boom and decrease in a recession. Thirdly, those who are optimistic, that is, who have high expectations about life, are more likely to be happy than those who are pessimistic. So the verdict is that this statement or quotation is half true. It's not completely true. How? Because if the quote were true, then optimists would be far unhappier than pessimists in general, because they would more frequently find that their expectations exceeded their reality. But this is not the case, indicating that high expectations alone do not guarantee unhappiness should one's reality fail to meet those expectations. It's how we react that really makes a difference. Okay, so let's move to statement 5. Happiness never comes alone. What does it mean? Happiness does not show up as our one and only emotion. It cannot exist without negative and neutral emotions like sadness, fear, anger, pain. So what is the evidence? Well, studies show the simple fact that we can have mixed emotions seems to reinforce the truth of this quote. We can all think of times we have felt both happy and sad, like when a child moves away to college, or a beloved co-worker and friend leaves to pursue a wonderful career opportunity. There is empirical evidence for the possibility of happiness and sadness co-occurring. So what is the verdict? The verdict is true. Happiness can exist with other emotions, and that it will never be your sole emotion or your only state of mind. You may experience intense happiness, but that happiness is only meaningful because you have experienced sadness and a neutral state in between the two. Okay, let's go to statement 6. The secret of happiness is not found in seeking more, but in developing the capacity to enjoy less. What it means? Happiness can only be achieved when we have accepted ourselves and our reality and learn how to appreciate our life as it is. What is the evidence for this? Well, self-acceptance is strongly related to life satisfaction and affect or mood. Unconditional self-acceptance is also positively correlated with a happy state and negatively correlated to symptoms of anxiety. Happiness is more dependent on our reaction to reality than the actual objective reality. Being grateful for what we have, even if it's not as much as we want, makes us happier. So what is the verdict on this? The verdict is that this is true. Although it's not necessarily true that you cannot experience any happiness if you are not completely self-accepting, the robust relationship between self-acceptance and acceptance is too strong to indicate otherwise. So when we learn to accept ourselves as we are and our reality as it is, we open ourselves up to much greater happiness. So the advice is work on being authentic and loving yourself as you are. Okay, now quotation number 7. There is no path to happiness. Happiness is the path. What does this mean? Happiness is not something that should be an end goal, but something that you can make right in the here and now. So what is the scientific evidence? The number of studies which show that pursuing happiness has mixed results, but that pursuing happiness simply for the sake of being happy is often an exercise in futility, or worse, an opening to depression and anxiety. Happiness can be a byproduct of what we are already doing with our lives, especially if what we are doing brings us a sense of meaning. Being mindful of and appreciating our present makes us happier in the moment and improves our overall well-being. The verdict is true. Happiness is something that we can influence in the here and now. As an end goal in and of itself, it is unlikely to boost our happiness in the long or short term. When we focus on being happy in the future, we tend to ruminate. When we focus on enjoying and appreciating what is happening in the here and now, we tend to be happier. Okay, let's move on to slide quotation number 8. A disciplined mind brings happiness. What does this mean? Happiness results from having a mind that is disciplined and controlled as much as one can control one's own mind. The scientific evidence for this is that people who are benign, success is not the key to happiness, happiness is the key to success. So experiencing success, whether in business, relationships, personal goals, will not necessarily bring you happiness, but that happiness can help bring you success. And there's a lot of evidence which shows that happiness and career success are highly correlated, but happiness often precedes objective measures of career success. When the authors of this study revisited their question a decade later, they found further evidence that happiness and positive emotions in the workplace lead to greater success. People tend to adapt to changes in their lives, whether they are positive, like winning the lottery, or negative, like being paralyzed in an accident, no matter how much they expect their lives to change. So the verdict is true. Success may not bring you happiness, but happiness is very likely to bring you success. If you believe that getting that one thing you've always wanted will make you happy, you may want to change your mindset. Number 10, the secret to happiness is freedom, and the secret to freedom is courage. What does this mean? Freedom contributes to happiness, and courage contributes to freedom. So what is the evidence? Countries with greater freedom in society are also generally higher in happiness. However, freedom and happiness are correlated in rich nations, but not so much in poor nations. It certainly takes courage to lead a country towards greater freedom on a national level, and it takes courage to be free in your own life and in your own mind as an individual. However, having greater freedom and greater choice does not necessarily lead to greater happiness. In fact, in some cases, it can lead to greater dissatisfaction. So, what is the verdict? The verdict is mostly true. Countries where an objective measurement of freedom is high also enjoy more happiness than countries with a lower level of freedom. When we are free to go where our heart leads us and pursue any of our goals, we are more likely to stumble upon happiness on the way. However, the relationship is not as black and white as that. The relationship between happiness and freedom is not consistent across all situations, and we know that more options does not equal more happiness. Now we come to the last statement, number 11. Happiness is just a positive perception from our brain. Our brain is a tool we use, it's not who we are. What does this mean? That happiness is not some unobtainable, all-important thing to be desired and pursued, but a temporary positive signal from our brain. As such, we shouldn't become too invested in controlling our emotions, which are fleeting by nature. Now, the evidence for this is that happiness is certainly a perception in the brain. After all, where else would it come from? It is created by 4 primary chemicals: dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and endorphins. The amygdala, hippocampus, and limbic system are involved in the perception of happiness. Everyone will feel a negative emotion at one point or another. It's impossible to be happy all the time. So what is the verdict? The verdict is that this quotation is true, but with a caveat. So happiness is an experience that comes from the brain. There are certain areas and chemicals that are hallmarks of happiness. However, the final part of the quote dives into a discussion of philosophy rather than science. Are we our brains, or do we use our brains? Okay, so what is my final takeaway from all of this? My final takeaway is that there is a kernel of truth in all the cliches about happiness discussed in this presentation. The scientific evidence suggests that most of them are partly or completely true. However, it is worthwhile to explore the scientific evidence for oneself before coming to a definitive conclusion regarding these and other popular quotes about happiness. And even if you are unable to gather such evidence, it should not stop you from living a joyous life. Now, in the end, I want to give the reference of the person who wrote this wonderful research study and consulted a lot of documents and evidence, Courtney Ackerman, and I'm giving here the reference so you can access the original article on which my presentation is based. So thank you very much.
That was Mr. Rafiq Jaffer. Thank you very much for clarifying things about the quotes. And next, we will move on to another presentation, a short one this time. And that is, I must say, something that I would really like to see and listen as well. Ikra Riazuddin presenting uh, presenting about a journey of happiness. Ikra Riazuddin is the leader of community lifestyle medicine course, and let's just hear to what she has to say. Thank you.
In the sweet embrace of mid-February, I embarked on my first day at the private university in Lahore, where I was hired to work as a visiting faculty. As I stood at the beginning of a new chapter in my career, dressed in a semblance of academia, the air had a faint sweetness to it. I felt a strange but exciting nervousness run through me because I had to introduce excited political science students to this subject. The young eyes that encountered me saw me as another student as I entered the corridors of academia. Unfazed, I struck up a conversation, crafting an opening that would serve as a preface to the coming academic journey. The course plan unfolded like a tapestry of explanation, providing a roadmap to political awareness. Sensationalized, I urged the group to reveal the fabric of their political reflections. The students were initially wary, but as fragile flowers, they opened their minds under my comforting protection of the unalienable right to free speech. The room was filled with a cacophony of differing viewpoints, each one proof of the growing trust we were fostering. My students found comfort and were able to release themselves from the bonds of doubt in that place, where freedom of thought is often denied. A tangible shift occurred as time gracefully passed. The once reserved pupils discovered comfort in my classroom, their voices resounding with a clarity they had never known before. A deep connection developed, fostered only by the skill of open communication. The future leaders of our society, my pupils, acclaimed me for creating a nonconformist atmosphere in which free speech was valued rather than suppressed. This small gesture became a source of empowerment for me and my students in a society where voices of criticism are frequently muffled. A warm flush of genuine satisfaction surrounded me as I realized how wonderfully we had created a space for unrestricted expression through discourse. At that very moment, we had not only shared knowledge but also sowed the seeds of emancipation for the voices that would mold our country's destiny. This experience was a moment of true happiness and satisfaction for me.
Excellent. So that obviously we should be trying that in our academia with our students as well. Before we go on a break, which will be around 1:45, I would hand over to Dr. Zia for our last presenter's presentation.
So next, what we have is a success story by Sayyida Mehwish Rais. She's a child psychologist, certified ABA, RPT, and IBT, director of Autism Resource Center, Lahore. Let's listen to her success story.
मेरा नाम सैयदा महविश है and I'm working as a director of Autism Resource Center लाहौर। ये एक स्पेशल नीड्स बच्चों का इदारा है जहाँ पे बहुत से बच्चे, ख़ानदान और ऐसे बहुत से लोग प्रोफेशनल्स मेरे साथ काम कर रहे हैं। पर ये सफ़र इतना आसान नहीं था। मैं एक सैयद घराने में पैदा होने वाली लड़की, जहाँ लड़कियों का बाहर निकलकर जॉब करना मायूब समझा जाता था, पर मैंने तो ज़िंदगी का एक मकसद बना लिया था जिसे मुझे हर हाल में हासिल करना था। इस मकसद का आगाज़ इस दिन शुरू हुआ जब मैं अपने स्कूल के बाहर खड़ी अपने बाबा का इंतज़ार कर रही थी और सोच रही थी कि ज़िंदगी का मकसद क्या है। ये सोच इस उम्र में आना ताज्जुब की बात है, पर जब अल्लाह ने आपके दिल में ख्याल डालना हो तो ऐसा ख्याल आ ही जाता है। फिर ऐसे उसी लम्हे मेरे सामने से एक स्पेशल बच्चों की बस गुजरी जिसमें बच्चों के मुंह से रालें टपक रही थी और हाल से बेहाल थे। उनको देखकर एक पल के लिए खुद पर रश्क हुआ और ये कि हम कमाल हैं। वो उम्र ही ऐसी होती है जब ये समझ नहीं आती कि ये बात रश्क करने की नहीं बल्कि शुक्र करने की है कि हमें रब ने कितनी नेमतों से नवाजा है। हाँ, पर उसी वक्त एक ख्याल जो दिल में आया वो ये कि जिस दिन इनमें से किसी एक की ज़िंदगी बदल लूँगी, मैं समझूंगी कि मेरी ज़िंदगी में आने का मकसद फिर ठान ली कि कुछ करना है और वो करने के लिए, उस रास्ते पर चलने के लिए मुझे क्या करना होगा। तो मालूम हुआ कि ऐसे बच्चों के साथ काम करने के लिए साइकोलॉजी पढ़ना पड़ेगी। फिर सोचा कि बस अब हम साइकोलॉजी सब्जेक्ट ही रखेंगे। अम्मा के पास पहुंच गई और कहा मुझे आगे पढ़ना है, पर उस वक्त माँ का कुछ और ही फैसला था कि बस बहुत हो गया, अब शादी करनी है। फिर माँ से उलझी कि मुझे पढ़ने दें, वक्त आएगा तो देखी जाएगी, शादी भी कर ही लेंगे। और ये कि मुझे पढ़ने दें, मैं पढ़ाई का बोझ भी खुद उठाऊंगी और किसी को परेशान ना होने दूंगी। बस फिर क्या था, बच्चे पढ़ाना शुरू कर दिए, खुद मेहनत की और पढ़ाई भी। FA तो हो गया, अब अगला मरहला BA करने का था। उन दिनों BS ऑनर्स नहीं BA करवाया जाता था। BA का एडमिशन लेना ही था कि एक खबर आन पड़ी, माँ को हेपेटाइटिस C डायग्नोज हो गया। अब क्या किया जाए, मैं घर की एक ही बेटी थी, घर के कामों की जिम्मेदारी भी मेरे कांधों पर आन पड़ी थी। सोचा सब कुछ छोड़ दूं, माँ और घर को वक्त दूं, पर वो मोटिवेशन, वो ख्वाहिश जो मेरे अंदर पल रही थी, वो मुझे सुकून ना लेने दे रही थी। बस फिर क्या था, सोचा कि माँ को भी और पढ़ाई दोनों को साथ लेकर चलूंगी। फिर माँ को भी संभाला, घर को भी संभाला और किसी को शिकायत का मौका ना दिया। लेकिन वो मेहनत थी, थका देने वाली मेहनत, सुबह से लेकर रात तक की मेहनत, मगर मैंने हार ना मानी। सुबह से लेकर कॉलेज, घर, बच्चे पढ़ाना, वो सब काम, सबको देखना, माँ का ख्याल रखना, वो सारी जिम्मेदारी अपने कांधों पर उठाई पर हार ना मानी। सुबह 6 बजे जो उठती तो रात 11 से 12 बज जाते सोते सोते। कभी कभी तो पढ़ाई का वक्त भी ना मिलता था। उन दिनों में कुलियतुल बनात में बीए कर रही थी और कुलियतुल बनात के सामने फाउंटेन हाउस स्पेशल नीड्स बच्चों का स्कूल था। बीए से लेके मास्टर तक 4 साल उस स्कूल का गेट देखकर मैंने गुजारे, इस इंतज़ार में कि एक दिन पूरे हक से मैं स्कूल के गेट के दाखिल होंगी और किसी ना किसी एक की ज़िंदगी तो ज़रूर बदलूंगी। 6 साल की पढ़ाई मुकम्मल हुई। आखिर वो दिन आ ही गया जब इन बच्चों से पहली बार मिलने जा रही थी। मैं बहुत खुश थी, मगर जब काम शुरू किया तो एहसास हुआ कि मुझे तो कुछ भी नहीं आता। पढ़ाई एक तरफ और प्रैक्टिकल लाइफ एक तरफ। बस फिर मालूम नहीं था कि एक नए सफ़र का आगाज़ होने वाला है और अब न जाने ज़िंदगी कहाँ लेकर जाएगी। कोई हॉस्पिटल, कोई ऐसा इदारा मैंने ना छोड़ा, सिर्फ इस तलाश में कि कोई तो मुझे मिलेगा जो मुझे सिखा देगा। सीखने की चाह हो तो कोई ना कोई मिल ही जाता है। बस फिर किसी मोहसिन ने रहनुमाई की। 6 माह की अनथक इंतज़ार के बाद मुझे ऑटिज़म रिसोर्स सेंटर लाहौर का पता मिला। उससे पहले और भी इदारों में गई। जब तक यहाँ की बारी आई मुझे लगा कि बस यहाँ भी शायद मुझे कोई नहीं सिखाएगा। मगर जब मैं इसमें दाखिल हुई और कुछ वक्त गुजारा तो मालूम हुआ कि ये तो वो जगह है जहाँ से कुछ सीखने को मिलेगा। जॉब तो मुझे मिल गई और जगह भी ऐसी जहाँ उम्मीद थी कि मुझे ज़रूर कोई ना कोई सिखाएगा। लेकिन एक और इम्तिहान बाकी था। माँ को तो बस शादी करनी थी, भाइयों की गैरत का मसला था और ये कि सैयद ख़ानदान की लड़की अब जॉब करेगी। पर मैं भी डटी रही कि मुझे जॉब पैसे कमाने के लिए नहीं करनी, बल्कि उन बच्चों के साथ काम करने के लिए करनी है। मुझे समझें, मैं वो कर सकती हूँ। अपने घर वालों को मैंने बहुत मुश्किल से मनाया और आखिर मैं कामयाब हो गई। पर एक बात याद रखें, सीखता वही है जिसमें सीखने की चाहत हो, सीखने की लगन हो। बस फिर दिन रात एक कर दिए उन बच्चों के साथ। मारे भी खाई, कई दफ़ा बच्चों ने काटा भी, नोचा भी। पर खुशी इस बात की होती थी कि जितने प्यार से मैं उनके साथ काम करती थी, आहिस्ता आहिस्ता वो भी मुझे उतना ही प्यार देने लगते थे, मुझे पसंद करने लगते। बस मेरी ज़िंदगी भी इन्हीं बच्चों के इर्द गिर्द घूमने लगी और मैं अपनी मंजिल को पाकर बहुत खुश थी। इतनी खुश कि भूल ही गई कि ज़िंदगी में और भी कुछ काम है जो बहुत ज़रूरी हैं, और वो थी शादी। अब रिश्ते आने लगे। बस माँ को था बेटी पढ़ी लिखी है, जॉब करती है तो झटपट शादी हो जाएगी। फिर उन्हें क्या मालूम था कि एक और इम्तिहान अभी बाकी है। अब रिश्ते तो बहुत आए, मगर अफसोस कि कोई नौकरी नहीं करने देना चाहता था शादी के बाद, और किसी को इन बच्चों के साथ काम करना पसंद नहीं था। बस फिर क्या था, एक और जंग लड़ना पड़ी। शुक्रगुजार हूँ अपने रब की और फिर अपने बाबा की, जिन्होंने उस वक्त मेरा साथ दिया और मुझे समझा कि मेरी बेटी के साथ भी वही शादी करेगा जो इसको काम करने देगा और इसको इसके मकसद से नहीं रोकेगा। फिर लगा कि शायद ऐसा कोई नहीं मिलने वाला जो समझे और कदम से कदम मिलाकर मेरे साथ चले। पर मेरा रब जैसे मुझ पर मेहरबान था। ये उन बच्चों के साथ काम करने की बरकत थी, या फिर ये कि मेरा रब ये चाहता था कि मैं अपनी ज़िंदगी उसके बंदों की खिदमत में वक्फ करूं। मेरी ज़िंदगी में ऐसा इंसान आया जिसने मुझे समझा भी और मेरा साथ भी दिया। कहते हैं ना कि अमाल का दारोमदार नियतों पर है, तो सच कहते हैं उसी नियत का सिला मिल रहा था मुझे। फिर देखते ही देखते मैं आगे से आगे बढ़ती चली गई और आज एक कामयाब औरत हूँ जो किसी एक की ज़िंदगी बदलना चाहती थी। आज उसके साथ कई ख़ानदान और उनके बच्चे जुड़े हैं और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह बहुत सौ की ज़िंदगी बदली और आज वो बेहतर ज़िंदगी गुजार रहे हैं। एक बात याद रखें, कामयाब होने के लिए शॉर्टकट्स की ज़रूरत नहीं होती। सबसे पहले बस ये जानने की ज़रूरत है कि आप क्या कर सकते हैं। आपके अंदर की वो कौन सी छुपी हुई सलाहियत है जिसको निखारने की ज़रूरत है। कोई ज़बरदस्ती आपको कुछ भी नहीं बना सकता और आप उसी फील्ड में एक्सेल कर सकते हैं जो आपके अंदर की चाहत हो, क्योंकि वही आपकी असल हकीकत है, वही आपकी मोटिवेशन है और उसी के साथ आप आगे बढ़ें तो ज़िंदगी में कामयाबी ज़रूर हासिल होती है। वो लड़की जिसने जॉब के सफ़र का आगाज़ चिंगटी में किया, बस के लिए एक लंबी कतार में इंतज़ार करते हुए किया। आज मैं कामयाब हूँ, पर इसके पीछे एक अनथक मेहनत शामिल है। अपने मकसद को हासिल करने की कोशिश शामिल है। एक सबक जो ज़िंदगी ने सिखाया वो ये भी था कि इस रास्ते में ऐसे बहुत से लोग मिलते हैं जो आपको आगे बढ़ता हुआ नहीं देख सकते, और आगे बढ़ जाओ तो आपको मेहनती समझने की बजाय आपको चालाक या तेज़ होने का टैग लगा देते हैं। पर मैंने इन सब हरा देने वाले अल्फाज और ऐसी सोचें जो थका दें, इनको अपने मकसद में हायल नहीं होने दिया। माँ ने सब्र का सबक सिखाया था और बाप ने ईमानदारी का। बस फिर इन दोनों सब्र और ईमानदारी का हाथ थामे मैं आगे बढ़ती रही, फिर अपने रास्ते खुद आसान किए, और ये भी कि नेक नियति से आप अपनी मंजिल की तरफ बढ़ते रहें, सिर्फ अपनी ज़ात पर यकीन करते हुए, तो कामयाबी ज़रूर आपके कदम चूमती है और मेहनत कभी रायगा नहीं जाती। और कामयाबी सिर्फ गाड़ी या घर लेना नहीं होता। मेरी ज़िंदगी में 2 प्यारे फूल हैं और एक चाहने वाला इंसान। ये वो खुशियाँ हैं जो इन बच्चों के साथ काम करने पर मुझे मेरे रब ने तोहफे में दी। रात को सुकून की नींद आ जाती है और ज़िंदगी मुतमिन है, क्योंकि एक मकसद है दूसरों की ज़िंदगी को आसान करना और रब के बंदों की खिदमत में उसे वक्फ करना। और ये कि जब आप दूसरों के लिए आसानियों का बाइस बनते हैं तो रब आपके लिए बहुत सी आसानियाँ रख देता है ज़िंदगी में, और दूसरों को खुश करके जो खुशी मिलती है उसका कोई मोल नहीं। एक बात याद रखें, जितना आप खुद मोटिवेट कर सकते हैं बगैर किसी की एप्रिसिएशन का इंतज़ार किए हुए, उतना कोई और आपको नहीं कर सकता। आपकी अपनी इंटरनल मोटिवेशन और एप्रिसिएशन ही आपके लिए काफ़ी होनी चाहिए, ना कि आप दूसरों के इंतज़ार में खड़े हों कि कोई और आए और आपके काम को सराहे। आप खुद अपने काम को सराहें, फिर देखें कैसी खुशी मिलती है, और दूसरों को खुश करके जो खुशी मिलती है इसका कोई मोल नहीं।
That was truly inspirational and great. It reminds me of Friedrich Nietzsche's quote: "He who has a why to live can bear almost anyhow." So, and this one, I'll leave it with you, Dr. Zia, to
Amazing
give some
motivational
comments and
story. I
then take
think,
us to the break as well.
yeah, amazing motivational story. I think we all need to learn the lesson from it. And moving forward, now we will break for about half an hour, and we will rejoin after this short break. Okay, welcome back, everyone.
Yes, welcome back. Happy International Day of Happiness to everyone once again. We are back from our break and we continue our session. There have been such great talks, and we've received some very positive feedback about people saying that Happiness Summit and activities like this should be carried on. People need more and more of them. And definitely the credit goes to the team, Dr. Shagufta leading from the front, Dr. Munira Abbasi, Dr. Zia yourself, Dr. Saima Omer, Dr. Samia Khalid, everyone, I say they all uh, they deserve the applause. They deserve the well-received comments and feedback that has just been coming on. We'll start our session. I think I'll start it with a small story, Dr. Zia. I hope you don't get bored of all my these stories that I tell.
No, please do. Go ahead.
The last talk was about more about finding a true and authentic purpose. And we'll carry on with that where I read it in a book and I'll quote it. A lady called Mary. Mary spent 25 years as a custodian, cleaning the bathrooms, rooms, and hallways of university dormitories. She diligently worked her way up to a supervisor's position before retiring to spend more time with family and friends. Her retirement didn't last long. She returned to the entry-level custodian position she'd started more than 25 years ago, cleaning the same dormitories. The author says that he had the pleasure of interviewing Mary for a pilot research project he conducted on how people find meaning in work. He said, I asked her, why return to a job you already spent decades in? Her answer became one of the author's prime motivations for writing the book he wrote, which was Invisible Leader. He said, Mary said, I couldn't stand the thought of those students not having a parent figure away from home. This was how she saw herself, as a parent figure for college students. He said that she told me that she talked to them about classes, worries, stress. They shared with her details of their lives in their hometowns. She counseled them as a kind of guardian while they lived away from their families. Mary's purpose was bigger than she was. So powerful, in fact, it brought her back to do the job again. Cleaning was what she did. Supporting and connecting with students was why she did it. He said, I spoke to Mary's supervisors. They never told her that she should serve as a critical support system for students. They offered no formal training or employee onboarding around the idea, no mentoring program or HR interventions on being a parent figure. They didn't give her a bonus or a promotion for taking time to connect with students. She had awakened her authentic purpose, the real reason the job existed in the first place, to help people graduate from college. That was an authentic purpose for which, even after retirement, Mary came back. This is quoted from the book The Invisible Leader, and the author of the book, the author of the book is Zach Mercurio. So with this, we move on to our first talk. And that, again, is finding purpose and changing life. I must say, I think there's a book by the Harvard Business Review, in which it says you don't find your purpose, you craft your purpose, right? So our next presenter is Brian Penny. He is a former heroin addict turned doctor who's on a mission to show people that change is possible. Since embracing his second chance at life in 2013, he has become a doctor of neuroscience and psychology, a lecturer at the two top universities in Ireland, an executive coach to some of Ireland's most influential leaders, and a consultant to some of the world's largest organizations. He is also a keynote speaker, best-selling author, founder, and CEO of Change is Possible, where he has reached millions of people with his online content. So, without wasting any more time, let's watch Ryan Penny. Thank you.
Hey everyone, I am delighted to have this opportunity to speak to you at the Happiness Summit on a topic that is really close to my heart. And I'm really going to jump in with a story to give you an insight into why I'm so happy and the message that hopefully I can share with other people. So I'm not rich. I win the genetic lottery, and I lost most of my life to addiction. So why the hell am I so happy? And that's what I want to talk about today. It's basically a values-based framework that I implement, an action-based framework based on my values that helps me to live and my clients to live a very happy lifestyle. So I'm going to share a couple of slides as we go along, just to give you an insight. And one of the things that I really want to share is that I struggled. That's a picture of me in 2011. And I've shown this picture before to the group for the other conference. And that's a picture of me in the depths of addiction. I struggled with massive trauma as a young kid. And to anesthetize myself from that pain, I really struggled. And I used heroin and addiction to help me to escape that pain. Now, a huge part of my journey was I was trying to avoid and escape that pain, but it was the challenges of life and the feelings that go with it was pulling me way, way, way off course. Today, when I talk about having a very happy life and living in a very content, fulfilled way, it's because I don't let my feelings and the challenges of life pull me off course. I am driven towards where I want to go by implementing a values-based framework to direct my life. So, what are values? Values are beliefs, attitudes, and standards of behavior about what's important in life. Some commonly held values include courage, trust, honesty, integrity. Really brilliant values to have. They're more universal values. Most people would agree on these values. But then we have more tangible values like energy, health, our jobs, our relationships. My personal core three values are my energy, my health, and my relationships. And I prioritize these values and take actions towards them. Now, one of the biggest challenges in life is what can pull us away. And one of these things is something that I like to call junk values. Junk values are basically values that are not worthy of being valued because they are not deeply connected to anything that's important. Part of my own PhD research looked at this idea of wanting more, how people are always looking for more, 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 more. Whether it's drugs, whether it's alcohol, whether it's materialistic pursuits, they are trying to fill a hole in their soul. More time on TikTok, more time watching Netflix, more time eating comfort food. We're trying to fill a hole in our soul that doesn't get filled. And I think the core idea of junk values is epitomized by this idea of materialistic pursuits, the hedonic treadmill. We're chasing pleasures. We're trying to buy ourselves into happiness. But as the research shows, money or materialistic things, they might give us a little bit of pleasure, but they don't give us happiness. And it's the same for false connections today. Many young people are looking for likes and engagement on social media, but it's not true connection. It's not going to give you the happiness that you actually need. And there's this idea of money makes you happy. And money can be it's by default, it's valuable. But in terms of what's truly valuable about money, is it can give us independence, safety, opportunities. But if your sense of self-worth, ego, and status is grounded on money, it's a junk value. It's not going to give you happiness. So while it's equally important to know what you value, it's probably even more important to know what you shouldn't value, but what you may value. What are your junk values? So how do we go about identifying our own personal values? And really, this is a reflective process. There's questions I love because when you ask people, what do you value? What are your values? 95% of people don't know what their values are. And we sometimes can get stuck in the stuck in the woods. We can't see the wood from the trees. Sometimes we have to take this helicopter view, bird's eye view, and look at the bigger picture. And it's great to get out of our own perspective for that. And that's why I love asking questions that takes us out of our own perspective. And a question I love, which is kind of morbid, but it works, is what would you want people to say about you at your own funeral? For me, it's loyalty, kind, compassionate. He did what he said he was going to do. He was reliable. So what would you want your loved ones to say about you at your funeral? It's just a thought experiment. So don't think of it in that morbid way. Another great question is, what do you admire in others? Maybe it's your grandmother. Maybe it's your parents. Maybe it's a mentor or a boss that sort of owned the values where you want to be. They had traits that you admired. Who are your heroes? So maybe they're driven and ambitious. Maybe that's important to you. Maybe they're kind or courageous. What do you admire in others? And that gives you an idea of what you might value yourself. Another great question I love is, don't ask what you value, ask what you don't value. Use a technique called inversion, turn upside down. So ask yourself, what sort of is a bugbear for you? What gets under your skin? Maybe it's arrogant people. Invert that, so you might value humility. Maybe flaky people who let you down really get on your nerves. So reliability and accountability is what you value. Or maybe you just don't like people who lie. Who does? So honesty is a core value. So that's just three reflective little questions to focus on or try to think about what you value for yourself in your life. So why the hell are values so important? And there's multiple reasons for this. It gives you an idea of who you are, where is your place in the world, where is your true north and where you need to go. But where I started this talk with today is this dichotomy of our feelings pulling us off course. And I'm not talking about intuition or gut instinct. I'm talking about our feelings that are challenging us and pull us off course. These are the challenges of life, whereas our values guide us in the right direction. So it's this idea of values-based decisions versus feelings-based decisions. So imagine you wake up in the morning, you feel like hitting the snooze button, you feel like staying in bed and having a sick day, but you value being reliable and driven. So you make a values-based decision and you jump up out of bed and you go to work. Imagine you come home from work and you're feeling a little stressed. You value your mental and physical health, but you feel like drinking some alcohol to avoid that stress. Do you make a feelings-based decision or a values-based decision? Imagine you have a difficult conversation. Maybe it's a work colleague, your partner, or a loved one. You value the relationship. You value integrity and honesty, but you feel like avoiding the uncomfortable conversation. Do you make a feelings-based decision or a values-based decision? This is the essence of what I want to talk about today. Values-based decisions. They are hard choices, but they lead to a much easier and happier life. Whereas feelings-based decisions, They're easier, but they lead to a much harder life. And you might be wondering what that little board is on the screen. And I came across this theory of emotion when I was studying psychology. It's the James Lang theory of emotion. And it was captured beautifully by this picture of a bird sitting in a tree singing. And this older man walked underneath the tree and he looked up the bird and he says, "Ah, you're singing because you're happy." And the little bird says, "No, I'm happy because I'm singing." And what I got from that was that we don't have to be pulled around by the world based on how we feel, because motion drives emotion. Mood follows action. We can act and make decisions that align with our values to change how we feel. I have a morning routine which I implement every morning. Some days I wake up and I don't feel like implementing my morning routine, but I make a values-based decision and I act on that and I change how I feel. And this is the essence of why I believe I'm one of the happiest people I know. I align myself with my values. So this brings me to a metaphor that had a big impact on my life. And that is a picture of the Great Britain rowing team in the 2000 Olympics. And for every decision that they had to make, they asked themselves the simple question, will it make our boat go faster? So if they were faced with a situation and they were feeling a little bit stuck, they'd ask themselves, will it make our boat go faster? If it did, they said yes. If it didn't, they said no. So imagine they were faced with a decision where someone on the team wasn't pulling their weight. Did they avoid that difficult conversation or did they have that uncomfortable conversation? Of course, it would make the boat go faster to see what's going on. So they would have had that uncomfortable conversation. It made the boat go faster. Imagine they were feeling tired from all of the training and they wanted to take a few days off or go for a drink with their friends, eat loads of bad food. They would ask themselves, will it make the boat go faster? Of course not. They felt like doing that, but they wanted to make a values-based decision to make the boat go faster because they valued winning the Olympics. And this is what this team done. For every decision on the build-up to the Olympics, they asked themselves a simple question: will it make the boat go faster based on what was important to them? Values-based decisions. I personally love the simplicity of this mantra. Of course, I didn't have a rowing boat of my own. So I created a metaphorical boat for my own life. And every time I feel stuck, every time I feel indecisive, anytime I feel afraid and I don't know what to do, I would ask myself that simple question. So I have one simple takeaway for you guys today from what I've talked about and for this simple metaphor. The next time you feel stuck in life, the next time you feel a little bit fearful and afraid, the next time you don't really know what to do, where you're not feeling fulfilled and happy in your life, and you don't know what direction to take, ask yourself, is what you're doing, does it align with your values? Does this thing, this decision you're going to make, does it align with what's important to you? And have a reflection and think about what you value, what is important to you, so you can make these decisions. And the next time, instead of making that feelings-based decision, ask yourself, does this make my boat go faster? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ryan. That was great. Obviously, we have to look at our values. Values are what drives leaders as well, and values like honesty, integrity, justice, uh, all these important values, whether they be philosophical, whether they be related to spiritual, religious, uh, or cultural values. We have to choose the best of them all, and we have to go on along with that. And I must say, life can be hard, life can be tough. The road to success is not easy. However, if you grab on to your values, the values that great leaders hold on to, the values that Allah has also guided us upon. I'm sure you will have happiness and success in life.
Very true,
So,
very true. It is very motivational. I mean, the way he came out of the challenges and the way he's telling to keep on fighting. I mean, it's not getting, never giving up and continuing the transformation that we are continuously going through this journey. Yeah. Shall we move on?
yes, yes, we will move on and we'll just watch a small video on what is generosity and kindness. So let's just see what we have on that.
Acts of kindness, acts of generosity is how simple it is to make people feel good. I was walking down the streets of New York City, and a guy walking in front of me, his backpack opened and a bunch of paper fell out on the street. I didn't think much of it. I bent down, I gathered up the papers, handed them back to him, and pointed out that his bag had opened. Now, in our bodies, there's a chemical called oxytocin. Oxytocin is responsible for all the warm and fuzzies, unicorns and rainbows. It's responsible for all the warm feelings and connectedness we have with each other. Friendship, love. Huge amounts of oxytocin surge through a woman's body as she gives birth. This is what is responsible for the mother-child bond. Oxytocin binds human beings. There are many ways to get oxytocin. One of them is acts of kindness and acts of generosity. It feels good when we do something nice for someone. It feels good when someone does something nice for us. On this particular day, I did something for someone with no expectation of anything in return. I got a little surge of oxytocin. I felt good. He turned to me and he said, "Thank you. It feels nice when someone does something for us with no expectation of anything in return." He felt good. I walked to the end of the street. I'm waiting to cross the street. And a total stranger who happened to be standing next to me said, "I saw what you did back there. That was really cool." As it turns out, witnessing an act of generosity releases oxytocin, and he felt good. And the best part about oxytocin is the more oxytocin we have in our bodies, the more generous we become. It is Mother Nature's way of trying desperately to get us to look after each other. I can guarantee you that that man who witnessed what I did something nice for somebody that day simply because he saw someone do something nice for somebody that day. So what if we commit to do something nice for someone with no expectation of anything in return? Imagine what happens at work. Imagine what happens at home. Imagine what happens with our friends. But it must be genuine.
Absolutely, it must be genuine. This was Simon Sinek, who has written quite a few books now on leadership, especially about finding your why, and on Leaders Eat Last are some of his great books as well. So, with this, handing over to you, Dr. Zia.
Yeah, so it is my distinct pleasure to introduce Dr. Usman Sana, an esteemed expert in the field of facial profiling and the director CEO of US Life Coaching Company. Dr. Sana brings a wealth of experience and expertise coupled with a profound dedication to empowering individuals and organizations through the art of facial profiling. With a keen understanding of facial recognition, technologies, emotions, and nonverbal cues, Dr. Sana possesses a unique ability to unravel the mysteries hidden within the facial expression. His passion lies in helping clients unlock the power of facial profiling, enabling them to gain invaluable insight into the human behavior and communication. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Sana as he shares his invaluable insight with us.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, Usman here. We'll be exploring the ways and methods
to unlocking happiness. We'll try to understand the synergy of life purpose, facial profiling, and energy profiling. Starting with the etymology of word happiness, hap means luck or chance, and ness denotes a state. So there is how the word happiness is formed. Moving to the definition of happiness. Happiness is a state of well-being, contentment, and satisfaction, characterized by positive emotions and a sense of fulfillment. It encompasses feelings of joy, pleasure, overall positivity in life. Happiness is often associated with personal growth, meaningful relationship, the pursuit of goals and aspirations that align with one's values and desires. The objective of today's presentation include to understand the significance of aligning with our life purpose for achieving happiness and fulfillment. Secondly, we'll recognize the importance of facial profiling in understanding emotions and its contribution to overall well-being. Thirdly, we'll learn about the energy profiling and how it aligns with one's energy that promotes happiness and personal growth. Before we move on to the definition of life purpose, I would like to share a quote by Rumi. Everyone is born with a purpose. If one does everything else and not his purpose, he will not be successful. But if one only does what he's born to do, and that is his life purpose, he will be successful. Moving on to the definition of life purpose is a central guiding principle or reason for existence that gives meaning, direction, and fulfillment to individual's life. The importance of aligning with one's life purpose. Number one, the life purpose gives us a sense of direction in life, where we stand today in life, and what are the steps that I need to take to reach my vision in life. Second benefit of discovering your life purpose is that it increases motivation. In fact, I use the term of internalization of motivation. With the clarity of life purpose, you are not dependent upon the external motivator factors, with what I term it as the internalization of motivation. And resilience in times of adversity is the third most benefit of knowing and having a life purpose, because we are living a life of challenges and hardships, and the life purpose and the clarity of life purpose is always there, and it works as a resilient factor to cope up in times of difficulty, pain, and challenge. A few examples with which we can relate life purpose. Number one is Nelson Mandela. Mandela dedicated his life fighting against the apartheid in South Africa, advocating for racial equality and human rights. Mandela's unwavering commitment to justice and equality inspired millions around the world. The main reason behind it was the clarity about his life purpose. The second example was Mother Teresa, who devoted her life to serving the poor, sick, and marginalized in the society. It was the clarity about her life purpose that made her do all that service to the humanity and mankind. I'll be discussing briefly about the US Purpose Discovery System. If you see the system, the first thing is knowing your own self. In that system, knowing your abilities, your inabilities or weaknesses, your signature strengths, your core values and character are the main elements that help us identify who we are and who we are not. The second segment, or the second part of the framework of the US life discovery system, life purpose, is what the world needs or the problems that the world is facing right now. In this third step, what we do is that we align our abilities with the world needs and problems. After the alignment of our abilities and strengths, and knowing what are the potential problems of the world, the mankind that we can help or serve with, then we devise an action plan using SMART goal setting. I would just like to mention that the point where mentors and coaches play a significant role in this life purpose discovery system is that potent differentiation between our desire, needs, and purpose. Potential purpose needs to be a service or a product that we develop that can serve the mankind, human, society, and the people. So once we have devised an action plan using the SMART goal setting, from there we can conclude our life purpose or extract our life purpose that can be a single line statement which is sufficient to live the rest of your life, and all the benefits and examples I have given before in the presentation. Now we move on to the facial profiling and happiness. The facial profiling and its significance in understanding emotion is that it helps us very strongly in normal non-verbal communication. Facial expressions are a form of non-verbal communication that conveys emotions more effectively than words alone. Second significance is self-reflection or self-awareness. Analyzing our own facial expressions through facial profiling allow us self-reflection and introspection. And lastly but not least, it's emotional awareness. Cultivating awareness on facial expressions allow us to actively participate in shaping our emotional experiences. Now, how does facial expression reflect inner feelings and contribute to happiness? Number one, expressions of emotion. Facial expressions are natural responses to our emotions, conveying joy, sadness, anger, fear, or other feelings. Secondly, it has an impact on others. Our facial expressions not only reflect our internal state, but also influence how others perceive and interact with us. Lastly, it's about practice and awareness. Cultivating awareness on our facial expressions allow us to actively participate in shaping our emotional experiences. So these are some significant factors that facial expression or facial profiling can bring to our life and life of others. Coming to the examples of facial expressions, I would like to refer over here work done by Paul Ekman using his facial action coding system. If we see a person who has a joyous or a joy feeling on his face, the facial elements will be discussing them one by one. The outer corner of the lips will be pulled upwards, which denotes action unit number 12 according to Paul Ekman. The cheeks will be raised. Action unit number 6 will be engaged in that facial expression, and we will be having crow's feet, wrinkles around the eyes, where action unit number 6 and 12 are involved. Now we move on to the second expression, which is excitement. The eyebrows will be raised and drawn together. That represents action unit number 1 and 2. The eyes are widened. Action unit 5 and 7 are involved in that facial expression, and mouth is slightly open where action unit number 25 is engaged, and lastly tension in the lower eyelid will be seen, which denotes activity in the action unit number 26. The next facial expression is gratitude. Slight raise of the eyebrows. Action unit number 1 and 2 will be engaged in this emotion. Eyelids will be slightly lowered. Action unit number 4 will be involved. Lips are pressed together with a slight smile. Action unit number 12 will be involved. And lastly, the head will be tilted forward a bit, involving action unit number 23. So this was a bit about how expressions are identified using Paul Ekman's facial action coding system. The facial profiling system that I have designed or developed is comprising of over 165 facial elements, and there are over 500 interpretations based on those facial elements. Next, we'll be moving on to the energy profile and its 5 energy types. Type 1 energy is in individuals who are radiant and spirited ones. Type 2 energy are graceful and gentle individuals. Energy type 3 people are empowered and vibrant individuals. Type 4 are confident and unique individuals, whereas type 5 are serene and wise individuals. We'll be going through each energy type, and I'll be sharing their characteristics and a very common example so that you can relate to their energy profiles. So coming to type 1 energy profile, they are bright, animated people. And a very well-known example is Will Smith. Talking about the characteristics, type 1 energy people are lively, spontaneous, and optimistic. Individuals with type 1 energy are often creative, enthusiastic, and outgoing. They enjoy socializing, exploring new ideas, and embracing change with a sense of curiosity and adventure. Type 2 individuals, energy type individuals, are subtle, soft people, and a very well-known example is Lady Diana. Talking about the characteristics of energy type 2 is gentle, nurturing, and empathetic. Individuals with type 2 energy are sensitive, intuitive, and compassionate. They possess a deep understanding of emotions and are skilled at listening and providing support to others. Type 2 individuals thrive in nurturing environments and value harmony and tranquility. Moving on to the type 3 energy type people, they are empowered, dynamic people. An example is Oprah Winfrey. Talking about the characteristics, type 3 individuals are dynamic, ambitious, and action-oriented individuals. Individuals with type 3 energy are driven, determined, and goal-oriented. They possess a strong sense of purpose and thrive in challenging situations that require resilience and perseverance. Type 3 individuals are natural leaders who excel in taking initiatives and make things happen. Moving on to the type 4 energy type, they are confident, unique people, and the example is Steve Jobs. Talking about the characteristic, type 4 energy is bold, analytic, and strategic. Individuals with type 4 energy are logical, detail-oriented, and methodical. They excel in problem solving and critical thinking. They often perform tasks with a structured and a systematic approach. Type 4 individuals are innovative thinkers who thrive in environments that value precision and expertise. Moving to the last energy type, they are serene, wise people, and an example is Eckhart Tolle, who is known for the book The Power of Now. Talking about the characteristics about type 5 energy is that they are calm, grounded, and reliable. Individuals with type 5 energy are steady, patient, and dependable. They possess strong sense of stability and consistency, often serving as pillars of support for others. Type 5 individuals are good listeners and excel in the role that requires trustworthiness and reliability. Energy profiling and its role in understanding personal energy dynamics. Number one, understanding personal energy dynamics is very important. Secondly, harnessing personal energy, and lastly but not least, unlocking happiness. Creating a blend of clarity about life purpose, facial profiling, and energy profiling unlocks our inherent potential, leading to true happiness and a sense of life abundance. I have tried to introduce you with only few tips of integrating life purpose, facial profiling, and energy profiling. As CEO of US Life Coaching Company, I am thrilled to extend a special offer to all the attendees of the Happiness Summit. Our purpose discovery system, facial and energy profiling system are designed to unlock your fullest potential and lead you to a life of purpose, joy, and abundance. Concluding my talk, we have discussed the significance of aligning one's life purpose for achieving happiness and fulfillment. We were introduced with the importance of facial profiling and understanding emotions and its contribution in overall well-being. We learned about energy profiling and how aligning with one energy type can lead to happiness and personal and professional growth. I am thankful to the organizers of the Happiness Summit for giving me the opportunity to present my work to such a nice audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Swan. That was great. I mean, Dr. Swan talks the whole science of facial expressions. And I mean, when we talk about these things, we talk about body language, but yet he was focused on just one part of the body and how extensively he described each and every gesture and correlated it with how you can express or be confident or just show what you want to say or
For you.
yeah. We have in the chat
No.
box.
What type are you, Dr. Zia?
Well,
Energy
I
type.
would not, as he was saying that you change from one to another, and you
Yeah.
cannot, you don't have to be constant. So
Yeah.
yes, I mean, I can fall in different categories.
Which
In the
category?
chat.
Type 2?
Right. So in the chat box, we have a form, an evaluation form. We would request all the participants to please be kind and give your feedback. And what do you think? It's about time to move and gush some blood in our veins. What do you say,
Well,
Dr. Omar?
let's go on then. Let's
Okay.
stamp some
So
feet and see how things go.
right, right. So let's look at our next video to pump some blood into the veins.
Absolutely fascinating. That was the display on Pak India border, and this display usually is I think it happens every day at the Wagah border, Lahore. The movie, the picturization was taken from the Pakistan end of Pakistan end of the border, and it was absolute discipline and courage and always ready for the call of duty. I must say that was great. So thanks, Dr. Zia, for that, and we move on. Our next presenter is live with us, and I would like to introduce her. She is someone who plays a great supportive role, and she's always been supportive to me as well. Uh, and she, though currently working as a as in Refa, she is a doctor, MBBS doctor, Masters in Public Health in 2008 from Armed Forces Postgraduate Medical Institute, Masters in Community Health and Nutrition 2012, Master in Health Professional Education in 2018 from RIFA, Certification in Principles of Lifestyle Medicine in 2019, Diplomat of Lifestyle Medicine examination 2021, Master Trainer and Lifestyle Medicine Coach, national and international publications in area of lifestyle medicine, health, and communicable and non-communicable diseases, supervising of undergraduate and postgraduate trainees, currently working as professor of public health in Islamic International Medical College and as assistant professor of Rifa Institute of Lifestyle Medicine. I'm sure all of you at Rifa and all of you who are watching know her very well. It's Dr. Tyra Sadiq. I would like to welcome Dr. Tyra Sadiq, who would tell us about her topic is divine delight. Let's see what she has to say about that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zia. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and good afternoon. I welcome you all here, and especially everyone, to a journey into the heart of divine delight, where happiness and spiritual fulfillment intervene to create a tapestry of profound joy. As Dr. Zia mentioned, it's a divine delight, a celebration of happiness and spiritual fulfillment. So I will start my presentation with a very famous quote that the two important days in your life are the days you were born and the day you find out why. Basically, this is the basis of happiness, that you got to know why you were born. So, learning objectives of today's session are understanding the interconnectedness of happiness and spirituality, examining the relationship between materialism and spiritual fulfillment, and finally, practical application of spiritual principles. So happiness, I know all of you have been, get to know about happiness since morning. Basically, there are different definitions of happiness, starting from it's a mental state of well-being characterized by positive or pleasant emotions and ranging from contentment to intense joy. So this is basically spectrum. And then according to dictionary, it's a feeling causing or having pleasure and it's being satisfied. And according to the psychologist, its definition is feeling of enjoyment, satisfaction, generosity, and delight arising from contentment. So all the humans, either Muslims, non-Muslims, poor or rich, they are at the pursuit of happiness. So the common word which you can see in definition of happiness is contentment. So, expression of happiness, as Dr. Usman just told us about the joy and gratitude, different types of facial expressions. So, it can be expressed in many ways. So, these are all different forms of happiness, like joy, love, contentment, optimism, gratitude, excitement, and pride. So purpose of this happiness is that it's basically depends on two things. Number one, happiness, how awesome you feel. So it's all related with your feelings. And then the time, how long this happiness exists. So if it's short term, then it might be with low feeling of happiness. And for short term, it would be pleasure, then passion, and obviously with the long lasting time period of happiness, along with great feeling of contentment, would be definitely associated with some purpose. So happiness can be divided into two main categories: temporary and long term. This division is based on their duration. So temporary can be false and permanent, and same as the case, long term also can be false and permanent. So temporary false happiness would be, for example, illusion of happiness. This is not the real happiness. Withdrawal effects are more. And it's a cycle of misery, just like in substance abuse or eating junk food or doing shopping or for, just for a dopamine satisfaction. Whereas temporary but true happiness, it includes certain achievements like education, money, power, influence. Why I call it temporary? Because after one degree, maybe you need to go for another degree. After having achieving certain amount of money, you need to strive for more money. So this is again a temporary but true happiness. Just like Dr. Usman mentioned certain personalities who were really, role models, and same is the case in Islamic world. There are certain role models which were, having permanent true happiness. Why? Because they were more indulged into their vision and mission. And why we call it permanent? Because their soul is suffused with the true belief in the oneness of God, and believe that we will regard us and hold us accountable for what we do. So, doing good and avoiding from the evil. This form of happiness will remain with an individual under all circumstances: delight, anguish, poverty, prosperity, sickness, or health. This reminds me of Maslow's hierarchy. And Maslow's hierarchy, where you can see there are some Wali Allah who are not concerned about their physiological safety or belonging needs, but they are more concerned about self esteem, self actualization, and then self transcendence. So they are at the level of Khudi, which Iqbal said, and which is something which is fundamental for a person to live at the level of transcendence. So now coming to the second learning objective, that is understanding the interconnectedness of happiness and spirituality. For that matter, I would go different references from taken from Quranic guidance and from the Sunnah guidance. So according to Quran, in Surah Nahl 1697, it is written that righteous, whether male or female, while he is a believer, we will surely cause him to live a good life. So, a good life means a happy life, a contented life, and we will surely give them their reward in the hereafter according to best of what they used to do. So, what are the take home messages from this verse? Like, uh, even the rich disbelievers cannot find happiness despite the money they have. So, it's not conditioned with the money. There must be a purpose of life. For that matter, happiness is connected with that. And then how to be successful hereafter, and then requirements to reach this success. So the requirement is to have iman and good faith on God and Prophet, peace be upon him. So whoever turns away from Allah will only experience a life of misery. And this we can see from Quran, which is written, but whoever turns away from my remembrance, indeed, he will have a depressed life, which is definitely opposite of a happy life. So if we forget our God, Allah Almighty, then a person or a Muslim will have experienced a depressed life. So if we are depressed, we need to be accountable for this behavior. Reason being, we need to check our connection with Allah Almighty. Prophet, peace be upon him, said, and in fact, this is one of my favorite hadiths, which says that amazing is the affair of believer Verily, all of his affair is good, and this is not for no one except the believer. And what is that? If something of good happening befalls him, he is grateful, and that is good for him. If something of harm befalls him, he is patient, and that is good for him. So, in both conditions, a true believer, is satisfied and contented what is happening with him. According to Imam Abu Hamid al Ghazali, who was a religious scholar and he is widely regarded as one of the most influential figures in Islamic thoughts and scholarship, he defines happiness. He actually wrote many books on happiness. What he talk about happiness is that happiest people are those who have found meaning and fulfillment in serving others. So, what Dr. Fatma was already mentioning, that we need to live micro moments and we need to spare our life for others. And then happiness is not the absence of problems, but the ability to deal with them. So, I think no one among us who are here in this webinar are free from problems, but happiness is the ability how we deal with those problems. And then contentment with what you have and gratitude for what you have been given. So it's all about your present. Happiness is not attained through self gratification, but through fidelity of a worthy purpose. So true happiness is to be found within the present moment, not in some distant or imagined future. So basically, a Muslim or a true believer lives in the present moment, not in the past and not in the future. So, the psychology of happiness by James Montier is that individual happiness is comprised of three components. By the way, James Montier is primarily known for his expertise in finance and investment, but he had a strong grip on the subject of happiness, offering insights into how human behavior influences our pursuit of happiness and the choices we make in our lives. So he defines happiness into three categories. 50% of happiness is genetic setup, and 10% due to circumstances like age, gender, and all the demographic factors, and 40% derived from intentional activities, from discrete actions or practices that we chose to do. So interpretation of this his work with the spiritual interpretation according to chronic references is that as humans we have no control over our genetic set point. This is something which is already decided, that where we have to born, which genetic material we will be make of. So this 50% of happiness in Islam is called riza bil qaza. So this is something which is written in our destiny. So if a Muslim or true believer know that, okay, this 50% of happiness I have to, this is actually the happiness, because this is something which is decided by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this means that as believers, if we truly love Allah and trust Him, we are satisfied with what He has decided for us. So, this is something which is important for satisfaction with our fate. And then, Prophet, peace be upon him, who is a role model of good humor and grace. Many people think that, Islam or the religion is something which is very strict and which is something we need to be, very, what you can, regulative about it. But let's talk about Prophet, peace be upon him, who showed us not only wisdom but also a good sense of humor. His jokes and cheerful attitude made people smile and taught us how to live joyfully. So I will share certain examples here. Once according to once an old woman came to the prophet and said, Messenger of Allah, beseech Allah to let me enter the garden of paradise. He replied, O mother of so and so, no old woman will enter the garden of paradise. She turned away weeping. So he said, Tell her that she will not enter it as an old woman. For Allah says, We have created them a new creation and made them young, virgins, loving, and equal in age. So that old lady, finally she was happy that, okay, I will entering into the Jannah. And another incident, one day when Prophet, peace be upon him, and his companions sat down to break their fast together, dates were served in front of them. Every time the Prophet and his companions ate a date, they placed the seed in front of them. After a few moments, the Prophet's son-in-law, Ali radiallahu anhu, realized that he ate too much dates. So he had a pile of seeds in front of him. So Ali radiallahu anhu silently moved his seeds towards the Prophet and said jokingly, "Oh Prophet, you ate more dates than me. Look, you have more seeds than me." Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam smiled and replied, "No, Ali, you ate more dates than me. Look, I ate dates, but I removed their seeds, while you ate dates along with their seeds." So this is how, Prophet peace be upon him was a good, a joyful personality, and was as a role model as well. So there are few supplication of our beloved Prophet, who, in order to increase the contentment and happiness, he referred to all Muslims, like Raditu billahi rabba wa bil islami deena wa bi Muhammadin sallallahu alayhi wasallam nabiyya. So it's I am pleased with Allah. So at all the time, if we want to stay happy and healthy, we have to be, pleased with Allah all the time. We should feel contented, and at the same time content with what you have provided me. Send blessings for me therein, and place for me every absent thing with something better. So there are certain steps. Now coming to the last learning objective, third, what are different steps of happiness, how we can achieve that. So essential steps of happiness based on Quran and Hadith are: number one, seek pleasure of Allah, be thankful, service to suffering humanity, avoid greed and worldly comparisons, build a support group, live a simple life and organize your life, build and maintain family relations, ask and expect only from Allah, and then earn and consume halal. This is something which is very important. And then keep fit. That comes the importance of healthy lifestyle, and be patient. So now quickly we'll go through one by one. So, first of all, seek pleasure of Allah through strong belief and righteous deeds. And that starts from loving Allah, loving your Creator. So, in verse 71, it said that believing men and believing women are allies to one another. They join what is right and forbid what is wrong. So basically, this is how they are actually obeying Allah. Whatever Allah has said in Quran, they are following it as it is. And Allah has promised the believing men and believing women gardens beneath which river flows. So basically, this obeying Allah is conditioned with the rewards hereafter, and that is mentioned again and again in Quran, that how they will have a benefit. And then remembrance of Allah, and this is how we can have a good relation with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, by remembrance of Allah, and because this definitely brings happiness. And without zikr, we will have a depressed life. This is Surah Taha 21-24. And the other thing is sweetness of faith. Actually, we are not, condemned to obey Allah, but there is a very sweet relation between Allah and the believer. And a believer should taste that faith in terms of sweetness. So Allah and His Prophet are more beloved to, and how we can attain that? By three conditions. Number one, when Allah and His Prophet are more beloved to each and every believer. And number two, one loves for the sake of Allah. And then one hates to return to this belief, as one would hate to be tossed into the blazing fire. So, uh, in summary, he will love Allah and His Prophet more, and then whoever he love or hate is just for the sake of Allah. So number two is be thankful, and that is the importance of gratitude. More thankful we are, the more He will shower His bounties upon us. And appreciation of what Allah has blessed you with is vital for this step to be achieved. And this is indeed an act of worship. So it satisfies your soul through serving suffering humanity. This is something which is very important. And it's not something which is related with the money or anything you can serve. For example, a good piece of advice, a smile you can give to your brothers and sisters in Islam, and all that. So there you need to work on activities that results in internal happiness. Again, This is some type of happiness which is not just smile to the, this brings smile to the heart, not merely a smile on the face. And then strive to partake in activities like feeding the poor, assisting the distressed, and helping others. This list of activities might be different from each and every individual, knowing their capacities and their circumstances. So true enrichment does not come through possessing a lot of wealth, but true enrichment is the enrichment of the soul. So act of charity brings happiness. And as I said, that spend their wealth in the way, and wealth is not just confined, wealth doesn't mean just money. It could be your education, the knowledge you have, the advice you can give, or you can direct anyone. This is all something which is related with the wealth. So no fear concerning them, nor will they grieve. And this is the good news for those who spend their wealth. And as a hadith says, that hand that gives out in charity is better than which takes it. So you always try to be at the giver side. So now it's a short video. Maybe you have gone through this video before, but it inspires me always. And this is how you see that even without money or including money, you can help other people.
เขาจะได้อะไรถ้าเขาทำแบบนี้ทุกวันเขาจะไม่ได้อะไรเลยไม่ได้รวยขึ้นไม่ได้ออกทีวีไม่มีใครรู้จักไม่ได้มีชื่อเสียงที่มากขึ้นเพราะสิ่งที่เขาได้คือได้แค่ความรู้สึกได้เห็นความสุขได้เข้าใจได้ความรักได้ในสิ่งที่เงินซื้อไม่ได้ได้โลกที่สวยงามกว่าเดิมในชีวิตคุณอะไรคือสิ่งที่คุณต้องการมากที่สุดไทยประกันชีวิต
So you see, what I think you have also noticed that in this video, there was something which was a very small act of, charity or the list of activities, but he was very consistent in doing those activities. And this is because he had a great mission and vision, and ultimately he got the result. So that is the beauty of, giving charity, and even starting from this small level. So the fourth one is avoid material greed, jealousy, and worldly comparison. This is very common nowadays. And narrated by Abu Huraira, the Prophet said, look at those who are below you and do not look at those who are above you. So basically, this is something which is golden rule. Muslims are to be connect with what they have and not to be greedy. And that is how, if anyone submits his face to Allah, sufficient for him is Allah, and He will make him content with it. So one should believe on that. So, however, among you wakes up secure in his property, healthy in his body, and he has his food for the day. It is as if he required the whole world. So, these three, four basic, if you are having these three, four basic things to, have you in your daily life, it means Allah has done best for you. So there is no end of the greed, and reason being, if the son of Adam had two valleys of wealth, he would wish for a third, for nothing can fill the belly of Adam's son except dust. So it means that we need to have a full stop on some of our achievements. So I do not fear that. This is again one of the hadiths narrated by Abu Huraira. I do not fear poverty for you, but rather I fear that you will compete with one another. And again, this competition is based on worldly greed. So reality of world is that a Muslim or a believer in this world is just like a passenger. So be in this world as if you were a stranger or a traveler along the path. And surely that a person riding on a sunny day and then taking shade under a tree for a period of time, this is actually a period which we are spending in this life. Ultimately, we need to leave and continue on journey. Number five is ask and expect only from Allah, because He is the one who can give us. So there are different prayers we can ask in that way. Give me enough of what you have made lawful, enrich me by your bounty. And definitely, when we ask from Allah, He will always give us. According to Prophet, no individual will depart from this world until he completes the term of life assigned for him by Allah, and until he takes all his provisions that are assigned to him. It means that all the steps, how many steps we have to take in this world, how many bounties we have to enjoy, how many breaths we have to take. This is all everything decided. So we need not to run and greed for different things. So the sixth step is build and maintain strong family relations. Family ties are of very much importance in religion Islam. Allah created begins are the dependents of Allah, and the most beloved of creation of Allah is the one who is good to his dependents, and those dependents could be a family, could be a servants. He who severs ties of kinship will not enter paradise. This is something which is warning for Muslims. So number seven is live a simple life and plan ahead. So simple life over a glamorous life, that was the choice of Prophet, peace be upon him. Once Umar Raziallahu anhu saw the simple life of the Prophet and said, O Messenger of God, while kings sleep in soft feathers bed, you are lying on a rough mat. And you know what was the reply of Messenger? He said, do you not agree that the luxuries of the world should be theirs, but those of the hereafter will be ours? So he was so much contented on what Allah has provided to him, and basically he knew that this life is just a journey, not the end. So at the end, he will enjoy all the bounties. So the next part is plan ahead. So the more much, if you want to be productive and you want to be, productive in your work and worshipping Allah, public affairs, and personal methods, you need to plan a lot. And then number eight is build a support group or belong to spiritual organization. So a community of same people is actually very important. So this gives us importance of the teamwork and effort of the community and working together, because it gives you sense of security and a safety. The concept of brotherhood and sisterhood is one of the central themes of Islam. So one of the example of believers is that it's like a single person. The whole ummah, the whole community of believers is just like a single person. If his eyes complains of pain, his whole body complains of pain. And if his head complains of pain, his whole body complains of pain. It means that all the Muslims, whether they are in different parts of the world, they are connected together. So example of good and evil companion or the company is just like the messenger of Allah said, the example of a good companion and the evil one is like that of a perfume salesman and a blacksmith. So either you are with the perfume seller, definitely you will be having a good smell in you, fragrance as well. But if you are with the blacksmith, he might sing your clothes, and at the very least you will breathe in the fumes of the furnace. So this is all the importance of a company. So the next point is earn and consume only halal and tayyib. So halal means the food which is allowed in Islam, but tayyib means all the nutritious foods. And here comes the importance of lifestyle. Keep fit, keep fit and have healthy lifestyle. And as we know, we are watching all the researches since morning that we need to do exercise, just like Dr. Munira mentioned, and it acts like antidepressant, and feel good hormones are released and all that. So it means that we need to have a good lifestyle in order to keep fit and be happy. So the last one is be patient and not lose hope. And this is actually very important. Why? Because in our daily life, maybe in the morning we are okay, but in the evening we have some bad experiences and we lose hope. So this is because Allah said that, yes, I will test you. I will test you with something of fear and hunger and a loss of wealth and lives and fruits, but give good tidings to the patient. So he always love when Allah gives us some azmaish or some test, and we are patient on that. For indeed, with hardship will be ease. Actually, this is the good news. After every hardship, there is a ease. So we need to, with the patient, we need to pass that hardship in order to seek the ease. Prophet, peace be upon him, once said, no, the victory is the outcome of patience. So, and that relief is the outcome of anguish and agony. And know what that hardship there is a ease. So patience is of three types basically. First type, patient when doing act of worship, and second type, patience in relation to avoiding sinful acts, because at times we are not, we don't want to leave those sinful acts because they give you temporary false happiness. But that is something which is related with the patience. And the third type is patience in relations to calamities Allah decrees upon man. So that's all from my side. Take home messages embrace the profound connection between happiness and spiritual fulfillment, recognizing that true joy often arises from nurturing one's spiritual well being. And how we can do that is through cultivating gratitude, mindfulness, and deeper sense of purpose to experience that divine delight that comes from aligning with one's spiritual journey. So let the core celebration of happiness be intervened with the exploration and nurturing of the soul, leading to a more fulfilling and meaningful existence. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Tyra.
Thank you very
Now
much,
we are
Tyra. Now we are
time.
time.
So please
So
have to
please
wind up
have to wind up
questions accordingly.
questions
Dr. Zia
accordingly.
and Dr. Umar, please.
Thank you very much. Nice talk, and the video especially. Though I was watching, he was slowly losing his clothes, but the smile on his face, that was priceless. Tazia, over to you.
Yeah. So our next worthy guest is Sohail Ahmed, best known as Azizi. He's a legendary personality in Pakistan entertainment industry. He's a comedian, writer, director, stage and TV actor, and an all-in-one package. His popular Dunya TV show Haspe Hal is where he addressed local, social, and political issues of Pakistan in such a manner so that it is not only entertainment but also clears the ifs and buts from a viewer's mind. Moreover, he appeared in many other television serial, movies, comedy stage plays. He has multiple features of talent in his personality for which he earned fame around the world. People of every generation love to see him on screen. In the present era of depression and anxiety, many people forget their problems. When he appears on screen with his fantastic jokes, he is indeed a multi talented personality with a high level of fun. Please Welcome, Suhail Ahmed.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम सुहेल भाई। पहले तो आपको खुश आमदीद कहना चाहूँगी मैं। आज हम खुशी का आलमी दिन मना रहे हैं, वर्ल्ड हैप्पीनेस डे। आपकी शिरकत, आपकी मौजूदगी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। ये हमारे लिए आज बाइस मुसरत है आपका इधर मौजूद होना हमारे लिए। मुझ समेत बहुत से आपके मद्दाह हैं जो आपकी बातें सुनने का इश्तियाक रखते हैं। आप अपने बारे में कुछ बताना चाहेंगे? हमने टीवी में तो आपको बहुत देखा, लेकिन आज हम आपसे कुछ सुनना चाहेंगे।
जी, अपने बारे में क्या बताया, बस एक इंसान ही हूँ मैं। बस ये जो खुशी का आलमी दिन मनाया जा रहा है ना जी, मैं इसी हवाले से ही अपना तारुफ करवाऊंगा कि हम उस शोबे से ताल्लुक़ रखते हैं जिनकी कोशिश ये होती है कि हम अपने कस्टमर को खुश करें। तो जो हमारे व्यूअर्स होते हैं, हमारे देखने वाले हैं, वो हमारे ज़ाहिर है कस्टमर हैं। हम उन्हीं के बलबूते पे अपना बिजनेस चमका रहे होते हैं। तो वो जितना हम उनको एंटरटेन करके खुश करते हैं, जितने वो खुश होते हैं, उतनी ही हमारी दुकान चमकती है। तो ये असल में हमारे बिजनेस का आलमी है। जी जी, और अल्लाह के फजल से बहुत छोटी एज में मैं इस काम में आ गया। सेकंड ईयर में था मैं, FSC सेकंड ईयर, जब मैंने फर्स्ट थिएटर का मामला।
अच्छा, ये रमजान की वजह से वाकई तुम ये ज्यादा उछल कूद कर रहे हो, ये तुम्हें कुछ हो जाता है?
और ये रमजान की वजह से नहीं होता, ये जो बाबे बयान दे रहे हैं ना इकबाली, उस पे मेरी तमालें निकल रही हैं। हद हो गई है।
अच्छा, कल तुम्हारी तमालें क्यों?
ना, मैं तो उस बंदे को लेने चला था जिसने एटम बम के फीते को आग लगाई थी। अव्वल तो वैसे इधर को अच्छा काम होता नहीं है, अगर हो जाए तो सारे उसका क्रेडिट लेना चाह रहे होते हैं। देखो लंबी लाइन लग गई है 2 दिहाड़ियों में।
अदाकारी तो आपने कहा कि बचपन से शुरू कर दी। क्या आप अपनी जिंदगी में कुछ और भी बनना चाहते थे, कुछ और भी ख्वाहिशात थी?
नहीं, मेरा ख्याल है कि उस एज तक तो जिस एज में मैं ये फाइनल कर दिया कि मैं ये एक्टिंग कर, उस एज तक बहुत सी ख्वाहिशात होती है इंसान की, और वो चेंज होती रहती है। आप किसी एक दोस्त को देखते हैं, एक मेरा दोस्त फौज में चला गया, तो मैंने सोचा मैं भी फौज में चला गया, वो फिर मैं मिस हो गया, नहीं मैंने किया वो। फिर फादर की ख्वाहिश थी कि मैं डॉक्टर बनूं, और मैं मेडिकल FSC मेडिकल पढ़ रहा था बायोलॉजी के साथ ही, तो वो अपना वो भी मिस हो गया क्योंकि मैं नालायक आदमी था। तो कभी कुछ सोचते सोचते, मगर मेरे जो ग्रैंड फादर थे ना जी, बाबा पंजाबी डॉक्टर की मोहब्बत, वो रेडियो पे और टेलीविजन पे प्रोग्राम किया करते थे, अदबी प्रोग्राम उस वक्त बहुत होते थे। ये लोग किया करते थे, पुराने शुअरा और मुसन्निफीन अदबी शायर सारे रेडियो पे ख़ास तौर पे बहुत ज़्यादा प्रोग्राम। सूफी तबस्सुम साहब का भी होता था, डॉक्टर फकीम साहब का भी होता था। तो मैं वो डॉक्टर फकीम मोहम्मद साहब के प्रोग्राम, अल्लाह ताला उनको जन्नत में जगह दे, सुनता था। तो वो एक अट्रैक्शन थी कि ये रेडियो में से किस तरह इनकी आवाज़ आ रही है। तो फिर उस वक्त भी चूँकि 74 में तो उनकी डेथ हो गई थी, तो उससे पहले मैं ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा 6-7 साल का होऊंगा, टेलीविज़न पे भी उनका एक प्रोग्राम आ गया। 64 में टेलीविज़न आ गया, तो जब टेलीविज़न आया और वो उस पर वो उनको एक अदबी प्रोग्राम करने का मौका मिला, वो देख के तो मैं बहुत ही ज्यादा हैरान, इंस्पायर, और मैं अजीब नजरों से ऐसे देख रहा था क्योंकि वो प्रोग्राम उन्होंने हमारे घर में हमारे साथ बैठ के ही देखा। उन्होंने कहा कि यार टीवी लगाओ, मेरा प्रोग्राम लगने वाला है। तो वो अब मैं उधर टीवी को भी देख रहा था, उनको भी देख रहा था कि ये क्या चक्कर है।
तो उस वक्त अनोखी बात था, बिल्कुल
बाहर बैठे हुए हैं और ये अंदर से कैसे नजर आ रहे हैं। तो वो एक अट्रैक्शन इस तरह बनते एक्टिंग की तरफ भी आ गई। इसलिए बनना क्या है ये तो अल्लाह को ही पता होता है, इंसान जो है वो उसके बदलते रहते हैं ख्यालात, कभी कुछ कभी
जरिए बनने शुरू हो जाते हैं। कौम इस वक्त एक अजीब गुर्बत और अफलास की चक्की में पिस रही है। इनकी मायूस जहनों को खुश करने के लिए आपके ख्याल में आर्ट और कल्चर क्या रोल अदा कर रही है हमारे
नहीं, आर्ट और कल्चर जो है वो तो बिल्कुल नेगेटिव रोल अदा कर रही है इस वक्त। वो जो टेंशन कम करना है, जो हो चुके हैं हालात पैदा, उस हवाले से तो बिल्कुल अच्छा पार्ट नहीं अदा कर रही, किरदार अच्छा नहीं अदा कर रही है हमारी शोबिज़ इंडस्ट्री। चूँकि गुर्बत जो है वो इतनी है नहीं जितना शोर मचाया जा रहा है या जितना महसूस करना शुरू हो गई। गुर्बत क्या है? गुर्बत मैं समझता हूँ कि गुर्बत ये है कि बंदा मुतमईन ना हो, बेइत्मीनानी गुर्बत। मुतमईन इत्मीनान जो है वो हमारा, तो हमने अपने ख्वाहिशात इतनी महंगी कर ली है कि हम अपने आप को अब गरीब समझना शुरू हो गए। जितनी आपकी ख्वाहिशात सस्ती हैं, इंसान उतना अमीर होता है, और ख्वाहिशात जितनी महंगी होती हैं इंसान उतना ही गरीब होता है। तो हमारे मुल्क के अंदर ना जी एक दूसरे को देखना, एक दूसरे से हसद करना, एक दूसरे से इंस्पायर होना बड़ी जल्दी, हर चीज़ में, तो वो उसकी वजह से हमारे यहाँ गुर्बत पैदा हो चुकी है। मैं समझता हूँ कि ड्रामों में और फिल्मों में को इस हवाले से अच्छा लेक्चर नहीं दिया जा रहा या अच्छी तस्वीर नहीं दिखाई जा रही। लोग, आप देखें ना, ड्रामा देखते हैं, सीरियल देखते हैं, तो उसमें ख़वातीन जो हैं वो स्टोरी कम देखती हैं, लिबास ज़्यादा देख रही हैं, या सीन कम देखती हैं, पीछे बैकग्राउंड और सेट और पर्दे और सोफों के कलर नोट कर रही हैं। तो जो हमारे जो एक मिडिल क्लास तबका है, या जो उससे भी नीचे कह लें लोअर मिडिल क्लास, वो तो दिखाया ही बहुत कम जाता है। ग्लैमर 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 ग्लैमर, हम सब पागल हुए हैं कि हमने लोगों को ग्लैमर दिखा के उनका और दिमाग खराब कर दिया हुआ है, और ज्यादा बेचारे परेशान और एहसास कमतरी का शिकार। चूंकि जाहिल लोग हैं, ज्यादा लोग हम जाहिल हैं, तो
लेकिन ऐसे थे नहीं हम
जी।
अगर आप 80s, 70s, 80s, इवन 90s तक की बात करें तो ये कल्चर हमारे मीडिया में नहीं था। ये तो जब आना शुरू होगा ना, जब हमने वेस्टर्न इन्फ्लुएंस,
वही मैं अर्ज कर रहा हूँ ना जी कि
हम ऐसे थे नहीं।
मैं वही अर्ज करने लगा हूँ कि जाहिल आदमी दूसरे से जल्दी मुतासिर हो जाता है। वो कमजोरी है ना, कमजोरी क्या है इंसान की? जहालत। पढ़ा लिखा आदमी जो है वो ताकतवर होता है ना, जाहिल आदमी जल्दी दूसरे के दायरे में घुस जाता है, जल्दी हो। जैसे मैं इसकी मिसाल देता हूँ तो कि पंखे के करीब आप कोई कपड़ा करे ना तो वो चिपक जाता है, पंखा उसे खींच लेता है। तो कोई वजनी चीज पास पड़ी हो तो उसे तो नहीं खींचेगा ना, पंखे की हवा उसे तो नहीं खींचती। सो यही सेम यहाँ पे है कि जब पढ़ा लिखा आदमी जो है वो वजनी आदमी, वो इतनी जल्दी किसी से मुतासर नहीं होता, इतनी जल्दी दूसरे के दायरे में घुसना नहीं चाह रहा होता।
उसके अपने मॉरल्स होते हैं, वैल्यूज होते हैं,
अपनी वैल्यूज उसको पता है। और फिर दीन हमारे यहाँ जो है, दीन से बहुत दूरी हो गई, बहुत ज्यादा दूरी हो गई है। दीन अल्लाह से दूरी हो गई। हमें अब किसी को भी नहीं याद कि सांस अल्लाह चला रहा है, हमें अब ये किसी को भी नहीं याद है कि हम देख रहे हैं, बोल रहे हैं, हिल रहे हैं। पहले इसका तो शुक्र अदा करें ना,
शुक्रगुजारी का,
बजाय इसके कि इस बात पे चिढ़े कि मेरे हमसाए ने बड़ी गाड़ी रखी हुई है और इस पे बैठ के सोचते रहें कि अल्लाह ने मुझे कुछ दिया ही नहीं। पहले इसका तो शुक्र अदा करें कि भाई मैं बड़ी गाड़ी देखने जोगा हूँ, मेरी आंखें, पहले इसका शुक्र अदा करके मुतमिन होते। क्या जरूरत है सड़ने को? मैं समझता हूँ कि आपको ऐसे टॉपिक चुनने चाहिए, ऐसी कहानियाँ लानी चाहिए, ऐसे खूबसूरत अंदाज लाने चाहिए जिससे आप हर शख्स को मुतमईन करें, हर शख्स को शुक्र करने का सलीका सिखाएं। बेसब्री, नाशुक्री जो है वो उसने यहाँ पे ये इस तरह की नवूसत पैदा की हुई है।
ये बहुत अहम आपने एक मैसेज हमें कन्वे किया है। आपने अपनी खुददाद सलाहियतों को किस तरह खोजा?
सबसे पहले तो मेरा अपना मुशाहिदा या कह लें कि तजुर्बा मेरा ये मुझे बताता है कि जो ये है ना कि क्रिएटिविटी, ये सिर्फ अल्लाह ताला का काम है। तो जो नीचे कोई कर रहा है ये रब ने उसको बढ़ावा दिया हुआ है, उसको शरीकी मिली दी है तो कर रहा है। अल्लाह पाक ने ही सारा कुछ करना होता है। मेरा मैं अपने तौर पे अपने आप को जब देखता हूँ सोचता हूँ तो फिर मेरा यकीन और पुख्ता होता है इस बात पे कि मैं खुद तो कुछ भी नहीं कर सका, ना ही कर सकूँगा। ये तो अल्लाह ही मेहरबानी कर रहा है और करेगा तो मैं कुछ कर पाऊँगा। क्योंकि मुझे बिल्कुल ही एक्टिंग का कोई लफ्ज़ का नहीं था पता, और ना ही मैंने कोई टेलीविज़न देखा हुआ था इतना, ना ही मैंने कोई फिल्म देखी हुई थी। आप यकीन नहीं करेंगे कि मैंने सेकंड ईयर में पहली फिल्म देखी।
अच्छा।
सिनेमा मैंने पहली दफ़ा सेकंड ईयर में ही था मैं जब मैंने फिल्म देखी, और फिर वो जो टेलीविज़न में नाना का आदमी प्रोग्राम देखा हुआ था उसने और ज़्यादा ताकत पकड़ ली उस ख्याल ने कि ये तो इतनी बड़ी स्क्रीन पे फिल्म चल रही है और ये तो कमाल है। वो एक्टिंग की तरफ मुझे याद है कि पहली फिल्म देख के और ज़्यादा मेरा रुझान हो गया। तो अभी तक मैं बाखुदा नहीं टीवी देख पाता, या मुझे फिल्में मेरे बच्चे हंस रहे होते हैं कि आप क्यों इस लाइन में हैं, आपको तो पता ही कुछ नहीं है। ये इंडियन फिल्में या
हमें यकीन नहीं आता है कि आप फिल्म नहीं देखते और आप
बाखुदा मुझे बिल्कुल मैं कभी भी नहीं,
वक्त नहीं है या शौक नहीं है।
भाई मैंने जितनी भी फिल्में की है ना खुद मैंने सिर्फ एक फिल्म अपनी पूरी देखी, वो भी मुझे नदीम बेग जो डायरेक्टर हैं हमारे उनकी फिल्म थी, और उन्होंने मुझे डांटा तकरीबन।
अच्छा।
भाई आपने अभी तक फिल्म ही नहीं देखी, ये क्या कह रहे हैं? तो फिर मैंने कहा ये वाकई मैं जाके देखी तो मैंने फर्स्ट टाइम अपनी वो पूरी फिल्म, वरना बाखुदा मैंने अपनी कोई दूसरी और फिल्म नहीं देखी। तो मैं कहता तो बस कर दिया, ठीक है,
आगे
खत्म हो गई बात। अब अगला काम करेंगे, अब उसी पे दादे वसूल करें या उसी को देख के तो मजा लें। हाँ, करते हुए या कुछ थोड़ा बहुत देखने का जब मौका मिलता है तो उससे भी मैं गलतियां ढूंढने के अमल में रहता हूँ। मेरे ज़हन में ये होता है कि गलती निकलते रहना जिंदगी है, कंप्लीशन मौत है। जो बंदा अपने आप को कंप्लीट समझना शुरू कर दे वो ख़त्म हो जाता है उस काम में जिस काम में उसकी कंप्लीशन हो जाती है। तो इसलिए मुझे कोई देख के मैं इतना खतराने की कोशिश नहीं करता या मुझे कोई पसंद नहीं आता, बस काम करता जा रहा हूँ।
वो बेटा है वे ठीक है, तुम्हारे लिए तो सारा बनाया है, इन मुंहों में तो बेटा जाया ही जाना है। खाओ मेरा पुत्र।
मैं तो कह रहा था कि चाइनीज मंगवा लो।
और नहीं पुत्र, चाइनीज वाइनीज तो खाती ही होगी, ये खाना इस्लामाबाद में कहा बेटे।
आप अपने ड्रामे जीवन नगर और स्टैंड अप गर्ल में फन की बुलंदियों में नजर आ रहे हैं माशाल्लाह। आप खुद इस बारे में क्या कहते हैं, ये किरदार आपको कैसे लगता है?
बस काफी अर्सा के बाद मैंने ये सीरियल किए हैं, टीवी ड्रामा किए हैं।
अच्छा।
इससे पहले मुझे 7 साल पहले इन्हीं का काशिफ निसार साहब का ही मैंने ड्रामा किया था उल्लू बराए फरोख्त में। तो चूँकि मैं हस्बे हाल कर रहा हूँ पिछले 15 साल से, 16वां साल है उसे, तो वो मैं उधर 4 दिन हफ्ते में मैंने वहाँ जाना होता है, डेली एक प्रोग्राम रिकॉर्ड करती हैं। और चूँकि वो करंट अफेयर से रिलेटेड होता है इसलिए हमें जाकर रोजाना वो करना पड़ता है सेम डे।
वो तो हमारी आवाम की खुराक है ना, मतलब वो जान है माशाल्लाह के काम की।
तो वो उसकी वजह से मैं टीवी इतना कर नहीं पाया, मौका मिलता है तो फिल्म कर लेता हूँ कुछ वक्त निकाल के। तो ड्रामा जो है ये काशिफ निसार साहब ने 6-7 साल बाद कहा कि ज़रूर करना है जी। मैंने कहा अच्छा, क्योंकि मैं भी उनका बड़ा फ़ैन हूँ काशिफ निसार साहब का, बड़े वो वर्सटाइल डायरेक्टर है। तो ये उन्होंने मुझे कहा, ये जो जीवन नगर था कि ये आपके ये थिएटर ड्रामे से हमने अडॉप्ट किया इसे, तो ये वही रोल आपने करना है। मैंने कहा अच्छा जी कर लेते हैं। तो वो किया, उन्हीं के हुक्म पे किया, वो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह लोगों ने बड़ा पसंद किया। तो ये जो स्टैंड अप गर्ल था یہ بھی پھر اسی راؤ میں انہوں نے کہا کہ یہ رمضان المبارک کے لیے اس چینل کا ڈرامہ بھی ہم نے بنانا ہے، وہ بھی کرنا ہے آپ نے، وہ بھی آپ سے متعلقہ رول ہے، تھیٹر ایکٹر ایک پرانا ہم نے دکھانا ہے، وہ بھی کر دیا۔ وہ رمضان مبارک میں تو نہ چل سکا، وہ چینل ہی نہیں چلا، تو وہ لیٹ ہو گیا، اس کی وجہ سے اب وہ چلا۔ تو بس یہ پسند کرنا جو ہے عوام کا، یہ عوام کا تو بہت شکریہ، باقی میرے حوالے سے یہ اللہ کی کرم نوازی۔
بے شک، بالکل۔ جس طرح کوئلہ کان میں صدیوں کے بعد ایک ہیرا بنتا ہے جب اس کو مناسب ہیٹ ملتی ہے، آپ کی مزاح نے سوسائٹی میں خوشی اور زندگی کی لہر دہرا دی ہے۔ آپ خود اس کے بارے میں کیا کہنا چاہیں گے؟
میں وہی عرض کر رہا ہوں نا جی کہ یہ جو ہمارا کام ہے نا جی، میں نے جو آبزرو کیا، میں نے بڑے اطمینان سے میں دیکھتا بھی رہا ہوں کہ ہو کیا رہا ہے، کیونکہ میرا بالکل ہی واسطہ نہیں تھا اس لائن سے۔ تو میں جب آیا تو میں نے اس کو آبزرو زیادہ کیا کم، اس کو پریکٹیکلی آبزرو اس سے زیادہ کرتا رہا، دوسرے لوگوں کو بھی اور اپنے سراؤنڈنگ کو بھی آبزرو کرتا رہا۔ میرے سے بہت اچھے آرٹسٹ میں سمجھتا ہوں، وائس کوالٹی، ڈائلاگ ڈیلیوری، فیس ایکسپریشن، جو آپ اس کے انگریڈینٹس سوچ سکتے ہیں ایکٹنگ کے، وہ سارے کئی لوگوں کے پاس میرے سے بہت زیادہ اچھے ہیں۔ تو پھر وائی می؟ مجھے پھر ایسا فیل ہوتا ہے، مجھے پھر فیل ہوتا ہے کہ یار پھر اللہ کی رحمت ہے۔ جو ایک ہے نا جی، چونکہ آپ ہمیں کس پیمانے سے ماپتے ہیں ایکٹر کو، یہی نا کہ بھائی اس کے ویورز بہت زیادہ ہیں، اس کے دیکھنے والے، اس کے چاہنے والے زیادہ ہیں، اس کے فینز زیادہ ہیں، یہی ہمارے پاس ایک پیمانہ ہے۔ اور تو کوئی تھرمامیٹر ہے نہیں جو آپ منہ میں رکھ کے چیک کر لیں کہ ایکٹر کتنے ڈگری کا ہے۔ تو وہ اس حوالے سے میرے ذہن میں یہ بھی آتا ہے، وہ ایک جو محاورہ ہے نا جی، زبان خلق کو نکارہ خدا سمجھا، جو خلقت کی آواز ہے یہ اللہ تعالیٰ کا نکارہ بج رہا ہوتا ہے، اللہ تعالیٰ ہی نکارہ بجا رہا ہوتا ہے۔ تو پھر یہ کام ہے ہی ٹوٹلی اللہ کے بس میں۔ اور قرآن پاک میں بھی اللہ پاک تو کہتے ہیں عزت اور ذلت میں ہی دیتا ہوں۔ اور پھر آپ حیران ہوں گی کہ یہ بھی اللہ پاک کی آیت ہے کہ وہی ہنساتا ہے اور وہی رلاتا ہے، تو یہ بھی رب کا کام ہے۔ تو وہ
میرے خیال میں ہنسانا سب سے مشکل کام ہے
ہمارے معاشرے میں، اس لیے کہ یہاں پہ غم زیادہ ہیں، ورنہ ہنسانا کوئی اتنا مشکل کام نہیں ہے، مگر چونکہ ہمارے معاشرے میں ٹینشن زیادہ ہے، دکھ زیادہ ہیں، غم زیادہ ہیں، غموں کی اور تکلیفوں کی اس دلدل میں سے جو کہکہا انسان کو باہر نکالتا ہے، ظاہر ہے وہ بڑا طاقتور کہکہا ہوگا، تو وہ اس دلدل سے نکالے گا، چونکہ یہ بہت زیادہ گارا اکٹھا ہو چکا ہے، کیچڑ اکٹھا ہو چکا ہے، اس کا غم کا، دکھوں کا اور ٹینشنوں کا، جو ہم نے خود کریٹ زیادہ کر لی ہے، زیادہ ہم اس میں گڑ گئے ہوئے ہیں ان دکھوں میں، غموں میں۔ وہی بات پھر پہلے والی ہی کہ جتنی خواہشات مہنگی ہم نے کر لی ہوئی ہیں، اس وجہ سے ہم زیادہ پریشان ہیں۔
I think constant check on yourself, constant correction.
جی
اینڈ آپ نے جو بات بڑی اچھی کہی تھی کہ کمپلیٹ نہ سمجھو اپنے آپ۔
نہیں، وہ تو اللہ تعالیٰ کا، رسول پاک صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کا فرمان ہے نا جی، آپ جب سوتے ہیں، لیٹتے ہیں چارپائی کے اوپر سارا دن گزار کے، تو لازماً چارپائی پہ لیٹ کے سونے سے پہلے یہ سوچیں کہ میں نے آج سارا دن کیا کیا۔ تو اس میں میرا خیال ہے کہ صرف یہی نہیں رکھنا چاہیے کہ سارا دن کیا کیا، اس میں سارا دن کا شکر بھی ادا کرنا چاہیے۔
آپ کو چھوڑنے کا دل جی نہیں کر رہا ابھی، لیکن اب ایز اے کلوزنگ نوٹ آپ ہماری آڈینس کے لیے کیا پیغام چھوڑنا چاہیں گے کہ ہم اس سوسائٹی میں ایک پازیٹیو، ایک مثبت رول ادا کر سکیں اور کچھ اپنا لیو اے مارک بیفور وی لیو دس ورلڈ؟
تو میں وہ سری لنکا چلا گیا، 12 دن وہاں گزار کے آیا۔ اب یقین کریں کہ وہ میں حیران ہو گیا جا کے وہاں دیکھ کے، اتنے مطمئن لوگ ہیں۔ مطلب میں وہ 12 دن گزار کے وہاں واپسی میں نے ایئرپورٹ پہ دعا کی کہ یا اللہ پاکستان کو سری لنکا بنا دے۔
वाकई में
बना दें, क्योंकि वो पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं।
100%
अब तो सुना है कि 99% हो गया हुआ, पहले 96 था। तो वो लोग जो है ना जी, उन्होंने सिर्फ एक ही मेरा ख्याल है काम किया हुआ है जो सारे कामों पे भारी है, कि उन्होंने लिटरेसी रेट अपना बड़ा अच्छा बनाया हुआ है। तालीम याफ्ता लोग हैं, हवाई चप्पलें, ये रबड़ की चप्पलें पहनी, वो छोटी डब्बियों वाली धोतियां बांधी हुई, तहमद बांधे हुए, ऊपर मैली मैली सी शर्टें पहनी हुई,
सिंपल लाइफ,
इंतहाई मुतमईन लोग हैं,
क्योंकि सिंपलिसिटी है लाइफ में उनके।
वो ये
धीमे लोग हैं बहुत ज्यादा, आपने महसूस किया होगा।
जी मैं इतने धीमे
बहुत ज्यादा
कि मैंने 12 दिन में किसी जगह को किसी को ऊंचा बोलते नहीं देखा, ऊंचा आवाज देते हुए नहीं देखा, ऊंचा कोई बहस करते हुए नहीं सुना। मैं हैरान हो गया, चंद दिनों के बाद मुझे महसूस होना शुरू हो गया कि यार कोई ऊंचा ही नहीं बोल रहा, ये कोई बीमार मुआशरा है या क्या है। फिर पता चला कि नहीं, यही सेहतमंद मुआशरा है। बीमार लोग चीखते हैं, सेहतमंद तो आराम से बैठे होते हैं। तो उसमें जाके मुझे महसूस हुआ कि ये जो तालीम है ये आपको मुतमईन करती है, आपको सब्र करना सिखाती है, आपको शुक्र करना सिखाती है। तालीम क्या है? तालीम रब की खोज है, वो किसी किस्म की भी हो, वो केमिस्ट्री हो, फिजिक्स हो, इस्लामियात हो, कुछ भी जो है ना, वो अगर आप मुस्लिम हैं और आपके दिल में रब है तो आपको हर चीज़ में रब नजर आता है। फिर मैंने एक दफ़ा किसी स्पीच में या किसी इंटरव्यू में ये बात कर दी कि अपनी ख्वाहिशात को महदूद रखना चाहिए, कम ये ख्वाहिशात नहीं, लालच में घुस जाती है जब, तो वो क्या एक हाफिज बरखुरदार साहब का कलाम है कि वो कुत्ती मरे फकीर दी जड़ी चौं चौं नित करे। उन्होंने लालच को, ख्वाहिश को कुत्ती कहा है, ये भौंकती रहती है। तो मैंने ऐसी मिसाल दे दी कि साइकिल है जिसके पास, वो कह रहा है मोटरसाइकिल हो, मोटरसाइकिल जिसके पास है वो कह रहा है गाड़ी हो, गाड़ी जिसके पास है वो कह रहा है बड़ी गाड़ी हो, जिसके पास बड़ी गाड़ी वो कह रहा है और बड़ी हो। तो किसी ने नीचे कमेंट किया हुआ कि जाहिल आदमी, ये तो इंसानी जबिलत में शामिल है, फितरत है ये वो। अब इस बंदे को बंदा क्या कहे? वो शैतान और इंसान की लड़ाई क्या है? यही लड़ाई है। मुझे भी पता है, तुम कौन सा मुझे मामे हाँ इतना सीक्रेट बता रहे हो, मुझे भी पता है ये इंसान की जबिलत में शामिल है। इसीलिए तो मैं कह रहा हूँ कि फकीरों ने इसी को तो मारने के लिए, नफ्स को खत्म करने के लिए तो दुआएं मांगी। तो जो मुतमईन जिंदगी गुजारना चाहता है उसे ख्वाहिशात का गला घोंटना चाहिए। गला घोंटना मैं गलत लफ्ज बोल रहा हूँ, ख्वाहिशात को अपने चादर के अंदर रखना चाहिए। बस चादर बड़ी करने की कोशिश करते रहना चाहिए, मगर ख्वाहिशात को, जरूरियात को उस चादर के अंदर रखें। जरूर मेहनत करें, हर एक का हक है, मगर ये नहीं होना चाहिए कि अगर मेहनत करने के बाद भी मेरी चादर बड़ी नहीं हुई तो मैं अब टांगे मारनी शुरू कर दूं। ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। अपनी चादर के अंदर रब का शुक्र अदा करना चाहिए और जिंदगी भी उसी में गुजारनी। इतनी बात है सर।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। हमने बड़े अच्छे नोट में एक बड़ा अच्छा मैसेज ऑडियंस को हमने आज दे दिया आपने, और आई एम श्योर कि पता नहीं है इंशाल्लाह एक रिपल इफेक्ट क्रिएट करेगा इंशाल्लाह। आज की डिस्कशन, आज की हमारी बात, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका।
स्पेशली बहुत शुक्रिया, आप वो मेरी भाभी हैं मगर फिर भी शुक्रिया तो अदा करना चाहिए। अब हमारी बेटी है, बहन है हमारी, मगर आपका बहुत शुक्रिया कि आप तशरीफ लाई और आपने मेरे
मोस्ट वेलकम, ऑलवेज अ प्लेजर।
Oh wow, Suhail Ahmed साहब, इतनी एनर्जी, so much energy, so much. I mean, every time I watch him, it is so refreshing, and he let you forget all the worries and all anything that is in your mind. Over to you, ma'am.
जी, अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी अगेन। again, I would like to say the same for you both also, Dr. Zia and Dr. Umar. مجھے پتا ہے کہ آپ لوگوں کی شوگر بہت لو ہو رہی ہے، مجھے پتا ہے کہ آپ کا بلڈ پریشر بڑا لو ہو رہا ہے، آپ بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں صبح سے، but thank you very much. Or I would like to say thank you to all the attendees, to all the participants. And I hope, since morning we are talking about happiness, since morning we are talking about different tools of happiness. So I'm sure کہ آپ کو کوئی نہ کوئی چیز ایسی ضرور ہوگی جو آپ کے دل کو لگی ہوگی. ہیپینس سمٹ کا مقصد پورا نہیں ہوتا اگر آپ نے کوئی ایک چیز اپنی خوشی کے مطابق اپنی زندگی میں نہیں ڈالی. اور آپ کو بہت آسان چیزیں بتائی گئی ہیں، کوئی بہانہ نہیں ہے کسی کے پاس کہ میرے مالی حالات خراب ہیں میں خوش نہیں ہو سکتا. خوشی کا کوئی تعلق پیسے کے ساتھ، خوشی کا کوئی تعلق فائنینسز کے ساتھ نہیں ہے. یہ ہمارا دیکھنے کا طریقہ ہے. آج سارا جن لوگوں نے آپ سے بات کی ہے انہوں نے یہی ثابت کرنے کی کوشش کی ہے کہ ہیپینس از انڈیپینڈنٹ آف منی اور فائنینشیل کنڈیشن. آپ لوگوں نے صبح سنا ہے کہ ایک ڈفرنس ہوتا ہے پلیجر اور ہیپینس میں. ہمیں سمجھ نہیں آ رہا کہ ہیپینس کیا ہے. ہم پاکستانیز خاص طور پہ، باقی بھی سیم ان کی بھی یہی فیلنگز ہوں گی، لیکن ہم پاکستانیز جو ہیں وہ شاید انڈلج ہو گئے ہیں پلیجرز کے اندر. جیسے بھی سہیل صاحب بھی آخر میں بات کر رہے تھے کہ ہم مقابلے کے اندر آ گئے ایک دوسرے کے ساتھ. تو مجھے امید ہے انشاءاللہ رمضان کا مہینہ ہے، اس دفعہ ہم نے ہیپینس سمٹ کو ایک ہی دن کا رکھا کیونکہ روزے کی وجہ سے ذرا اس کو ہم نے تھوڑا سا مختصر کیا ہے. لیکن دوبارہ میری طرف سے آپ سب کو ہیپی انٹرنیشنل ڈے آف ہیپینس، اور آپ سب کا بہت بہت شکریہ. میری ہیپینس کی جو ٹیم ہے، آئی ایم ایکسٹریملی گریٹفل ٹو مائی ٹیم, my IT team, and all those who were working behind the camera. How well coordinated you all were, and thank you very much. Allah Hafiz.
Thank you, ma'am. Allah Hafiz.